Retail workers of Reddit, what is the most desperate scam a customer has tried to pull on you? I'd like to return this unopened pack of cigarettes I purchased earlier today at your establishment. Might be paraphrasing a little bit. I open the store every day, hadn't seen this dude once that day, looked at his cigarettes, it's a brand we don't carry. Asked him for a receipt to confirm he purchased them here, but he obviously didn't have one. That's fine. If you can just tell me what time you were in here today, I can look it up on our cameras to confirm your purchase. My god, the backpedaling and stuttering. I grabbed his cigarette pack and fake examined them. Wait a moment, sir. Are you sure you purchased these at this store? I don't think we carry this brand. He took the cigarettes back, came up with something about his brother, must have yada yada, and then he walked out. A tobacco store in town sells some of the brands we carry at a much cheaper price, so people like to try and do returns at our store to make a quick buck. We generally don't take any returns on tobacco, but this guy didn't even scope out his mark. Edit. Resident of Indiana. Couldn't find anything pertaining to the legality of tobacco returns in my state. If it helps, anytime the ATF drops in for a checkup, the only question we get asked is if we sell individual cigarettes. Outside of that, I've worked a few retail jobs where tobacco was sold, and I wasn't told at any of them that tobacco returns were illegal. I'm assuming it's more individual store policy on whether or not they take returns, and I've worked retail long enough to see how an employee would tell someone it's illegal rather than against store policy, just to help avoid an argument. Not to say it might not be illegal in other states, just that I don't think it is in mine. At my old job, they used to have sales pretty often and would also give out coupons for specific dates. For Boxing Day, they had a 30% off sale, and we'd also given out coupons that would start the next day. Lady comes in on Boxing Day and we worked out that she'd get more of a deal if she used the coupon instead, so I offered to hold her items for her. I explicitly told her that she wouldn't be able to get the 30% off, and she decided to use the coupon instead. She comes back the next day, goes to cash to purchase her items, and gets angry because they wouldn't give her both the 30% off and let her use the coupon. She told the cashier that the person she'd spoken to the day before had told her she could do that, sees me, and says it was that girl who told me. I went to cash to speak to her. I was a key holder at the time, and her story changed about 3 times through the whole thing. First she said that I told her she could combine the discounts, then she said that I never told her she couldn't combine the discounts, and then finally it was, well, I don't understand why I'm not able to do this. Another manager came over to help sort it out, and as I walked away I heard her saying that I was a liar. Now, I work at Sephora, and we always get people trying to return fake products. My favorite one was when someone returned a face mask, but had put a can of tuna in the box instead of the actual face mask. I work at a movie theater. We have a $5 discount day. A customer comes over and starts telling me how she was there the prior day, and that we had given them the wrong soda and her diabetic husband had drank it, and suddenly had to go to the hospital to get medication to cure him. Several things wrong with that story. That's not how diabetes works. You don't die from one sip of soda, and generally if you did, you'd have insulin to take. The employee she had complained to in order to call me over had been the only concessionist the prior day, and somehow she failed to identify him. When I asked her who it was, I asked her for a ticket stubs or proof of purchase, and she came up with nothing. I went to the attendants for the prior day and pulled the report for the movie they claimed to have saw. To my delight, the showtime they claimed to have seen had 0 tickets sold to it. I printed the report and went back to meet them. Yay, sorry, looks like there were 0 tickets sold to that showtime. And I showed her the report. She then tried to say we sold her tickets to the wrong movie. I told her that was impossible because then she would have been in the wrong auditorium. She had no response to that. Then she spluttered that she guessed she would just go buy tickets, and I said, yeah, I guess so. I was working in a betting shop during the 2014 Football World Cup. We had this one really awful customer, must have been in his 80s and always wildly inappropriate, asking what color my underwear was, did I need someone to keep me warm tonight etc. But I couldn't do anything as the higher ups wanted to squeeze money from him. Anyway, the night before the final match he comes in and tells me he wants to bet on Germany to win. I spent about 10 minutes explaining to him that as it was the final he could no longer have a broad bet like that. Instead he'd have to choose between a 90-minute win or winning in extra time, on penalties etc. I showed him the odds for all of the different bets and he ended up choosing the 90-minute win. I put the bet through for him and off he went into the night to be creepy somewhere else. The match plays out and of course Germany wins in extra time. The next day unnamed creepy dude comes in grinning from ear to ear and telling me how he's a winner. Oh boy. Again I have to explain to him that his bet isn't valid as he predicted they'd win before 90 minutes and they hadn't. Dude flies into a rage about how I'm a money grabbing slut who's jealous of his riches and I have to pay him out or he'll call the police. I tell him to leave my store or I'll call them myself. He complies. A few days later I come back from my lunch break to see him ranting at my cashier. I ask what the problem is and he throws me his bet slip for the World Cup, only now he's written extra time on it in pen and is trying to get my less experienced staff member to pay him out. I tell him that when we scan bets the computer takes an image of it. Obviously the slip he has given to us has been altered as it doesn't match what's on the screen. I even turned the computer to show him and that counts as fraud. Again, he leaves spouting nonsense about how women shouldn't be working anyway because they can't count or read. Next week I get told I have to go to a meeting as I've had a complaint filed against me by a customer. The day of the meeting rolls around and I'm greeted by my area manager, security director and creepy dude. He had phoned the customer line and said I'd refused to pay his bet and taken the money for myself. We ended up bringing up the CCTV of the night he originally placed the bet, complete with audio, to prove without a shadow of doubt that he was in the wrong. Dude won't accept this and starts screaming that we are all thieves. We faked the video and threatening to get a lawyer. Security director escorts him off the premises and he is banned from all of our chains indefinitely. The kicker is, if his bet had won it would have been a whopping £55. TLDR old Jude is creepy, refuses to accept that his bet isn't a winner, makes threats and escalates to head office, is banned from all stores. Edit, writing at 4 AM is hard. I worked at a Jewel many years ago. Opening shift as a cashier, a man comes through with 24 packs of Pepsi. It's opening shift, so at that time we count our registers and confirm they've got the correct opening cash. We didn't carry too much cash, and we all know how much is in the drawer. To start, he ends up paying with a $100 bill for these sodas. I counted back his change with mostly 20s, all the 20s I had just counted. There was no more 20s I could have given him. And I don't know how he did this, but he shuffled them in his hand and showed me that I supposedly shortchanged him. Now, I knew immediately that he was a piece of shit. My store wasn't sheety, so I told him that I would call a manager over and have them double check the register. The manager came, counted down the register, and explained that the drawer was balanced, which means I didn't shortchange anybody. But, if for whatever reason the drawer turned up $20 over at night, we could give him a call. The manager tries to take his info down, and he asks for his name and the guy thinks about it and says Steve Bush. Fuck you Steve Bush. You're a sack of lying shit who tries to scam 16-year-olds out of $20. Edit to at, yes, I'm well aware that money isn't my money, but I took that as a personal offense. When I left that day I called my now husband, mad as hell. I felt angry because he must have assumed I looked like an idiot that would hand him extra money or something of that nature. Also, he can't actually scam Jewel without scamming me first. Just because it isn't my money didn't mean he didn't try to scam me out of $20. We are responsible for how much money we lose. Wow, this happened to a lot of you. I didn't realize how common this was. People are shit. Huh. Lol. I'm not usually on register, but when the store I used to work, PetSmart, at first opened, they would send out coupons to specific people if they had pet perks and an email Well, someone shared their coupon online, which was for a free bag of dog food. What preceded was a mass of people coming in the next few weeks attempting, and succeeding, to redeem the coupon, as we didn't want to start off on the wrong foot after newly opening. Anyway, I get put on register and this woman comes through with 12 bags of dog food and 12 coupons. We can't actually do that on the same purchase, and usually when someone does that, having 2 coupons, we just do 2 different transactions. It's whatever. But this lady has 12, and I'm lazy, so I call my manager over to deal with it. The manager tries to explain to the woman that the coupons aren't technically valid as it's for a specific person for 1 bag. Woman keeps pushing on the fact that she physically has the coupons, so they must work, and acts like she doesn't understand why they won't. Eventually manager says, "You know what? We'll do it, but only for 6 bags." Woman throws a fit and leaves the entire cart. Colder got 6 bags free, but nope. Manager said she'd seen the woman doing the exact same thing at Dollar General the day before. Second story, and not me but same store. Occasionally we had a spokesperson for a few brands of dog food come in, usually weekly, that would set up a booth at our store, but would do the same with other stores in the area. We had a coupon come out where you could get a $15 box of wet cat food, about 16 cans, for free, or pay the difference. She came through with a $30 box, and the cashier caught it and said, "Well, you have to pay the difference, or get a box that costs $15. The woman was like, "Oh, no, all the other stores let me have it for free. You can do it too." Cashier says, "Nope. It's not how we do it here. You'll have to pay the difference or buy cheaper." The woman demands the manager, and gets the GM, who backs the cashier up. Difference or cheaper. Woman gets huffy, and goes and grabs a cheaper box, $25, and expects the cashier to free it out. Cashier is like, "Lol, nope." I guess the woman is either frustrated or embarrassed at this point, because when cashier points out difference or cheaper, she gets huffy again, and will pay the damn difference. Edit. I forgot to mention, the second lady also brought in previous receipts from other stores to prove that they'd freed out more expensive food. I'm thinking one store did it, either on purpose or accident, and since she has the receipts she can force them, because the other stores did it. I work at a major cell phone retailer. I once had a man come in with his wife to do an upgrade to whatever the new iPhone was at that time. While they were sitting in the store working with one of my reps, I was in management at the time, the wife starts getting text messages from someone claiming to be her husband's mistress. This did not go over well. They took it outside before it got overly nasty, and we all assumed they were gone for good. Not so. The husband comes back in, alone. He finishes upgrading his phone, priorities, and left. The very next day he tried to return the phone claiming that we had sold him one with screen damage. He brings it in, and it looks like someone took a diamond ring or something to the screen and scratched the heck out of it. Now we have a strict open the box and hand it to the customer before they leave policy to avoid these situations. I was able to pull tape, show the customer where he held the phone for a good 5 minutes without pointing out any flaws, and tell him that my company offers no warranty on that brand, even if it's bad out of the box, and especially when he didn't show it to us before leaving the store. I suggested he take it up with the manufacturer if he truly believed the phone was damaged out of the box. He did. Right there in the store he called them. They also told him to kick rocks. The best part? I was new to management, so I didn't have manager name tag yet. He asked to speak to the manager, and I got to give him my best evil grin and say I'm the manager. He left after that, and we never saw him again. The store was open until midnight the 2 last nights of the financial year calendar. Apparently the store thought someone might come in at 11:59, the last chance they had to deck out their entire office with new laptops and chairs and sheet. After about 9 PM the store was pretty much a complete ghost town. By 10 PM to 11 PM the store was the cleanest it ever was since it was built. On this one night the phone rang at about 11:30 PM. The guy wanted to know if we were still open because he wanted to buy something specific. It turned out we had it in stock, and he told me several times that he was going to get out of his pajamas, get dressed and come down to the store. I was like, sure. The item will be at the front counter whenever you're here to collect it. So he turns up and tells me again that he had to get out of his pajamas, get dressed and come down to the store to pick up this item. It was about 11:45 p.m. by this point, and so I just told him how much it was going to cost, and then he asked for a discount. I said why. He said for being your last customer of the evening. I told him no, there's no reason for giving out that kind of a discount, and besides, we weren't closed yet. There might be other customers, you know. He might not have been the last one that night, and besides, it costs what it costs. He told me again that he had to get out of his pajamas, get dressed and come to the store to buy this item. He paid full price for all his troubles. Mart returns counter had a guy try to return a CD with receipt. The shrink wrap had been sliced and the CD taken out. He claimed it was like that when he bought it. I told him I couldn't return it for cash, but could swap it for the same thing. He went to get a new CD and brought some other artist. Told him it had to be the exact same thing. I had the electronics employee bring up the right CD. As I checked that they were the same and told him I would give him a new one, a smile grew on his face, which quickly melted away when I took out a knife and cut open the plastic on the CD. No, you can't return that one. Later, another scammer that I actually caught was this guy who was paralyzed on the left half of his body. He walked slowly around the store, dropping stuff and drooling. Never did find out if he was actually paralyzed or just part of the scam. One day I caught him bagging OxyClean in his cart. Notified LP and she watched him. He went through self-checkout and told me he bought the OxyClean in electronics. LP called electronics. No such sale was made. I think she let him go that time, but the next time he came in, he got a police escort. This one was an insider job. This guy who worked in electronics also did layaway. One of the service desk girls would put a giant bag of dog food in layaway. Then the electronics guy would empty the bag and fill it with expensive electronics. Turns out they had been getting away with this for years. Then the LP staff changed and the new lady knew how to police the place. I worked at a corporate supermarket here in Australia as a front-end supervisor a few years ago. This particular night though I was just a pleb working the smoke shop or service desk, and a woman approached the counter wanting to make a return. It is important to mention that she had seen better days. She was in her early to mid 30s, taut, skinny and just your typical Aussie boggin type. The items she wanted to return were ink cartridges. From memory it was about 3 or 4. I did the usual procedure of asking for a receipt, and she told me she had phoned earlier that day and spoke to someone who said she didn't need one. Red flag number 1. She explained her story about how they were the wrong ones and that she just wanted to refund them as she didn't need them anymore. Fair enough, maybe she bought other cartridges from somewhere else. I asked her if she knew who she spoke with, as I would then be able to confirm with them and get the process started. I wasn't going to discredit her in the beginning and gave her the benefit of the doubt, and there may have been more to the story than I knew, such as a manager pre-approving it etc. But we generally left notes about everything and this was not mentioned, so it was already starting to become suspicious. Of course, she didn't recall the name. Okay, fine. I start the process anyway as we did sell this particular brand, but upon scanning all of them, none of them came up in our system. Not one. I tried once more before explaining the situation, and then all hell broke loose. She accused me of lying and telling me that we all don't know how to do our jobs because she bought them here no less than a few days prior. Red flag number 2. Something would not be discontinued so quickly, especially something that sells as much as ink cartridges. We asked her if she can recall the day or prove she purchased them from our store from her bank account, because we can then bring the receipt up from the back end. She then ranted about paying in cash and not remembering the day exactly. At this point, I had involved the supervisor because it was escalating to that point anyway, who explained the same thing I had to her, which was that we wouldn't be able to process a refund, especially in cash as per her request, because she could not prove she purchased them from us, and they were not scanning in our system, which meant that we never stocked them in the first place. After much back and forth, and her hurling abuse at us, we offered her store credit to the value of the original purchase, which I can't remember how we figured it out. I think it was just to the value of what similar stock we had, because she said all she wanted to do was some food shopping, which is why we offered her store credit. Then her mind changed from wanting to do shopping to wanting cash, because that is how she paid. After explaining 100 times that we weren't able to offer her cash, she agreed to the store credit. We processed it through for her, and she went in store to do her supposed shopping. After about 20 minutes or so, she came back with gift cards, and only gift cards to the value of what was credited. Oh boy. Red flag number 3. You cannot purchase gift cards with store credit for obvious reasons. That was the end of it for her. She absolutely lost it at us and called us every name under the sun as she walked off with the store credit cards and threatening to call head office the next day. Our theory was of course drugs. Gift cards are apparently a common way of buying drugs according to my then supervisor. I tend to believe this because of her persistence in receiving the refund in cash, not having a receipt, the items not scanning, plus it fit her profile. She was very sketchy, irritable, and looked like she was in need of 1,000 years of sleep. As it turns out, she did talk to another supervisor from day shift who actually told her that she could bring the items in and we would be able to assess the situation, which isn't a common practice but happened nonetheless. I guess she wasn't lying about everything. Edited to add a couple of extra points. I don't recall if anything ever came of her complaint, but we probably ended up giving her some sort of compensation. Corporate faking sucks. When I worked at Borders, we had this one couple that came in one day with probably like 30 books they wanted to return. They said they were all gifts and they didn't have the receipt for them, which was fine because we did do returns like that for store credit. I start scanning the books and they are not showing up in our system, which is a problem because we couldn't do a return if they are not in the system. This wasn't super unusual because that happens sometimes with books that are special orders, but as I'm going through then I can see that a couple of them have those little color stickers that thrift stores use to indicate the price of the books. Out of all the books they brought, I think like maybe 4 or 5 of them were in our system. They seem really upset and are begging me if there was anything I could do because they were hoping to use the credit for Christmas gifts for their kids. Unfortunately, there was nothing I could do because if they didn't show up there was no way we could accept them. I put what I could on a gift card and told them that maybe they should try selling them on eBay. They said, yeah, I guess, and left the store with defeated look on their face, hauling their books back with them. My guess is they had this idea of going to a thrift store and buying a bunch of books that were in good shape and try to return them for full price to get cash or store credit. It wasn't that bad of an idea and a lot of people make a living flipping stuff like that on eBay now, but they didn't know that we didn't accept just any old book for a return. I felt really bad for them and wished I could do something more to help them, but I was a broke 18-year-old kid working a minimum wage job. I've had 2 instances of a customer trying to pull a scam on me. The first one, I had a young customer come in, chose one of the most expensive items we had, and to pay with it, he first gave me $200 cash and then said he had his father's card. We don't require any ID when you're paying with card, obviously, but we do have to take the card off you and do it ourselves. I did this, he complained, but gave it to me. No surprises, it didn't work. He waived it once for the maximum non-pin amount, tried it again, and it didn't work. He said he had the PIN code written down so he could insert it. It didn't work with any of the accounts on the card. He called his dad to ask, but he didn't pick up, which he did in front of me, and I could see his phone when brought it up to his ear, and it was open on the main screen. Nothing had been dialed. He tried everything for about half an hour. Nothing worked. He said he's meeting his dad soon anyway, so he'll come back. I refunded all the money, never saw him again. Another one isn't as bad, but I had a customer switch the sale tag from an item on sale to an item not on sale that he wanted, but our payment system requires a specific code to enter to apply a discount, and that code does not work for verified screws. He ended up willingly paying full price anyway. Our store's refund policy states that if you're unhappy with your purchase, you can refund it to any store in the state. We had a couple who would steal a pair from one store, buy the same from another, and refund the stolen pair to a third store. They did this for months. They were caught by one of our staff members because the boyfriend brought up the receipt on his phone for the return because the SKU they were trying to refund didn't match what their receipt in the system said. While our staff member was reading it, he got a text that popped up at the top that read, "Tell her to move to the side so I can open the cabinet." People take receipts from trash outside or inside of establishments and look for items on the receipts they can steal. Usually things you can stuff into a coat and get $5+ for. What they do is go trash diving, get a nice list of possible items to steal and go smash stores around you, or if they are ballsy enough, steal from the store itself. After they get the receipt and the items, they go to cashiers to attempt returns. If they are smart, which they usually are not, they aim for the maximum cash return possible. After $10 or so, many stores make you take store credit or insist you return to the card it was purchased from. So thieves will do tons of returns at tons of locations to get $100 or whatever the goal is. I was made aware of this after watching my manager eyeball and call out a thief, ask her to wait, check the camera, and confirmed that the receipt didn't belong to the person who was attempting to return 2 rolls of tinfoil. She put her hand on the items and asked her to leave. The woman buckled and left without asking why or asking for the items back. She told me the scheme and I was impressed at the effort. Fast forward some months and I have an elderly man return some pills with a crumpled receipt. I don't know why, but my suspicion meter was raised. It wasn't raised enough for me to call bullshit, and the receipt was from another store, so I couldn't just hop on the camera archive and investigate without roping someone else in at another store. I processed the return cause whatever. Old man got the wrong pills and had to find his crumpled receipt, which he actually kept because that's what old men and women do, right? Wrong. Motherfucker stopped to check the small trash bin near the store, in trance on the way out, checking receipts about 10 feet away from me. I think I summoned my hiring manager when I said "excuse me" in the sharpest tone possible because he dropped everything and scuttled his senior ass out of there as fast as possible. So blatant I was offended by that more than the theft he got away with. Raw desperately or no would be the guy trying to steal sausages. When I caught him, he said, "I'm hungry." God damn it, those words will ring in my ears for a while. I was a cashier in a grocery store and a lady came up to my register with a grocery cart full of your typical meth making supplies. Lithium batteries, Drano, ECT point, and even asked me for some dry ice. I knew what was up as soon as her scabby ass walked up. So I ring her sheet up, knowing damn well that someone was going to end up putting it all back. She pulls out a single check to pay. The check had a man's name on it, a different last name than her ID, and the signature on the check didn't look like the man's name at all. So I told her I couldn't accept the check. She proceeded to argue and demand a manager, who I happily called over. He told her that there was no way we were accepting this check unless he came in himself to say it was legit. She asked us if a phone call would work and dialed a number as we told her no. She handed my manager the phone and some guy who was clearly faked up answered. We told him wrong number and hung up, then told her to leave before we called the police. She left and then came back later in the night. Guess who was the only cashier that stayed that late and tried the same sheet again with the exact same check without realizing I was the same cashier that told her to kick rocks earlier. When she tried to pull the same sheet, I just told her to leave and never come back. She started demanding a manager and I just called the police right in front of her and told her they were on the way, but I couldn't keep her there against her will. She left on her own, fuck meth heads. I ran the gun counter at a store. One day a sketchy guy came in to buy a handgun. I didn't like the way he was acting and the way he was answering my questions about what type of firearm he was looking for. He decided to buy a gun. I decided that I was not going to sell him a gun. My store is strict about this. If I didn't feel comfortable, I could deny the sale, and there's nothing he could do. He could call managers and HQ and complain, but they will always side with me. He hands me his ID to start the paperwork. I always let them start the process so that I have names and addresses. His name was real familiar. I had sold him a gun the day before, but it wasn't him. I let him completely fill out the form and compared it to what I had from the day before. I asked him how he liked the gun he purchased yesterday. That took him by surprise and I knew what was happening. I called the code words to have management call the police without suspicion. The man was using his father's identification to purchase his gun. He was a junior, but I was going to run a check on the senior. The police arrived, and the fear washed over his face. They put him in cuffs before even speaking to me. They knew who he was the second they saw him, and knew he was not allowed to touch guns. I showed them the ID and the paperwork. The guy's now in prison for lying on federal documents, violent felon in possession of handgun, and identity theft. The next day, the police came back and told me that he admitted to trying to buy the gun to kill his wife and son. I had a little bit of a breakdown at work and sat in the break room for about an hour just thinking about the incident. I work in a high-end jewelry store that does jewelry repair on site. I had a lady come in and drop off an older 80s style Omega chain for a simple solder and fix point. We have our customer sign the envelope that we write a description of the piece, and then they sign the same envelope when they pick up their merchandise and are satisfied with the work. This woman saw what I wrote and then signed the bottom, no problem. When she picked up her chain she was ecstatic and said it was the best work she's ever seen. She pays for the repair and signs the envelope agreeing that the work was all in order. She leaves 10 minutes later. She calls saying we switched her chain. I'm like, look, lady, we haven't carried this type of chain in over 10 years because no one buys them. I wouldn't even have a chain to give you. Also, we have cameras in the store including the jeweler's room. Please come in and take a look at the video surveillance assuring you that we didn't switch your chain. Point. She would not let it go and was insisting that we reimburse her the money for her chain that we switched, that any other store would have done it. I politely let her know that we would be doing no such thing since there is no way we switched her chain. She said she was going to write me the nastiest Yelp review. That was a month ago. I'm still waiting for her to come in and demand her chain. She was clearly scamming since she did not want to see the videotapes and was expecting us to just pay her out. But as a small privately owned jewelry store, we can't just accept the customer is always right like the big corporate stores do. I used to be a cashier at a local grocery store. We had a self-scan checkout. At night, very few employees were on. The store stayed open until 12 AM, and after around 10:30-11 there were just 2 people working the front end. Point. At around 11 PM one of the self-scan checkouts was blinking. There was a couple standing there waiting for someone to come assist them. So, I go over and ask them what the problem was. They immediately seemed nervous. I look at the items in the belt and compare them with the items on the screen. Something immediately doesn't add up. Every single item was rung up for 1.20 or so and was labeled as a marked down general merchandise item. But the things they were buying were all dairy, produce, and grocery products. Also, none of these items would ever be labeled as general merchandise, and I'd be hard pressed to find they all rang up for 1.20. So, I tell them sorry, I need to void the transaction as there seems to be something wrong. Let's take your groceries to the next checkout so that you can get on your way and I'll sort the problem out. So, we brought all their groceries over to another self-scan lane and I personally rang out each item. The total came out to like $150 or so. They begrudgingly paid and went on their way. Point. Apparently they had ripped off a general merch tag from one of our discount racks and pasted it to their hand to just swipe it and send an item down. The machine realized something was fishy when each item came up at the same price. McDonald's here. So many stories to tell. It's like we are the opening boss in any RPG. Get past McDonald's with your scam and move on to bigger and better things. So first story, we are closed for refurbishment and some poor sap has to mind the store whilst the construction crew go about their merry way. Phone rings. Customary, are you the manager? I explain that I'm indeed the manager, and after listening to a ramble about how we always fuck up his order etc, he tells me that we didn't give him the Big Mac meal he ordered at lunchtime. I eagerly clarify that it was my store and that he came in lunchtime. Yes, he confirms. The silence when I tell him that we have been closed for 2 days was a thing of beauty. Oh, must be wrong store. Another customer comes into store. I ordered a Fanta and the lid came off because you didn't put it on properly and it ruined all my food and I want you to replace my order. When was this, I asked. He explains it was last night and I ask what he ordered and it was 2 double quarter large meals. I'm thinking, so do you have the receipt? No, he says. Do you have the food? No again point. So I explain that there is unfortunately nothing I can do. He then loses it, starts screaming at me. You ain't going to replace my food when you didn't put the lid on properly. It's your FU at seeking fault blah blah blah. Nothing I can do, I repeat. Maybe realizing he has met his match in this timeless battle of wits. Well, he then replies, and I got burnt. His face was priceless when I reminded him that he said he had purchased a Fanta and so this wouldn't burn, and his walk of shame out of the restaurant empty-handed was a thing of real satisfaction. And then there was the time a lady brought a live parrot into the store. I worked in a kiosk that sold pillow pets while I was in college. They're these pillows that you fold in half and then close with a velcro strip and it looks like an animal. They were stupid popular for 1 year in like 2011 or something. There were 2 different versions of pillow pets, ones that were made more cheaply by one manufacturer and sold in places like Target and Walmart, and ones that were a little nicer and sold in places like my kiosk. The ones sold in bigger stores were cheaper by like $8 or $9 and they also had fewer animal options. Really early on we had people trying to exchange cheaper ones for ours, and once my boss caught on he showed us the different tags on the different animals so that we could check every pillow that was returned to us and make sure it was really one of ours. One morning this couple came in with a pillow pet and wanted to return it, but they didn't have the receipt. Because we were a small, locally owned shop, our boss was really picky about having receipts for returns. If they didn't have one, we could check their credit card in the system and see what they purchased. Very conveniently, they also didn't have their credit card with them. The woman started crying almost instantly after I told them I couldn't exchange it for them. She told me how they had driven an hour from their house because they bought the wrong animal and they just had to have the right one for their sick grandchild. The guy even tried raising his voice at me to get me to take it back. I knew they were trying to bullshit me point, so I said, as cheerily as possible, something to the effect of, oh, you know what? I can just check the tag on the bottom of the pillow, and if it comes from the same manufacturer as our pillows I'll exchange it for you. See, we've had people buying the cheaper pillows at big box stores and then trying to swap them for ours, but we are the only retailer that sells the pillows from this manufacturer in northern Utah. So just let me check that tag and we can make this happen. They looked like deer in headlights, and the woman told me that if I was going to behave like this with customers they were going to contact my boss and take their business elsewhere. And then they left. Not as much a scam as abusing the system, but managed a very busy Blockbuster Video back in the day. We had a system called FOs, found on shelf, which was basically a self-audit to make sure overdue movies weren't accidentally put back on the shelf without scanning them in. This check-in method automatically checked the items back in as if they were returned on time. If I remember right, we checked this daily. This one day, I get a rather angry looking older lady in my line. Brings up her movies to check out, and I pull her account. I inform her she still has overdue movies out, but before I can finish my sentence, she loses it over what was probably $6. Says, I returned those on time. I don't ever return movies late. You guys always forget to check in my movies when I bring them back. I pull her history, and sure enough, all of her check-ins for the last several months are flagged as FOs. Normally, I would have just credited the amount off and moved on, but this was super shady, and I didn't feel like appeasing her. Told her I'd go check for her movies and take care of it. Stopped by the back room, rewind the security camera hair to catch her walking in. Sure enough, there she is, coming in that night, overdue movies in hand, putting them back on the shelf as she grabs her next rentals. I give her credit for figuring out the system like that point, so I immediately returned to her to inform her we won't be serving her anymore, as we caught her on camera doing the aforementioned. Put a hold on her account, prevents you from renting at the store, as well as other locations. More petty than desperate, but still. Oh, I've been waiting for something like this. So I worked at an upscale treats shop, so chocolates, biscuits, etc. We are having a clearance sale. Red price. Sales are final on boxes of our nut biscuits that were going out of season, and one woman buys the last 9 boxes we have. I'm the cashier, so I ring up the sale as normal, and she leaves 2 days later. I'm the opener and this woman is waiting at the gate for us to open. I'll let her in to get her gone, so I can prep for the day, and she accused me of attempted murder. Like was threatening to get the police involved. As she tells it, she ate a whole box of the clearly labeled nut biscuits in one sitting, and then her throat got tight, and she was itching all over. But no way in hell does she have a mild nut allergy. She's claiming we poisoned them. Demands a full refund as well as equal value in merchandise as an apology for trying to kill her. By the time I deconvinced her she had a nut allergy, her claim shifted to us intentionally not labeling allergens on our packaging. At which point I took one of the boxes from her, and with a Sharpie circled the 3 places on the front of the box saying they were assorted nut biscuits, as well as the warning on the back of all the possible allergens they may have come in contact with. Her final play that set me off was her just throwing her hands in the air and screaming, "Fine, just give me the refund then. I don't want any more products from you." Because, the refund was totally on the table ever. She didn't even have a receipt, and when asked for it, she said I must have stolen it. I broke and said fine, but I'll need to text my manager, since I can't process returns. Texted a buddy in the security office what was happening and they called the real police, since apparently she'd been caught trying to steal several times in the mall. What really made my day though was that when they tried to escort her away from my store, she slapped one of the real cops. They busted out the handcuffs, and I was just so happy to see her squirm. He didn't try to. He did point. I used to work at wireless retailer which will remain nameless. This guy comes in randomly one day and introduces himself and starts telling me about himself and his business. He told me was he wanted to bring around 50 to 60 lines over from a different carrier, but wanted all new phones and new numbers. Red flag #1. As anyone who's ever worked in wireless retail/sales and you hear this, all I saw was $signs. https://drive.google.com/ So I start to write out plans and phones and start crunching numbers while we are making small talk. I finally figure it out and present it to him. He immediately was like, wow, yeah, let's do it right now. Red flag #2. So I'm pumped that he wants to do it. So since it's a business account he needs to provide me with his ID and his business tax ID so I can run it and then call credit to get him approved for all these lines. So I run it and it get him approved, but not for the 60 lines he wanted. Now I should have known better, because when I asked him what business he was in, he told me that he worked in the adult entertainment business. When I asked exactly what he meant, he said he works for a distributor that handles adult sex toys. Red flag #3, which I clearly ignore because of, well, greed. Anyways, I only get him approved for 20 lines that day and you have to fill those lines first in order to get him approved for more after that, so that the credit depth can see that the lines are actually being used. So I tell him, and he's like, you know what, that's even better, since I'll make sure my employees are satisfied with the service. I'll come back and get more added another day. Sweet. Even better, future business for another day. I activate 20 brand new phones with new numbers that day, 20 new activations. Money in my pocket, right? Wrong. He comes back a few days later and adds 10 more, then 15 another day, then 10 another day, so on and so on. By the end of it, he has about 60 lines on this business account. Then he tells me he's so satisfied that he wants cases and screen protectors for all these phones. I tell him absolutely, but it's gonna take me a few days to come up with all these accessories. He says that's fine, he'll come back in a few days. Perfect, right? Wrong. The next few days goes by and I get all these accessories scanned. $2,000 plus in accessories, mind you. So I keep calling him and calling him, no answer. Few weeks goes by, no answer. I start getting pissed. So one day about a month later, I go into this business account and turns out he scammed me. Never paid the bill. My carrier that I worked for flagged the account as fraudulent. After work that day I stopped at one of the competitors' stores right down the road to ask them if they've seen this guy. Oh yeah, he scammed us for about 20 iPhones a few weeks ago. Fact. I ended up getting my poor supervisor fired because he approved this sale before I put it through. I never heard of the guy ever again after this. But the guy was a notorious scammer around the area, and I had no faking idea. TLDR guy comes into my wireless store, claims he's a traveling do distributor, scammed me for about 60 phones, and I got my district manager fired and cost the company well over $10K because of this sale. I worked in retail for many years. This happened at an outlet store. We had a long-running deal which was 2 t-shirts for $25. All the ones included in the deal were folded on a table. This lady comes in with a return of 2 t-shirts with no receipt. She insisted that she had paid $15 for the 2. Problem is, retail price for the shirts was $20, and we physically could not mark down shirts to under 50% off. She said she spoke to a manager and that he said she could exchange them and buy more at the same price point. Now, one thing I will not do is run through the names of the managers to a customer. This just gives them further ammo in the future if they know that the store manager's name is Paul and the shift manager is Jenny. Fake names. She makes up some vague name like, oh, it could have been John or Sean or Tom. I went to the back and asked the managers that were in, and they hadn't spoken to her. I texted all the other managers, nothing. I even texted a staff member whose name sounded vaguely similar. Nothing. I went back out and explained how we weren't able to match the price as our registers wouldn't allow it. She could exchange the 2 shirts she had for 2 others, but unfortunately if she wanted to buy more, the best I could do was 2 for $20. She starts ripping into me, calling me a liar, and saying I was discriminating against her. We were both white. I just said, ma'am, I'm trying to help you. I can show you on the register if you like. She takes a step towards me and points her bony finger in my face and hisses, I don't like your faking attitude. Now I'm not a confrontational person, but I had been nothing but sweet, apologetic and helpful the whole time. I locked onto her eyes and said, and I don't like yours either. Now you're going to be paying 2 for $25 instead of the discount I offered you. Also, store policy states no receipt, no exchange, which I'm now enforcing. You will not be getting an exchange. I tried to help you, but you have now sworn at me. You will not get any further service from me. She started screaming at the top of her lungs for a manager, but they already knew she was trying to pull shit, so they just told her to leave. I called our sister outlet 10 kms down the road and warned them. She tried to pull the same shit there too. I work discount retail. A lady came in with a purse way more high end than anything we have ever carried and said that she bought it just the week before for $500 and lost her receipt, but that's okay. She'll accept cash. That's nice. However, we can't accept returns without a receipt, but I can offer store credit if I can find something similar on the shelf. She said that was fine, but again, $500, no less. The best I found was a 4-year-old Jessica Simpson purse that was on clearance for $19.99. It wasn't even similar, but it was black, and technically, I shouldn't have even done that, but I figured if I showed her the absurdity of the request, she'd be gone. Nope. The one I bought was $500. I saw that junk yesterday. That's why I passed right over it and bought this one. But I want my money back. Okay, well, the time for politeness was at an end. I explained to her that without a receipt or price tag, I can do nothing, and beyond that, this bag is far nicer than anything we carry, so it wasn't even ours, and a return of that size requires corporate approval, so no all the way around. Let me talk to the manager. He knows me. I am the manager. The only manager more important than me is a she. I've gotten to play that card before. And usually that's when they just, leave. And at this point, if she would have asked for the $19.99 store credit, I would given it to her to get her to leave. Instead, she told me that she was a veteran from Gulf War I, Vietnam, and Korea. She was very old, so age-wise maybe, and by not granting her the return, I was making her grandkids not have a single present for Christmas. I was ruining a veteran's Christmas, which is the most un-American thing there is. I said, oh, I didn't know you served. What did you do in Vietnam? I had some family that served. It'd be a funny coincidence if you somehow knew each other. Well, it doesn't matter. All that matters is that I did, and now you're robbing a veteran. How do you sleep at night, you dirty son of a bitch? Heavily medicated. Have a great holiday. She then went around the store and told every single customer what an unpatriotic traitor I was. And we were packed. Only one person seemed to react negatively, with the rest landing well into bewilderment. I work at a southern grocery chain with an extreme return policy. If you were unsatisfied for any reason, even if you ate/used all of the product and have no receipt, you get your money back. There's a woman who comes every few months with bags full of empty food containers, insisting all the food was bad. She gets a full refund every time. There are about 15 of our stores in the area, and she goes from one to another doing this. She remembers who she spoke to last time and makes sure to do it to a different employee next time. There was also a woman who brought in a gift card claiming she put $100 on it, but it wasn't working, and she wanted a cash refund. She accidentally threw away her receipt. Our store didn't carry gift cards for the restaurant her gift card was for. I think it was Chipotle or something. I'm just going to go with Chipotle. She insisted she bought it at our store, off the shelf, and that there had been a huge selection of Chipotle gift cards when she bought it. When we checked, we weren't able to find any stores nearby that carried Chipotle gift cards. Upon further investigation, we discovered that none of the stores in our entire company carry Chipotle gift cards. We never have, and in fact the only place you can get a gift card is at that specific restaurant. We also have an if the customer was confused by the sale tag, they get free stuff policy. It's very easy to move a sale tag to a different area, pretend you couldn't understand what the sale tag was saying, and get half off of whatever you want. One time at work there was this white guy that was around the store for hours. He kept going up and down the aisles, pausing, looking back and forth, looking at a product, then back and forth again. Me and a coworker were in the clothing department and we just kept side-eyeing him for the longest time, but also asked if he needing help finding anything when he looked at the clothes. Eventually he tried on a big jacket with lots of pockets, even went so far as to ask her opinion on how it looked on him. After I approached, just to kinda make the uncomfortable flirting stop, he wandered over to media point and the back and forth looks started again as he looked at DVDs and books while still wearing the jacket. It kept going on for a long time. Eventually I let a supervisor know, and so they had a duty manager and security monitor him. He moved on to pharmacy, then moved over to where we had our ink cartridges, and that's when our duty manager kindly asked him to take the products out of his pockets after he shoved an item in the jacket. In plain sight. He was stripped of the jacket, 2 bottles of testosterone pills and I think 2 other things. He was frog marched out of the building and told to never come back, but by the time I clocked out and was leaving, he came back in to ask for his headphones he left in a jacket pocket. After he stormed out again, I made sure to get his license plate while looking like I was playing Pokemon Go and gave it to security in case they needed it for later. How about outright identity theft? At the last store I worked at, I actually had to testify in court for this. Kid comes in, sorry, I'm old, so if you're under 25, you're a kid to me. One night acting a little sketch, has personal info, written on a piece of paper. Salesperson shows him around for a bit, and the kid asks about financing with our store credit card. He says he has, and accountant asks if we can look him up. So they come up to the customer service desk, and I'm the one, which was a good thing, to look the account up. The kid was giving me bad vibes, so as soon as I asked for his ID I opened up a Word document on my command, began to take notes, notated the info on the ID he gave me, license, what he was wearing, the tattoos he had all up his arms, etc. When I asked him to give me the information to look up his account, he pulls out that piece of paper that had a social security hash on it, and right then I knew something was very off. So of course I don't give him a hint that I suspect something and look up the account with the info. It comes up as another person's name, woman. I ask him if he is on the account and he says it is aunt's account, but he is an authorized user on the account. Since I don't see his name anywhere, I call the finance company to verify. After this incident, and one other from another store, we changed our policy that only the person or persons listed on the account holder page cardholders can use the account. We stopped allowing authorized users. The rep on the phone did a code 11 with the kid, a more in-depth verification with personal questions, which he was able to answer, and then verified with me that he was indeed an authorized user. I still didn't feel good, but no outright proof that I could say that something wrong was going on. I still notated everything on the Word document, including the name of the rep at the finance company we spoke within time of the phone call. This was turning into a $5,000 sale. Now with our finance we required a down payment of sales tax and shipping costs, which usually ends up being about 15 to 20% of the total sale. So of course he had to ask the kid for at least $750 to $1,000 down. He didn't have that kind of down, so we settled for $200. He asked if he could have his uncle give us a credit card over the phone. We don't take CC over the phone. Fraud. He then says he only has $100 in cash. We agree. Sale gets done before we close. As soon as the kid is gone I immediately void the sale and mark the customer profile as a possible fraud. Didn't hear anything for about 2 weeks until he called to find out why his stuff had met shipped. We made up a bogus story about the finance company wanting more info and that he needed to come back to the store. He didn't. Not a day later I get a call from a woman who was asking if somebody used her account in our store. It was the actual account holder. Let me backtrack a little. When I got the kid's ID, I noticed his birthday as it is in the same month as my own son, verified that he was in his early 20s. The woman on the account was only 10 years older than this kid, so her being his aunt was highly unlikely. So she called the store, and then she and I had a good hour-long talk about what happened. I told her I took extensive notes that night because it was just too off. She said she would be filing a police report, and I told her I would as well, so they knew that I had good details on the kid, his info, and everything. In the meantime, I found his Facebook profile and found out he was a tutor for a private college. Then I found on his profile a video someone had posted of him getting arrested. Arrested for what, you ask? Yes, for the fraud that he did my store. 6 months later I'm in court testifying on this case. Kicker. The woman was a very close acquaintance of a prior salesman that had since moved on and was surprised by the fact that it was our store that the fraud took place. Her tax return had been stolen out of her mailbox, and that is how her identity was stolen. Edit. My last year there we had no less than 10 frauds like this, and I caught every one. The second best was a family group that came in and applied for financing, and they were all black. Important. I run a report every few hours of the applications that week run to see how many were approved and compare that to how many ended up being an actual sale. Yeah, no. # blah blah. So I come across a name that is very familiar to me, as not only has this person got a pretty decent Twitter following, he's also the head football coach of my alma mater, my university. His name is fairly low on the list, so a very recent application. So kind of giddy. I'm ecstatic that he's in my store. Girly fangirl style. I ask who he's working with to one of my managers. My manager points out the salesperson, and I then call the salesperson to the desk and ask him where his customer is. He points out a rather tall black man. The head coach is white. So, thinking that maybe it's a guy with the same name, I pull the actual credit app and see that the info belongs to that head coach along with the employment as my university. I'm already heading toward the store manager and let him know that this was a fraud account. He asked me how I knew. Gave him the lowdown that the actual guy was the head coach of my university, and then showed him a bunch of tweets being done by him at that exact time showing he was at a local game 2,700 miles away. He called the police, but they didn't arrive until after the family left. I private messaged the coach and let him know that his identity had been compromised. I work sales at a telecommunications company. Oh man, do I love scammers, especially on a quiet day. You can tell a mile away their point is to get a high-end phone for $0 while keeping their hands free with fake or someone else's ad point. Although they are not as outrageous as what I've read here, I get a huge kick listening to them struggle. Usually I'll tell them the credit check will take a few minutes as my system is slow and immediately call fraud management. Hand over the info and conference the loser into surprising them with a new person full of questions. A few examples I have is when a customer was looking to get a new device. I said the plan would be the $200 a month when it was really $85 a month. Oh, do you have anything cheaper? Nope. Then okay, but the phone is free, right? Yup. Today I get a call. Same old traditional young scammer. So I do my routine by surprising them with my favorite department. He offered a driver's license amongst the ID and the fraud rep asked him, what's your nearest major intersection? First time I ever heard that, the customer became frustrated and said, I don't know, I don't drive. I nearly died. I have stories daily. I could process the order fully and flag it, or tell them I have to speak to another department where they just hang up and end it there. That's no fun. The only thief that was smarter than me, and I actually really admire his creativity. I used to do loss prevention for a large retailer. It's our local equivalent of Walmart. Anyhow, it was 2005, and we had just started selling 42-inch plasma televisions for a really good price of $2,000. Far cheaper than anything else in town at the time. The display units started disappearing off the shelves and no one could figure out how or why. After a few weeks a pattern was noticed. The thieves were working their way up the North Island and our branch got a call. The theory was they were going to hit our branch or the Torpo branch that night. Our branch had just been renovated with a new electronics and entertainment department, with CCTV cameras on every aisle. We didn't catch him in time, but we did get him on camera, and were able to pass on the info to the branches and towns next up the highway, so he was caught the following week in Rotorua. At 7:45 p.m., the electronics and music department attendant would start cleaning the photo lab equipment, which would take about 10 to 15 minutes, and be ready for closing at 8 p.m. Around this time, the guy entered the store. He would go down to the furniture department and take the contents out of a flat pack plastic patio table. He rested the oversized box flat on the top of a shopping cart and proceeded to the stationery department where he picked up a roll of sticky tape. Then as the electronics dep attendant was cleaning the photo lab, distracted and facing away from the aisles, the guy would take the display screen off the shelf, slide it into the resin table box, and tape it back up. He then went down to the checkouts, offered to scan the barcode for the checkout operator with the handheld scanner, so they didn't have to come round from behind the checkout or awkwardly lift it over the bench. It scanned and was paid as a $40 plastic patio table. He then walked out the front door with it still in the box resting across the top of the shopping cart. I'm sure the service desk, who does many returns on busy days, can come up with a handful of stories. One that I was actually present for, because I'm a carry-out and had to help, is some pure bullshit of cheating the system. Actually, so there's a guy with a patio set bringing it in without the box, because who TF knows what he did with it. Piece by piece I help him along with the hardware department manager who happened to be around. Then he proceeds to do the return and makes on his merry way. Here's the bullshit. Apparently the guy had come in a few days earlier and asked the hardware manager about the return policy. Found out that basically his older set couldn't be returned because it was bought a year ago. So he buys a new set just like the one he had, then comes to return a set that looks pretty faking old and clearly wasn't the set he had just bought. But we apparently had to do the return anyway. So yeah, the guy drives a Lexus and has to be cheap about getting a new patio set that cost him not much more than $100. He can go to hell. I understand why the hardware manager was so pissed. He explained to me what that guy did with the patio set and how he cheated the system. What I've learned from this job is people ain't cheat. Sure, some individuals are great, but in general, people ain't cheat. Of all the good guest service we give to anyone that comes in, partially because we're obligated to be good workers and provide great service, a lot still know how to treat us like shit. People take us for granted, act absolutely disrespectfully, take no regard of what we say, etc. There's a lot people do that come in and just shows how little integrity or even basic decency they have. I was working at a gas station on night shift for about 8 months back in 2016. Pretty chill shift, not many strangers or anything, and only about 60 people a night. so I get to clean up a lot and kinda do my own thing. There was a lot of scams that were tried, but this one not only got me, but in all honesty, I'm not even mad about it. Heard a crash down the street while I was smoking, ignored it because it was out of sight and not my problem. I go back inside, and about 5 to 10 minutes later, a guy comes in, wet from the light rain, but not soaked. He's in a mechanic slash tow truck uniform type thing. I think the name tag was like Steve or something basic like that. Honestly seemed like a decent guy. Gives me his info and asks for $20 that he could pay back in about an hour when his boss gets back. What for, you ask? Truck that crashed dropped a full load of new tires and he was putting them back, but he needed to pay the bigger tow truck to tow his tow truck. Weird, but it works. I give him a $20 from my pocket just to be sure and send him on his way. After my shift, no sign of him. Call the number, ask about the guy from the company's manager. Oh yeah, the crash on Enter Street here. What about it? Back quote, oh yeah, I think Steve borrowed $20 from me to pay the driver. This is honestly where it clicked. I got scammed. Steve. HHHHHHH. Listen, we fired Steve 4 days ago, so this guy, clearly in the area, that I've never seen in my life, and it's a small town, so yeah right, and seized the opportunity to scam me out of a $20. Like looking back, yeah I probably shouldn't have, but I still get a laugh out of it today. I manage my company's Amazon store. This particular customer sticks out to me. Dude wanted a bulk discount for ordering 25 of a particular item. We aren't technically able to do bulk discounts, but we usually offer 10% off in the form of a partial refund after the order ships. He wasn't happy with the 10% rate, so I offered him 15% off, which he accepted. 2 weeks later he placed his order. Now, this particular item is fulfilled by Amazon. That basically means we send all of our inventory for that item to an Amazon warehouse, and Amazon ships the orders on our behalf. Now, when he placed his order, only 17 units were in stock, and when his order arrived, it was missing 1 unit. He called up pissed. He swore up and down that he put 25 units in his cart, but Amazon changed the quantity to 17, and then shafted him out of an additional unit. No matter how many times I explained the FBA system, he refused to accept the truth. Furthermore, Amazon doesn't allow you to put more units in your cart than are available, so he had to have known only 17 were in stock. He knew he only ordered 17 units. In addition to refusing to understand the FBA system, he was also demanding that we ship him the remaining 9 units for free, plus a cash rebate for the promised discount on the order. Absolutely none of this was possible, and I told him so. The most we could do was give the discount on the 17 pieces he actually ordered. I literally told him multiple times, "Sir, I can't send you merchandise that you didn't order." Again, he refused to accept it. His reasoning was that, since he ordered 25 units, and Amazon changed his order to 17 units, he was entitled to receive the remaining 9 for free. The fact that his order charge only reflected 17 units was of no use here. Even worse, he tried claiming that I offered to do all this for him when we talked 2 weeks prior. Thankfully, I had the email transcripts at hand, which of course showed no such thing. At this point, he lost control entirely. He started yelling and threatening legal action and other things he thought sounded intimidating. For instance, "I'm gonna get so far up your fucking ass." By this time, I had already been dealing with his nonsense for 20 minutes, and it was clear he wouldn't take any resolution on any terms other than his own. So, using the most sarcastic tone I could muster, I cut him off and said, "Oh, I'm so scared of you, sir. I'm so scared of you." He hung up in rage. The best part? We are a small Christian/Catholic store. The item in question was a small pocket token to keep as a reminder of the virtue of forgiveness. I work at a movie theater, and this pair of ladies always came into a movie and left before the credits rolled. They would always ask for a refund about 1 minute before the movie officially ended, claiming that they didn't view the whole movie and it was so bad that they need to have their money back. I witnessed this happen several times over the course of 3 months. I see these 2 women walk in, mother and daughter, the day after I get promoted to a management position. They walk up to me pay for a movie, and then walk into the theater. An hour and a half later the daughter walks out and says to the doorman she's gonna get a refund. The doorman is a 6 feet 4 inches 18-year-old with shaggy dark brown hair and a wide frame. He says to her, "I'm sorry." And she replies with, "She's gonna get a refund. That movie was terrible." He, a little irritated, replies with something along the lines of, "I'm not the person to talk to about refunds. If you would like to speak to a manager I will happily get your one, but I can't guarantee a refund will be offered unless the quality of your experience was lowered due to a mistake that we made." Yes, he actually talks to customers like this. 2 minutes later the mother walks up to me and says, "I'm gonna need a refund. That movie was terrible," and begins to open her wallet. I reply, "Would you like to file a complaint as well, so that we can resolve your issue?" She, of course, says no. So I say, "Alright ma'am, here is your refund, and don't come back to this location again, or I will be forced to call the authorities." She's taken off guard and I continue, "This isn't the first time you've done this, and I'm sure it won't be the last. We aren't responsible for the quality of the movie you chose, just the service and food that we provide. If you would like, I can get you a list of websites that has reviews and ratings for movies, so that you can avoid the bad ones in the future, but you won't be watching any future movies here." I worked at a motorcycle accessories retailer for quite some time. I recall one time, when I was the manager on duty, getting called up to the registers because a cashier was having trouble processing a return. We were pretty much the only shop in the area that would allow returns at all, and I mention this because it will become relevant later on. Point turns out that there was a couple up front trying to return a couple of motorcycle chains. They don't have a receipt, and the cashier can't find their names, how most receipts were usually retrieved, in the computer either. I knew a lot more about how the system actually worked than most people, so whenever there was an issue like this, I'd get called up to deep dive into the system to find the receipt point, so I start asking them questions to help me locate the transaction. Story time begins. The guy did all the talking. I asked which of our locations he had bought them from. I asked when. I asked if we had ordered them specifically for him. I knew we hadn't stocked those brands for at least a year. All sorts of questions, just to get some sort of clue I could use to help find a receipt. He was really nervous, and his story kept changing, and I wasn't having any luck with any of the info he was giving me. At this point, I'm still believing him, and thinking he's just the average customer who is completely confused, and doesn't remember anything. I'm at a loss, and can't find a receipt for these chains in the system. I know we don't stock them normally, and the order system is a bit of a mess. So I'm still thinking that maybe there's some failure on our end. Point I pick up the boxes and start looking them over really well for clues that could help me find the orders for them. That's when I notice that they have stocking tags on them that are a completely different style than ours. When I point out that we've never used this style of tag at our store, the customer just doubles down while getting all fidgety on insisting that he bought them from us. These tags have prices on them, and he wants his money back. Point at this point, I'm thinking that, even though there's a chance that he might be telling the truth, I'm going to have to say no to him, and risk getting in trouble with the corporate office if he decides to complain about it. As a last resort, I open up the boxes to look inside for more clues. What I found completely changed the entire situation. Point each box had a motorcycle chain in it, but the types and brands didn't match the boxes. On top of that, both of them had been heavily used and were worn out and little more than absolute junk at this point. I point this out to the dude in front of me. The customer now tried to say that someone must have broken into his garage and switched out the chains in their boxes. He's really nervous, but tries to stick to his story that we should give him money, even though he doesn't have the chains that he supposedly bought from us, because someone broke into his garage and stole them and left old ones in their places. Seriously, what the fuck? At this point, I finally see what is really going on. These scammers decided that, since we were the only place around that allowed returns, and because we had a very consumer-friendly return policy, that they would be able to scam their way to some free cash. I basically told them to GTFO. I came back from lunch a month later to catch them trying to pull the same crap with a different employee. I kicked them out and told them I would call the police if I saw them again. 2 years later, I got to make good on that. Worked for Comcast, boo hiss, in their attention department a while back. So about 6 to 7 years ago a major storm came and knocked out power to half of my city. Naturally, Comcast's cable got shredded. Comcast was pulling out the stops to get service back as soon as possible, losing money, people, and my department had to explain to everyone who called what on the situation, how everyone will be getting a credit for the outage, so don't worry about it, blah blah. Guy calls in wanting his service back. Now I guess his house got his power turned back on sooner than his neighbors and thought that would work for his TV as well. He wasn't shouting, just speaking incredibly sternly, like he's passively aggressively implying that he should be yelling, but he's decided to be nice. I go through the drill. Sorry sir / ma'am, we have technicians working to get your services back. You'll automatically get a credit once service is restored / here's some free HBO blah blah. You get the picture. He kept trying to trick me into turning his services back on by slipping it into his sentence in the most awkward was possible. So you said I'll get a credit and also that my services will be started this afternoon? Yes or no? Every time I promptly stopped and corrected him to avoid any confusion. I was starting to get annoyed, but I bit it back. Finally at the end of the call, I'm confirming everything to him and doing the usual Comcast spiel when he replied, thank you for your help. BW_bird say have a nice day. If my services will be turned on now. I just about lost it on this guy. Worked at Best Buy for 2.5 years. Couple stories. Right after the holidays is the biggest return time of the year obviously, and we had set up a screening booth essentially right before the long line at customer service. That was so we could make sure all was well, to move on to customer service for a quicker, smoother return. Anyway, guy comes in with his like 13-year-old son trying to return an older, but unopened DVD or game, can't remember. Claims he's in a rush and is being an impatient douche. I notice the plastic still has a basic Staples sticker on it. Tell him we can't take it back, it was obviously from Staples. He gets pissed and makes a scene. No, I got this from here a week ago. No, you did not. You guys sell it anyway, just return it, it's new. In the end, he had to be escorted out by security. Lol SMH, and his kid is watching the whole time. 2. Shorter, but this one time, a guy returned an expensive digital camera at the time in what looked to be a sealed box. We are required to open everything and check it out and match serial numbers to the box. This particular day, the customer service girl was busy and let it fly without checking. We opened it later when it died down and the box was full of big rocks that made the weight and feel pretty exact. She was yelled at by management and put on a warning. But the balls on that guy to try to pull that, like just stare us in the face if we opened it in front of him. SMH. I was only part of what happened. I worked in a pharmacy inside a larger store. A few years ago, really hot woman walks in, asks to buy a bag of syringes. I tell her it's store policy to sell them by the box, $30 vs $5. She tells me she doesn't have enough money for a box, and she tries to persuade me to make an exception, but I really don't want to deal with a partial box that I'm going to have to throw away eventually, so I hold firm in my stance. She smiles and thanks me, then walks away. About 20 minutes later she comes back and asks for a box of syringes. I say sure and grab a box and bring it back to the counter. She whips out a brand new gift card and pays for it. I bag it and she thanks me and walks away. In my head, I'm thinking about what just happened in the parking lot and why it wasn't cash, but put it out of my mind and get back to work. About half an hour later, the assistant manager and a police officer walks up and says, did someone matching the description of said woman walk by earlier? I'm thinking I did something wrong and silently freaking out, but I say yeah. She did. Longer story short, apparently after her initial encounter with me, she went to the front, grabbed a cart, went to the baby formula section, and grabbed a few cans, then went straight to the customer service desk where assistant manager, a male by the way, was working. She tells him that she needs to return them because her baby isn't tolerating it well and doesn't have her receipt points despite her not having a receipt. Assistant manager refunds her the 4 cans onto a gift card, thanks him and walks toward the pharmacy. The kicker is the assistant manager is dating the deli manager who was following them around. She looked none too happy and he looked sheepish. They arrest the girl and I get a funny story. I work in a restaurant that is only open for dinner. We open at 1700 hours. A few weeks ago I get this table of chicken. I talk to the manager, haircut ladies. They order some wine and food and all is good. When it's time to pay up, one of them comments that it was much better than the lunch they ate at our place a week ago. I ask her what she meant, and she continues to describe in full length the horrible lunch experience she had with a rude waitress, food that took too long to arrive, and got her sick the next day. I engaged in her bullshit and asked her what she had for lunch, what the waitress looked like, and why the lady thought she was rude. Towards the end of the convo I asked her if she was sure it was at our place that she had this experience, and I asked her if she knew the name of your place. She replied that yes, she was sure, and yes, she knew the name of my place and said our name out loud. I asked her what she would think would be a fair compensation for her lunch mishaps, and without skipping a beat she asked for her meal to be comped and her friends too. I looked her in the eye and told her, "Ma'am, I'm the manager here. My place has been open for 5 years, and in those 5 years we have served 0, not 1, lunch dishes, because we are not ever, open for lunch. You're going to pay the full bill, and as of now I'm asking you not to return to my place, as you will not be served." Her again, trying to scam me out of a free meal. She quickly paid and left. When I returned to clean her table she even left a decent tip. I'm a property manager, so I get a lot of people coming to me with problems, real or otherwise, trying to get discounts on their rent. Earlier this month I had someone call into my call center asking how much her rent was. The agent from this company we hired misread her bill and thought charge somehow meant credit, and told her she was paid through November. She then calls me to verify her bill was paid. I told her it had not been, and she currently owes. Luckily when someone calls the call center I get a transcript of the call attached to the account. I managed to read through it right before she called and caught the mistake. She claimed that she was told she already paid, so I went over what the agent said and explained his misunderstanding. She somehow remembers paying me with cash and knows for a fact that she paid that other guy. The thing is I work alone as the general manager and can guarantee she never paid me. I tried to explain her ledger to her and she went on about how she's certain she paid and won't pay a second time. I asked her to bring in her receipts since, oddly enough, my automated system that always sends an emailed receipt can't seem to pull hers up. I also showed her my deposit book to prove she's never paid her rent. She decides to call my corporate office to escalate it, claiming that I stole her rent. I've been with the company for years, so thankfully they know better. People do this all of the time. She then used the argument that since she clearly remembers paying she doesn't owe a dime. I assured her again that she does owe, but if she's insistent on not paying I'll have no choice but to start foreclosure procedures. When the time comes I'm not in a high income area, so sadly I foreclose on 5+ units per month on average. I can't tell you how many people try to scam their way out of paying their rent, as if nothing will happen. Vulgar shortchanger working at a mom and pop grocery store. It was a Saturday morning, almost noon really. Man came in and bought some chicken from the deli. I had worked there for about a year and 10 months and was able to recognize regular customers and new ones. I did not know this man, but he talked praises of our chicken and paid for a $4 meal with a 50, so his chance included 10s because I had just started my draw. He turned around, got halfway to the door, about 10 feet, and turned back around and accused me of not giving him a 10. I knew I had, because I'd been keeping track of my draw, because 10s are sacred in cashiering there, and he was angry that I caught him, and he started cursing me out and accusing me of pocketing the 10, but in his flustered rage he almost admitted he had it by saying his change was supposed to be 50 something instead of 40 something. He left after about 30 seconds of blatant lies, yelling he was gonna get the cops and his wife to raise hell. I haven't seen him since Point had the manager count my drawer and it came out exact, so I was correct because there's always a little self-doubt in customer service. Point reason I say this is a desperate scam. He knew I'd caught him in a lie and saw him pocket the 10, yet he fired off vulgar language and accusations against an 18-year-old me while he was maybe mid-30s with a couple inches and 75 pounds on me. I worked at a gas station until about 5 years ago. One night, a guy came in and asked me for a fuel receipt. That wasn't unheard of. We had a card lock pump for truckers that often failed to print them. Card lock was basically the early form of the common pay at the pump, but it requires a specific type of card like Route Commander. You can't just use a Visa or whatever. I noticed that it had been a couple hours since any trucks came by and we were a prepay location, so I'd have seen him before if he was using the regular pumps. He admitted that he hadn't fueled up and said he just wanted a receipt. Naive motherfucker that I was, I didn't realize that he wanted to commit tax fraud by claiming fuel expenses he had never incurred. I did, however, realize that something sketchy was going on. Especially when I said pretty sure I'm not allowed to do that, and he replied that the other guys let him do it all the time, or maybe he said it was other gas stations. Either way, I'm always very suspicious of people who can't tell me why it's actually allowed or offer any compelling evidence that it is. I gave him my usual response, I don't care what other store/employees do, and said I wouldn't print him a receipt. He tested the waters a bit by complaining about how it isn't fair that the government can take all that money from him. Yeah buddy, I hate having decent roads and good healthcare too, but gave up in frustration when he looked at my face and realized I was not in the mood for a faking John Galt speech. Point I also had a guy try to haggle with me over the price of a pepperoni cheese stick thing. They were like $2.50 I think. I told him that the price is what it says, and he replied, come on, you can do better. I told him I wasn't going to do better, and that this wasn't some farmer's market. We use price tag stickers for a reason. Point also had a homeless guy come in with some unusual coins. Nothing too rare, just those different designs they release for special occasions and such. The ones that are still only worth their normal value, because they make so many. He wasn't trying to scam me, he just vastly overestimated the value of these quarters. He came in around 1:32 2 AM and was telling me about how he might have struck it rich and then asked me for a phono book so he could call a guy that appraised collectibles like stamps and coins. I said I'd give him the phono book, but suggested that maybe he should call the guy during normal waking hours if he wanted any help. He then asked me to look at a couple in case I knew anything about them, but I didn't really have any good news for him. Two of the ones he showed me I had multiples of in my till, and I confirmed that they were only worth 25 cents. He ended up chilling outside for a while before a customer complained about him, and I had to ask him to stop bothering the customers. Never saw him after that. Not really a scam, but really disgusting behavior. A few years ago, before my manager leaves for the day, she had set the new gas price on the sign outside. Manager leaves and it's just two of us, which is normally fine, but not this day. Point not an hour later we notice we are far busier than usual, and it was just people getting gas. We are located near an airport, so it wasn't that unusual as there are a lot of rental places right down the street. Then it goes from busy to straight up anarchy, and faster than you can say oil is made out of dinosaurs. People are lined up down the street waiting for their turn to pump gas. There are fights happening at the pumps where people are pushing and shoving each other, and they are super impatient in line, basically yelling at others who are taking too long to pay for stuff, and yelling at us for not going fast enough. The weird thing was that everyone was filling up. Usually it's a couple dollars here and there, but everyone was filling up. We even sold out of gas cans in less than 30 minutes. We were so stressed out from all of this that we didn't even think about what was going on. Point. But then an older lady pushes her head to get closer to me, like she's gonna tell me a secret, and says, I don't know if you know this, hun, but although the sign outside says gas is $2.50, it's actually charging us 0.35 cents per gallon. My eyes got huge, and I immediately hit the red button that shuts off all pumps. Used in case of fire. Oh man, if you thought people were angry before, they were even angrier after. Coming in kicking our products, yelling at us because they didn't get there in time to take advantage, etc. I basically just laughed at them, like, they're gonna get angry at me because they were being shady and taking advantage of an obvious mistake. What? Called my manager and told her to get her ass back to the store so she can figure out what to do, as it was all a huge mess. Found out someone had posted about the mistake on our town's local FB page, and that's why so many people had showed up. Point manager didn't get into trouble at all, which was okay cause I actually liked her. Worked in the men's department of Dillard's. Would often cover men's shoes with no effort. Typical beach douche storms by, grabs a pair of leather $70 flip-flops, rips them off the cardboard hanger, and puts them on his wet feet. He starts shouting for a little faking assistance, and he needs an employee to fix their sheet. I walk over, ask what I can do for him, and he slams these soggy ancient leather flip-flops on the cash up, chest level for me, and shouts that they fell apart when they got wet, so he's taking a new pair because we faked up and he had to come off the lake to deal with this fuck up. I asked if he had a receipt or the cardboard hanger. He throws the new store property hanger at me. I explain that I mean the one for the shoes he bought. He screams that it's not his job to know things like that he's leaving and taking the new, stolen shoes with him for his troubles. I said he can either come back with the proof/receipt for the ruined shoes and discuss an exchange with the manager, buy the shoes on his feet, or, better yet, buy flip-flops, meant to go in the water. He said I had no right to tell him what he can or can't do. He spends so much money at this store and we'll go bankrupt without his business, and that leather is waterproof. These shoes must suck because they can't take being on the boat. Must be why he wants another pair. I, again, explained that he can deal with it another time, buy water safe shoes, or be seen on camera committing theft of flip-flops. He told me to faking choke on the cheap sheet, and that I'll regret losing his business, then took the now damp flops off, and threw them at my face. I deflected them, but still felt wet in my cheek. He even left the soggy ancient pair, so he stormed off barefoot as he knocked over displays in his path. After he cleared the doors, my manager appeared. He had been hiding and gagged at the soggy pairs of flip-flops, then told me to leave a note for the shoe employee/manager to fix the issue. I took care of it, cursed out my cowardly superior, and cleaned like the germaphobe I am. I'm a 100% sure that this post will be buried and not a single person will see it, but here it goes. My story is the opposite. I got scammed by a seller at a pet shop. So I bought this parrot, Norwegian blue, beautiful plumage. It wasn't moving a lot, but the owner convinced me that his lack of movement was due to it being tired and shagged out following a prolonged squawk. A bit weird, but okay. Not half an hour after I had bought the parrot, and it was still not moving, I took the liberty of examining him, and I discovered the only reason that it had been sitting on its perch in the first place was that it had been nailed there. In fact, the parrot was dead. It has ceased to be. It was an ex-parrot, so I went back to the boutique to return it. The seller was playing dumb and tried to convince me that the parrot was still alive. He told me it was stunned, but it was stone dead. If he hadn't nailed that to the perch, he'd be pushing up the daisies. Then he tried to convince me that it was pining for the fjords. Whatever that means. When I wouldn't budge, he offered me a slug as a replacement. When I said I wanted a parrot, he told me to go to his brother's store and that he will be able to replace it. Apparently, his brother was his twin brother, and he tried to convince me that this is not the shop I'm looking for. It all became too silly for me, so I went home with an ex-parrot. Working a till on Easter weekend. The store is rammed, and it's all hands on deck to keep the queues moving. Guy comes through my till, pays cash and leaves. No problems. 20 minutes later, he comes back and storms to the front of the line, shoving in. He yells that I've shortchanged him, and he wants his money right now. I tell him politely to go to the back of the line and I'll serve him in due time, to which he lunges across the counter and tries to grab cash out of the till. I slammed the drawer shut so fast that I actually caught and broke 2 of my fingers, so I'm fairly pissed at this guy, trying to hold my tongue and in a fair amount of pain, and he's still kicking off. A manager comes over, and after a bit of back and forth, He agrees to check the CCTV 5 minutes later. Manager comes back and tells the guy that I definitely didn't shortchange him, as you can clearly see the money that goes in and out of the till. This is a quirk of how I served on a till, keeping all notes and coinage in clear view, just in case anyone needs to check. Guy starts yelling at the manager that we are both in on the scam and are just waiting for him to leave so we can split the money between us. Whatever, dickhead point. The manager offers to check the till balance, which means shutting the till down, taking the drawer into the cash office, and having 2 people, for security reasons, check the balance against the day's transactions. 20 minutes later, the manager returns and tells the guy that the till is balanced and I definitely did not shortchange him. Guy leaves, pissed and swearing as loudly as he can. I reboot the till and continue to serve the long line of annoyed customers who have been kept waiting. Once it's quiet enough, I ask to be driven to the hospital, as by now my fingers are agony point and the life-altering sum of money I apparently tried to scam this poor, honest customer out of. I worked for Home Depot while I was in college. I worked in the paint department. I mostly enjoyed it. It was fun getting creative with customers and helping them pick out colors for their homes. One day a man comes in and he wants 4 gallons of paint in 3 different colors. I ask him what he's working on, and he's repainting some of the bedrooms. He had chosen some bold colors, dark green, bright blue, and something else, so I suggested he try a paint sample instead, because we don't take returns on custom paint, which is any paint that's mixed. He declines. I mix the gallons. He goes home. The next day he comes back with 2 empty gallons, places them on my counter, and says I'd like to return these. I opened them up just to be sure, and yup, empty. I asked him if he meant he just wanted us to dispose of the cans. No, he wants his money back because he hates the colors on his walls. I explained to him our return policy regarding mixed paint, but also the fact that there was nothing to return. He gets angry, demands to speak to a manager. Manager comes over. I explained the situation. Manager allows the return. I looked at my manager and told him there is no product to return because he used the entire 2 gallons of a color he hates on his wall. You understand this, right? You are going to give this man his money back for returning empty paint cans. The manager told me it wasn't worth losing a customer over. The guy didn't buy any more paint to go over the color he hated. Reading through these, most are basically how the manager throws the good employees under the bus and give people free things. So here is one of my many from working at Petco. Point: there was 2 women and 3 children that came in with a large plastic bag full of small expensive dog items that are definitely worth well over a couple $100. Instant red flag. Point: the little girl had a small travel purse with a baby rabbit inside and was swinging it around. I asked her about her dog and she immediately said I don't have a dog. I just got a baby bunny. So, I knew right away that I wasn't going to do a return. Point: I let my store leader know what was going on, and he told me to help them out with what they needed first, and then handle the situation as it comes. I helped the family out with looking at the guinea pigs, because the other daughter wanted one and the mom kept calling it a gerbil. I would show her the gerbils, and she would say she wanted the bigger gerbil, a guinea pig. She proceeded to fill her cart without even looking at the prices of the items as I was explaining the care and what she needs for the guinea pig. It was time to get the animal, and I asked her about the items she had brought in. She said she wanted cash back for them, no store credit. I said we will go to the front and look at the items before I get the guinea pig out. Opening the bag with all of the most common stolen dog items that we are always told to not accept without a receipt because they are the easiest to steal. I asked why they are returning them. The mom said their dog didn't like them. I then asked for a receipt, and then all hell breaks loose, saying that I'm calling them liars and being racist, thinking they are thieves, and asked for my manager. I didn't trust my store leader for reasons in the past, and I really did not want to see an animal be placed in a home with people like this. So, I quickly phoned for a general manager on duty and he came running up quickly. He explained that we can't give cash back for anything over $100, even if they had a receipt. The women started throwing objects and ran out the door with their bag or stolen goods and the cart full of guinea pig supplies. The general manager followed them and recorded them as I was on the phone with the police and gave them their license plate number. The next day, the same kids with that poor baby rabbit came in with their father to get the gerbil. I refused sale and the man started screaming just as my store leader walked by. He came over and immediately gave him a guinea pig for 50% off, even after I told him this family was the one that ran out with a cart full of supplies because of the issue I caused. Then I got talked to about how we can't refuse sale of animals because we need to keep getting animals adopted. What happened to animals come first? This same guy literally made me sell 4 guinea pigs to a man that was going to breed them for food. I quit a couple weeks after. On the bright side, the police caught the women with the supplies still in their car the same day they bought the guinea pig. Charges were filed on them, and they would have gotten jail time if the amount of merchandise they stole was $500 or above. Unfortunately, it was around $435 or something like that, but at least the women got caught. Oh buddy, there's one fine gentleman who loves a good deal point. So he comes into the smaller of the 2 stores I work at and mumbles in broken English that he has a coupon. So I ring his order up from the coupon menu. When I ask for the coupon, he very quietly mumbles something about wanting to keep his coupon. I didn't really catch what he said, so I rang it up full price. He comes back all upset because I charged him full price. So I explained to him that he only gets the discount if he gives me the coupon. He's getting angrier and harder to understand, so I just get the manager to explain, because now he's asking for money back and still won't part with the damn coupon. Manager walks out, and suddenly he speaks perfect English, and tells the manager some bullshit line about me overcharging him. Manager sees right through him, tells him she'll refund the difference if he gives up the coupon. He begrudgingly accepts. A week later I'm working at larger store. This dude comes through my drive-thru, and I remember him right away, so I ask for his coupon before paying him out, and he refuses to give me the coupon. I patiently explain that I need to take the coupon before I can honor the price point. You'll point. This man dead as looks me in the eye and says when I go to the other store they let me keep the coupon. They said they don't need it and I can keep it. It took all my self-control not to snap at him. Instead I just very carefully tell him that the other store, meaning me, should be taking the coupons, like what we did the last time. He pouts but eventually gives up the faking coupon and drives forward. Point like, damn it. I understand penny pinching, but for fuck's sakes, next time you try to pull a fast one on my, don't do it to the same person you tried to scam at another store. Just hand me a pile of change that's short like everyone else. I used to work at a car wash. It was one of those automatic ones where you're guided onto the track, put your car into neutral, which I learned a surprising amount of people don't know how to do, and then the track pushes you along the tunnel and through the brushes. At least a couple times a week, people would come in complaining that the wash had damaged their car. Typically they would point to a scratch or missing part and try to pin the blame on us. This is why we had the tunnel absolutely littered with cameras at the front, back, and middle. Once a customer would bring up such a complaint, we'd offer them to come into the office so we could review the security footage to see what happened. Most of the time you could tell which claims were genuine and which were false based on how they reacted to this invitation. People who had genuinely had their vehicles damaged were usually adamant, and the scammers typically made up some huff about being in a rush and that they'd be back before storming out and never coming back. It's real easy to catch the scammers too, because you just look at the cameras to see what their car looked like pulling up into the wash and what it looked like leaving. 8 times out of 10, the scratch or missing part was there before they ever entered the tunnel. But the worst instance was when the owner of a very well-known local used car dealership came through and pulled this stunt on us. He claimed our wash had melted the fiberglass around his back wheel. Well, we invited him into the office and showed him the footage, which clearly showed the damage, before he came in. He refuted this and demanded copies of the footage be sent to him. He then pressed charges on the car wash, and his legal team was claiming that the footage we gave him showed no damage on his car before he came through. As you might imagine, this was easily fought back against by the wash, since we still had the raw footage. He then dropped the charges, all that for a $5 car wash. Not a customer but another employee. Las Vegas, 2006. CompUSA. I was the sales manager at the time and part of my duties was to ensure the floor is straight and up, count all the money, close a store. At the end of one night, we are all gathered near the front, bullshitting and whatever as I'm letting everyone out the door, and the security alarm goes off. I file the boys back in, one at a time, until I narrow it down to we're gonna call him ZB. ZB is also perplexed, and says maybe it's my hat. I just bought it, and waves the hat through the scan and nothing happens. Oh. You know what? I bet it's my shoes. The idiots sometimes drop security tags on the ground, so people will track them out and trigger the alarms. So he takes off his shoes and looks, doesn't see anything, says maybe I just can't see the tags and walks over to the register and starts running them back and forth on the deactivator. Nothing happens. ZB then climbs up on the register and starts dry humping it, American Pie style. We all look at each other in complete disbelief. We knew something was up, but we would have never thought ZB would try to steal something. Beep beep, it hits me. ZB, a cashier who deactivates hundreds of security tags a day, stole something and didn't deactivate the security tag, and then faked my register. ZB doesn't know what to do, so he awkwardly slides off the register, walks a couple feet over to the software aisle, putting the shelves between him and us, and does an awkward sort of squat for a moment. He looks at us and says, I'm just straightening this out really quick. I forgot to. He is visibly sweating bullets at this point. He comes to the front, ready to leave. In awe, I walk over to the software aisle and find a mangled, body temperature software box for an MP3 to ringtone maker, a hot item in the Motorola Razr era, and later found to be free on the internet. WinRAR model. ZB didn't deactivate a security tag that was put on free software. Fuck me. I send the staff home, call the GM, he comes in and fires ZB. I get Taco Bell, go home, not fuck my girlfriend enough, play WoW. The end. Customer tried to return a toaster claiming it was burning the toast on every setting. The manager at the time took the toaster through the back to test it. They came back a couple of minutes later with a slice of bread that had been put in the toaster, and it was more bread than toast because the manager put the toaster on the lowest setting. The customer stood their ground saying it was faulty and burning toast. This went on for maybe another 10 minutes in a rinse and repeat fashion, where manager would go and put a slice of bread in the toaster, come back with a slice of bread / toast clearly not burnt. Can't remember if they took the customer through the back to show there was no funny business or not, but on that day they never got their refund point either the next day or 2 days afterwards. He's back again with said toaster, and whom I believe was his wife. This time she is the one doing the talking and they are still claiming the toaster is faulty. To try and get their point across they asked random customers if they would eat the toast, still not burnt. Everyone she asked would say yes, and they'd go in a huff with them, if I remember correctly. What followed was a repeat of the previous day's fun with the toaster. Think it was the store manager, a deputy store manager and the couple through the back watching what they were doing to the toaster. In the end they never got their refund and had to keep the toaster. Never saw them again after that day, so I don't know if they tried another store to get their refund or decided to keep the toaster. Small independent game store. This barely qualifies as a scam, but this was desperate. Point lady trying to return an Xbox 360 that had had a sheet kicked out of it and wires torn apart, etc. Properly faked. Point claims she took it out of the box and it was like that. We'd have never have bought one like that or sold it to someone like that. Point says she never saw it when we sold it. I tell her, when we sell pre-owned consoles we always show them off to the customer and make sure that they are satisfied before money changes hands. Insists that we didn't show her. Alright, let's look at the receipt and go look at the CCTV. We sold an Xbox at that time to 2 guys, late teens. Says those are her sons. Alright, but you can see on the video that the Xbox is fine. Claims her kids bought it with money they stole from her, and they trashed it when she said they had to return it. Point like, I'm sorry that your kids don't have any discipline, but what do you want me to do about it? Says if we don't do a refund she's getting the police. We don't do refunds, as the receipt says, something like no refund, part exchange only. And I'm like, what, you're going to tell the police? My kids bought this box and trashed it, and the store won't give me money for it. Left the store shouting angrily. You've lost a customer. I wouldn't come in this store if it was on fire. Came back with a copper and we go through all that bull locks again. What a waste of time. Point used to hover outside telling regulars not to shop at the store. I see her once in a blue moon in other stores being loud and angry. Fuck her. In a previous life I used to work in PC retail, on customer services / tech. One afternoon, a young man and his mother bring back a reasonably expensive gaming PC back to customer services that they bought a few days before. Pops the box on the desk and informs me back, quote, the PC won't turn on. Can we have a refund? No problem, I think. I'll just confirm the fault and sort everything out. I connect the PC up and power, but no post. Take the side off and there's no RAM inside. Me being the suspicious type, I connect the HDD up to another PC via a USB caddy and there's all his installed games and documents on there. Point go back to the desk and ask if the PC ever worked. Back quote, no. Back quote, that's odd, I say. Back quote, your name is yeah? Because all your docs are there and you have a few games installed. Back quote, UHM. It worked fine for a couple of days then just stopped. Back quote, really? Because there's no RAM in it, so the PC would never have worked in that condition. At this point the mother starts to look very nervous and starts to fake shout at the son. Back quote, what's he saying? No RAM? What did you do? We put the PC back in the box, gave it back to them, and asked them to leave the store. There were two that really stuck out for me from when I worked at a shoe shop in high school. Point the first one was an older woman who would come in every day without fail and try on shoes. Once she found a pair she liked, and when she went to purchase, she would exchange the pair she bought from us the day before. Every single day. After about 4 days of seeing this, I asked my manager if she'd had the same problem, and she said yes. Her name is Mrs. S and she does it cause she wants a job at the shop and was trying to catch our attention. Apparently she applied every time a job came up, but there was no way she would get it cause she was pissing off staff and management so much. The trouble was we couldn't stop her. She wasn't aggressive or violent. She always had her receipt and her shoes were in good condition. Annoyed us all so much. Great technique to get a job. Point the second one was a woman who tried to get a refund at a really busy time. I asked if she had a receipt and she did not. So I asked when she got the shoe and she said just under a month ago. I think our return policy was about a month. So I asked to see the shoe and she brought out this battered to pieces pink high heel. It was scuffed like crazy and the wear on the high heel part was at like a 45-degree angle, like if she'd worn it every day for 2 years, and who wears a bright pink heel every day. What's more, there was no indication the shoe came from us. The label bit inside was rubbed off, and I didn't recognize the style. I called my manager cause the customer was getting annoyed and wanted to see her, and she was like, absolutely no way, the shoe isn't from us, and the style looks like it's from the 80s, they're totally beat up, and we won't take them back. The customer just went crazy and was screaming at us saying she would have us arrested and how her credit card company would sue us among other BS. There were lots of kids in the shop at the time getting school shoes and she started calling us fascists and thieving cunts in front of them. Classy. Not retail but fast food. I worked at a mom and pop takeaway Chinese restaurant outside of St. Louis during high school. A few of my friends worked for the various competition in the area. One day one of my friends was over and told me about the incident at her work. A guy called and screaming about how he found a rat claw in his special fried rice. Usually has chicken, beef, and shrimp along with extra veggies in it, and he was going to go to the news if they didn't give him free food. The owners, not wanting the bad publicity, went ahead and sent him a new order. A couple of weeks go by. I'm at work and the phone rings. I answer it, and immediately some guy starts screaming about a rat claw in his special fried rice. I asked him when he had ordered the special fried rice knowing none had been sold that day. He goes on about how it had just been delivered 20 minutes ago. Another lie, we hadn't had a delivery order in the last hour, and he was going to the news if we didn't make this right. I told him good luck because of all of the reasons above, and he should try his scam at one of the competitors. He started raging, and I hung up the phone. He called back a couple of times and I just hung up on him as soon as he started screaming. Some dude came in with his pregnant wife, a traveler from the caravan site half a mile away. We knew him, and he was dodgy, but he'd been in a few times, and hadn't caused trouble. Point anyway, he asks to see a pre-owned PS3, which was in the back in its box. My colleague brought it out, and got it out, to show him its condition. Whilst he was studying it, he asked my colleague if he had any other pre-owned controllers. My friend went in the back, stupidly leaving him alone with the console, to check. When he came back, the guy had returned the console to its box and closed it. He asked how much the pre-owned controller would be, and then said he might come in later with cash, not unexpected for a traveler, to buy them both. He never came back. A day later, somebody else was interested in the console. When we opened it, it was full of books. We checked the security cameras. Turns out, during the 20 or so seconds my colleague was away from the desk, the pregnant wife pulled out around 3 or 4 books from her stomach from under her dress, and stuffed the console into this hidden pregnancy pouch under her dress. The books went in the box and the traveler closed it. Thankfully, he was too stupid to notice the camera. We called the police, and they caught him in half a day. We got the console back, and he got some prison time in the end. It was his 3rd offense. My colleague felt like an idiot, but easy enough to do. Also might have been a difficult situation to cope with had he noticed at the time. I worked in downtown Detroit at a store that sold beer, no liquor, just beer, and had a man come in early into my closing shift to buy a 12-pack of 24-ounce beers. Later into my shift he comes back, drunk, and wants to buy 2 more beers. Presumably they were for a friend with no ID, but he was by himself, and what follows tells me he didn't need the beer. I'm required, by law, to refuse a sale to anybody that's drunk, and I do just that. I place the beers behind the counter and tell him that I can't serve him. He tells me that they're his beers because the money he gave me was on the counter, repeating over and over, "Those are my beers." Then, in a miraculous moment of clarity, he exclaims, "Well then fine, but you have to exchange the 5 warm beers I have in my backpack for cold ones from your fridge. That's your company policy." Wait, what? After again rebuking his claim, he started to make threats and yell some more, which was nice because I was already on the phone with police dispatch. The yelling that they overheard brought a patrol car to my store faster usual. The only faster time was when I set off my silent panic button and the walk-in cooler and a coworker came to see me asking, "Do you know why 2 cops just ran inside with guns drawn?" Anyways, he got cuffed and arrested and was walked out of the store still yelling at me, "Those are my beers." It was a slow day at work and I looked out the door to see a guy going through the garbage. Curious and with nothing else to do, I watched as he pulled out a receipt. He looks over it, nods, and then stumbles into the store heading for the furniture area with nothing on him. He comes back to the front, grabs a cart and heads back to the furniture area. A few minutes later he returns to the register with a chair and wants me to return the chair. I had just finished stacking boxes of chairs by myself and was tired. This jackass was not alone and actually had a getaway car waiting for him right outside the door. This guy has been coming in and returning things before after fishing receipts from the trash can outside the store. He got bold this time, but I wasn't going to put up with putting chairs back. So I played dumb and told him my register was locked and I needed one of the managers to unlock it for me. He agrees and waits there while I head to the tech area to get one of the board techs to keep an eye on him. I go to the office and tell the manager that this dickhead was trying to return a chair that he didn't walk in with and actually had a receipt he got from the trash. Manager laughs and walks out to deal with the guy. Bored, I sat at the tech area and watched the situation unfold. Manager does the whole ask why he's returning when he bought it, etc., and then casually asks if he needed paper towels to clean his hands with after fishing the receipt out of the trash. The guy was stunned for a moment and accuses him of calling him a thief. Manager laughs and tells the guy that he can either have the return and get a free ride to the police station or leave and never return. The guy stares blankly at manager for a moment before shambling out to his car, where the driver sped off and nearly killed someone in the process. TLDR. Dude walks into store with no chair, tries to return chair he got from the back, and is given the boot. I have a couple of stories actually. Point: my partner had a couple take their sleeping baby around in a pram in the upmarket boutique home store she was working at. They were tatted up, wearing sheety clothes. I can only think to describe their grammar and vocabulary as being ghetto, and they seemed almost embarrassed to be there. In short, they seemed a bit out of place in this store. She went out back to get another size for a different customer, came back through, and the store felt a lot emptier than before. She checked the security footage, and, the very second she had gone to the stockroom, the couple had grabbed a few $1,000s worth of cowhide drugs, candles and clothes, stuffing all of it into the empty pram, tucking it under the baby blanket, and then rushing out the door. She called the cops and they ended up finding them later that day. Turns out they went all up and down this busy shopping street with an empty pram, stuffing the most valuable things they could into the pram, and taking it back to their car. They hit like 9 shops, getting tens of thousands in stock, and apparently they had stolen the pram from a display in a baby store that morning. My other story is hospitality actually, not retail. I run a small mobile business that sells milkshakes. I've had people try to redeem vouchers with my logo and everything, signed by another manager. Only problem is, I'm literally the only employee. People would just see the Facebook page for my business and try and pull some sheet. I work for a car dealership. I've had customers come in and argue that their vehicle that they bought 5 years ago has a dead battery and we should stand behind our product and supply them with a new free one. I've had a customer who signed a deal sheet one day, paying cash for his vehicle, what he agreed to with his salesman, and then call back the next day and tell us he doesn't like how much he paid for a car and wants us to reimburse him after I have him sign a disclosure that the state law doesn't provide for cooling off periods. I've had a customer who took a vehicle and put 18k miles on it and warped the rotors and wanted us to replace rotors for free. I've also had bad credit situations where customers have me pull their credit. I tell them up front there's very little I can do to help them get financed, and they insist I try. I have no choice but to submit their credit. Then after failure to obtain financing, within a month, call me back asking me why I pulled their credit and demand that I remove the inquiry. Dude, you signed all the proper disclosures and you told me to submit on your behalf, even though I told you it wasn't going to get approved. It's not possible for us to remove our inquiry. I had a guy show up to sign paperwork who was over 2.5 hours later than he said he would be. Didn't provide us with any of his credentials ahead of time and screamed at me because he had to be at the airport in 10 minutes or he'd be late for his flight and I was taking too long to draw up his paperwork. I've had people try to convince me to allow them to sign an entire contract on behalf of another person. I can't do that. That's illegal AF. I'd go to jail over that. I don't care that your husband doesn't have time to come in because he works a real job. Get a power of attorney. People always complain about shady as car dealers. I've seen some shady as customers, and I can tell you, it is very hard to run a car dealership illegally. The state checks us for compliance constantly, yet somehow, anytime anyone doesn't like no, we can't do that. How much bad social media attention can get someone whatever they want, because it is so bad for business and they know it. Can't tell you how many times I've heard, I know the owner and I know he won't be happy to hear you didn't bend state laws for us. Guess what? I know the owner too. He would fire me if I did what you're asking. As a liquor/check cashing place we see a lot of everything. Fake check that's dated for '87, written in a transparent winner all over it. She was baffled when we refused it, but simply walked out anyways with a common thief. In fact he's so common that the police know him by name, Omar, and his whole life. He was in law school, and I guess faked himself in there, as that he has stolen over $100 of tequila. He comes to our store still, and says either that wasn't me, or I'm sorry, it was in the past, you should forgive me. No, not going to happen. Not a scam, but I guess, was for the gentleman who lost his wallet. Dude comes in, the cash his check, leaves. However, he dropped his wallet outside. A regular that we all hate at our store comes in, and the check dude comes in after him. I wait on customer as someone converses with check dude. CD asks the customer if he saw a wallet. Customer says he did not. Leaves. CD is looking everywhere and asks us to roll the cameras back. Lo and faking, behold, customer walked all the way around his vehicle, picked up the wallet, threw it into his vehicle, and lied to CD. We always hated him and have wanted to bar him from the store, but never had a reason. Now we do. He came back a few days later, got confronted by our SO, and lied to his face. D. What was I to do with the wallet? Leave it there? So, you could have brought it inside with you. D. I was going to bring it back. I didn't even look inside of it or anything. Something of those lines. So, now that young man had $100 in that wallet. D. No, he didn't. UHM. You said you didn't look inside? MHM. I used to be the store manager at a few local Journeys shoe stores, and while I was at my home store, a woman walks in with a couple pair of obviously fake UGG boots. Now, UGGs are pretty pricey, and if they are ever on sale, it's because the UGG company itself has put that specific item on sale. If you find a pair on the internet for $45, I promise you they're fake point. So she takes out these boots that she brought in and claims to want a full refund for these poor quality boots she bought. I humored her and asked to see her receipt. I bought these online. Obviously I have no receipt. Okay, I thought. Our website sends emailed receipts for online purchases. Could you pull up the purchase on your phone? I didn't get HMFR yo weebizity. So I proceed to tell her that unfortunately there isn't anything I can do. I'm not going to give you free money because you chose to buy fake designer shoes from a website called Shows for Less. She then decided to threaten me with violence, saying she was going to follow me out to my car when I left and she was going to kill me. Needless to say, security was called and she fled. I had to be escorted out of the mall when I left. Just in case. Point: the moral of the story: don't buy boots from showsforless.com. I used to work mobile sales at Target. Had a gentleman come in and get a new phone and trade in his old phone. Whenever we take a trade in, we explain to them that this phone is now ours, and once the gift card is used the trade cannot be reversed. If they choose to return their new device, which they usually use the gift card from the trade on, they still cannot get their old device back. Essentially you would need to do an exchange in order to keep your account active. You can't have an active account with no phone attached to a line, or couldn't at the time anyway. Don't know if you can now. This guy has traded in his old phone for like a gold iPhone during the time of the first iPhone that had a gold and rose gold model. Then he came back and decided to exchange for a rose gold model. Apple unfortunately dictates the stock of iPhones we get, and we were sold out of the rose gold model. So were all the Targets within 50 miles. The carriers dictate that you have 15 days from the point of activation to return or exchange the device. This guy decided on day 15 he wanted the other color. I told him unfortunately we couldn't exchange it for him and we couldn't give back his old phone, which was long shipped out of our store anyway. Reminded him that he agreed to both of these things with signatures the day he bought his new phone. I said if we had one we could exchange it, or if another Target did he could go there, but no one had any. So he insisted he would go to Best Buy and exchange his Target bought phone there. I said he couldn't do that. He would need to return his Target bought phone at Target, put a new phone SIM on the account temporarily, and then go to Best Buy and purchase the phone he wanted there. He was adamant that he would just exchange his Target bought phone at Best Buy for a new one. Did not understand why he couldn't return a Target product at Best Buy. I worked as a personal shopper for 2 years. That was part of this app/website where people could ask for things and I would do an online search to try to find the best price. It was aimed for people whose lives were too hectic or busy to take care of doing the online research for stuff themselves anyway. One summer we get a group of scammers trying to use the app with stolen credit cards to buy really expensive things. What really gave them away was how little they actually cared about things. For example, one guy asks for a MacBook. It's pretty typical to get requests like that where the customer is really vague, so we were supposed to follow up with things like price range, screen size, storage, etc. point if they had any preference. Dude replied that it didn't matter, which was a huge red flag. People don't just spend thousands on a computer through an app without caring about these things. I showed him a few options and he instantly picked the most expensive one. I messaged my supervisor about how shady this seemed, and he told me to hold on while he checked a few things. The zip code of the credit card and the zip code of the shipping address they provided didn't check out, so my supervisor said, ask them for an ID for confirmation. I asked them, and that message was left as seen. These guys kept popping up all through the summer, but it was always the same. Asking for expensive Apple products, Guxy clothes, and $1,000 sneakers. They always didn't care about the specifics and they were always shipping to really poor neighborhoods in New York City and California. They also ceased contact after we asked for a picture on their ID, and after a bit of research my supervisor found out that our app got listed on these scam websites where people go to figure out what to do with stolen credit card numbers. I used to work at an Ace Hardware in college, and one day this guy comes in telling me he needs to exchange his sprinkler. He put it on the counter, and it's one of those small, all-metal sprinklers that are $5 maximum. And it's horribly rusted. I asked if he had a receipt. Of course not, and if he was a rewards member, since that would help me locate a receipt. He got mad when I asked any questions, told me I couldn't help him, and asked for a manager. I just smiled and said, of course, knowing full well the manager on duty would not take this sheet for 1 second. So I radio the manager, we'll call him Dave, to come up to the front of the store letting him know it's for an exchange. Dave comes up, and the customer starts telling him that I'm not helping blah blah blah. Dave, when did you buy it? Customer, a year ago, but it should last longer than this. Dave, sir, you clearly left this sprinkler outside in the rain for the entire year and there is no chance I'm taking this back. Dude was so pissed he stormed out, leaving the hunk of rust on the counter. Dave turned to me, where do these F***ers get this sheet? Thinking we'll exchange that. Used to sell cells for a living, the phone, and not that fancy bullshit scientific stuff that's always proving God wrong. And there was this lady that would come in every odd time here and there always asking if she can get a free phone yet. We'd never say yes, because we'd also kick her off the front step for smoking crack and being generally pretty cracky. Usually it was a quick scenario where she'd call us Nazis and walk out. Other times it was a long and detailed explanation of how her phone wasn't on a contract, pay as you go, or with TELUS, the carrier I had worked for. For that matter, one day, after smoking a bunch of weed and settling in for day of saving the communications day, she comes in. This time she wasn't alone, and what could only be explained as the missing link in some poor hillbilly mountain commune walks in right after her. A tall glass of mud. This fellow probably had fewer chromosomes than teeth, which were very few, but to his credit, surprisingly straight. She nods him off, and he walks off and watches whatever we had in the TV set up that day. Didn't say a word, barely acknowledged a stand he would walk into. Freaky levels of what a docile meth head could be defined as. Every bit as lost, but somehow painfully unenergetic and lazy in ever motion he'd make. Anywho, our sketched hero makes her way to the counter where she is direct and straight to the point. Bypassing a hello or a simple request for help, she states that if we don't give her a free upgrade, simple Billy watching the TV is gonna do terrible things to her. Abruptly ending with a stern we owe her one for being a great customer. I didn't know what to say. I look at her cohort, and Forrest Gump is more likely to kick the family dog than this guy's able to inflict harm on anything other than his liver. I just stood there, didn't say a faking thing, because whatever it could have been enough to have sent lady off the deep end. She is already drowning in the kiddie pool, so to speak. I don't know what to say that won't move her to the deep end. But that's why we have young, ambitionless go-getters on staff that not only make me weep for the future, they also provide a level of entertainment second only to videos of men getting bagged on YouTube. He enters the conversation laughing and repeats what I had been told about her getting her ass kicked unless we gave her a new phone. Doesn't wait for her to say a word and loudly calls across the small shop to get welfare Steve's attention. Woman proceeds to panic. Slow and Umpy looks back at the counter and the employee of month asks if he is serious about beating this woman down for a phone. There's maybe 2 other customers in the store who immediately focus the what the fuck stares on the unsuspecting addict. Diphtheria Susan is now in full freak out mode. Stammering all over the place, more incoherent than ever, trying to tell us to shut the fuck up, or we are gonna get her killed. like a skunk. As soon as her hapless cohort approaches, she starts to sweat and emits a smell that isn't a fart, but something biological going on with her. We actually kinda start to worry because she's not calling us names or anything, but looking physically agitated as fuck. Getting worse as her would-be attacker approaches. For a moment I thought her worry was quite concerning, and I'm almost expecting for a full-on rage dump from dude, or that he might actually hit her. He looks pissed enough, I guess, but by her reaction, shit is going to happen right now. Only it didn't. He came close enough to the counter, and in a quiet, very fast, very confused manner says, "I gave you a dime, and you promised me a phone. Now you say I'm gonna hurt you for it." He goes to walk to the door, and even before he can reach the panel that reads push, her piffied Helen is out and already well on her way down the block, obviously running from having to face selling her friend out like that. Point TLDR. Sold cell phones. Crackhead tried to say her friend would do terrible things to her if we didn't upgrade her phone for her. Coworker sold her out immediately and loudly. I'm the assistant manager of a pizza place. As a preface, we are able to attach notes relevant to our interactions with a customer to their phone number for intercommunication about that customer when they call in or order. Its main use is to denote if a customer had a problem, and managers will leave instructions that they should receive free items or whatever if they had a bad experience. When someone says they had a problem before, this is the first place we look. Point. So this lady calls in, said she ordered the day before and received a pizza that was cold and dry by delivery. She doesn't have any notes about it, so I ask if she possibly ordered under a different phone number, which she provides, and it has no notes either, nor shows she ordered the prior day. So I check the orders from the day before and can't find anything. I inform her that we don't give free items for complaints after the day if, due to people around here frequently trying to scam us for free stuff. At this point, her story changes. Now that I told her this, she says she actually ordered the day of the conversation. I was certain this wasn't the case, but checked anyway. Surely enough, I found nothing. When I pointed out the discrepancy, she denied ever saying she ordered the day before, despite me having confirmed it with her a few times before in the same conversation. That I was lying, so on. So I gave her a harder line of questioning. "Okay, who delivered your order and I'll talk to them." She responds, "The guy that drives a silver car." She hung up as I said we don't have any drivers that drive a silver car. Really a waste of a 10-minute conversation. Called my boss after as an as cover in case she tried to put in a complaint on me. They are now banned from receiving anything from a complaint unless they return the entire item to a manager. Personally, don't try to obviously scam a business when that business can easily uniquely identify you. TLDR, a ham thief, a gambling addict, and counterfeit Kroger coupons. I used to work in a Kroger deli and a lady brought back a spiraled ham in a grocery bag, demanding a refund. She said it was bloody on the inside, even though they followed the cooking directions. I took the bag and checked. There was no blood, and the husband and wife, plus some family I assume, had eaten almost the entire thing and decided to return it just after Christmas. So not only is the scam for getting a refund on a $10 ham desperate, they also had the stupidity of lying that it was bloody, eating 90% of it, and returning it the day after Christmas. So I got my manager and told her that these people are trying to get a refund on a ham that was mostly just bone left and had nothing wrong with it. Point. All my fellow former and current retail workers know where this is going. She gave them the refund anyway because the customer is always right even when clearly just trying to scam pocket change from a company. Point. Another quick and brief story. There was a woman who lived out of her car that came in all the time. She would ask for a sample of like 10 different meats and cheeses, then go with the same order every time. Point. Normally I would feel bad for her in this situation. But I worked at the buffet at our local casino right before getting a job at Kroger. She was a Diamond Card member at the casino, which means, hey, you spent so much money here, you can have a free room every now and then. Always have a huge discount on our hotel rooms, which only costed less than $100 to begin with, and 2 free buffet meals every fucking day. So all she had to do was spend $50 less every day at the casino. Big spender. I've seen the amount she spends, and she would still qualify for the diamond card, and she could stay in the hotel every night and get 2 hot all-you-can-eat meals. So I guess that story is more her being kinda stupid / too addicted to gambling and trying to scam the wrong company. Lolo. And one more short anecdote. The store has a problem with counterfeit coupons. Store revenue would be clearly reflect something being wrong, so we always caught on pretty quickly. It got to the point where the managers would post the coupons on the bulletin board for the cashiers to see when clocking in. So many people getting angry and swearing they got the coupon from the ads in the paper, despite the fact that it was clearly printed at home and cut out of a piece of regular printer paper. Grocery stores have the dumbest scammers on mobile, so bear with me. Worked at a jewelry store where people would try to return obviously used pieces all the time. But I have a couple that stand out. Basically, guy comes in, buys a very expensive engagement ring, comes back looking for refund. We did have a 60-day policy. I get the ring back and it's completely mangled. It's like warped and all the diamonds had fallen off. It looked flat and crushed. I was like, are you dumb? Obviously this isn't a factory or manufacturing fault. You did this on your own. Apparently, he explained somehow there was cheating involved and his fiancée / girlfriend ex ran over the ring in her car. Another one that baffled and disgusted me was when women would buy pieces, obviously wear them out for 1 or 2 nights and return them. But this time it was ghastly. Women comes in drunk, slurring words, first complaining we needed to give her money because she didn't pay her store credit on time and received a late fee. Then she demands I clean her earrings, which we do upon request. She puts them on the table and a nasty smell hits me in the face. These earrings had not been cleaned for years. There was like pieces of dead ear gunk caked all over them. I didn't even want to pick them up. I'm fighting the urge to vomit at this point. All I do is dip them in water, cause I know by looking there's nothing I can do. She needs them sent out to be professionally cleaned. My manager comes back and says that we can't waive the fee cause it's not the first time she hasn't paid get bill. Lady gets even more pissed. I give her her crusty earrings back and she starts spewing that you did that to my earrings. I want a free pair of earrings now. I snap. I'm like, no, you not cleaning them like a normal person is way ruined them. That's your ear stinkin' pus on there. Lady flips and leaves saying she's going to call corporate on us. And I'm sure they gave her whatever we wanted. So glad I left retail. No amount of commission is worth the stress. Hey, one I can answer is spades. Customer service at Walmart that shares a parking lot with a Lowe's in customer service. Probably the lady who came in with a fully put together cabinet and demanded a full refund. I asked to see her receipt because I was pretty sure we didn't sell those. She slammed it on the counter with a smug grin, so I read it. The receipt was for the cabinet. Everything matched up, except that it was for Lowe's. I told her as much. Her response was yeah, and when I asked if she was serious, she asked to see my manager. So I went and got the store manager, who read over the receipt, heard the full story from both of us, and then promptly apologized for my sass and issued a full refund. This was months ago. We still have that cabinet because we literally can't do anything with it. As a cashier, definitely coupons and what used to be competitive pricing. Had a lady that we affectionately referred to as Crazy Coupon Lady. She would come in with comps that we didn't honor and that she was aware we didn't honor. The ad was for a $13 jug of clothes washing soap. The price we matched was the ad's $11, but the ad specified you would be given an extra $5 on a card for the first one you buy, so it's like you were getting it for $6. She would then use a $7 coupon. She wasn't allowed to do any of this, but she learned to immediately call the store manager upon entering a line. Store manager let it happen every time, and 250 would always let her know the current cashier had given her the worst service she'd ever had at a Walmart. I topped myself for worst service 3 times. Apparently. I also had a lady come in with 74 soap pumps. She had a $3 coupon on the brand, meant to be used on the larger ones, and had taken every single $1 bottle of soap off our shelf. Luckily, the CSM started honoring the lettering of the coupon and would cut them off at 4 coupons and only allowing up to the price of the item. You'd never believe how many and much people can complain about getting items for free. Not my story, but I saw it happen. Had a gentleman write a $10 money order and write it out to someone else. Then, he didn't need it anymore, so he wanted his money back. We had to run it as a check if he wanted it back, meaning we'd take a $3 fee. He argued for 2 hours before my manager said she would literally give him the $3 out of her own pocket. For 45 minutes after that, he argued that they were still stealing his money and that they were all crooks. I didn't stick around to see how that one ended, but that manager quit few days later. Customer was returning a 10L tub of paint I only bought the other month. He didn't have a receipt and was claiming it had spoiled when in his garage. This story changed a minute later to boiler housing. I just happened to notice whilst my colleague on the checkout was talking to him and clearly reluctant to give a refund/replacement that it was old branding we hadn't sold in ages. I checked out the product code on our system and we'd stopped stocking that product 18 months earlier. I told him this. Well, I don't want my money back. I just want a replacement because this is clearly a faulty product. No, it's an old product that was incorrectly stored and is well past its use by date anyway. So you're calling me a liar? Yes, you're trying to scam us out of a free tub of paint. Your story has changed twice in the time I've spoken to you. Outrageous. Who is the manager here? Me, he stormed out. I disposed of his paint for him. Another occasion I had a customer try to return a heavily used and abused drill. He brought it in a taped up box and said he wanted his money back. I've hardly used it and it stopped working. I inspected the product and said he wasn't eligible for a refund because he went apeshit, screaming at the top his lungs that we had no right to refuse his refund. The product was faulty. It doesn't matter if it had a little scuffing. He was still entitled to his refund and he wasn't leaving until he was given it. Once his tirade ended, I calmly told him this was a drill from another company. It was a known brand and had their logos all over it. You'd think that would calm him down. Nope. It doesn't matter. I know the law. You have to take back this drill. We didn't sell you this drill. We are under no legal obligation to take back what we didn't sell you. Yes, you are. Give me my money now or else I'll call the police. Oh, we can do that for you. I can just press the panic button under the desk here. He suddenly didn't seem as keen on calling the police and suggested he'd go back to the original seller and try there. Moron. I work at everyone's favorite emo store in a mall. A lot of the time, our clearance shirts are literally piled into cardboard boxes, which themselves are usually overflowing. At the time, I think our clearance was buy one get one half off point anyway. I was at the register and this family of 5 comes up with a bunch of clearance shirts. I scanned most of them in, thinking nothing of it, when I notice they have one of the new 21 Pilots shirts on them. I make a comment about that one being clearance, and the manager nearby says it shouldn't be. We check the tag in the computer, and said tag is completely different from the shirt. We proceed to check all of the shirts, and every single tag is different from the shirts. We calmly told them that there was a mix-up, and the tags got swapped, and went out of our way to not accuse them. Their daughter translated, and the family decided they didn't want the shirts after all. Turns out, they took the clearance tags off of clearance shirts, and slipped them onto the little plastic string on regular priced shirts. They had been trying to get a bunch of regular shirts for clearance price. The cool part was that RDM was there at the time. Apparently I'm the associate in the lead for the most loss prevention in my store, which I had no idea of until a few months before, when he himself told me, so it left a very good impression. Lol. I have a couple of these. I work in a locally owned hardware store, you know, a real hardware store. In a ho. One day during a busy hour, I get called up to the front about a return. Some dude and his lady are causing a scene. Well, the dude was causing the scene. Lady was just standing there because he wants a return for some electrical breakers with no receipt. It is a fairly common policy at hardware stores to not accept returns on breakers, period. The reason being that when a breaker goes bad often it's externally the same as a brand new breaker. And since it's locked in a generally climate controlled box for its life, it also won't look old or faded. Breakers usually don't have any sort of packaging either. So it's a common scam to return old broken breakers. After purchasing new ones, I look at the breaker and reiterate that we don't accept breaker returns, and even if we did, we don't sell this breaker anyway, so I wouldn't refund this one at all. He tries to insist that he bought it here earlier that day, but I just scan the breaker and turn the screen toward him and show him the not found message prompt as whole was trying to return a breaker we didn't even carry. He just stared at me, got up, and walked out, leaving the breaker and his lady. I look at her and just hand out the breaker in a "do you want it?" kind of way. She hesitates slightly, looking after her man, then takes it and also leaves. Not a return exactly, but a purchase gone wrong. It's early in the morning, just after open. I'm tired and doing morning paperwork, and happen to be walking up toward the front, probably to buy a Diet Coke. Sweet, delicious, life-affirming Diet Coke. My employee, the only other floor guy there that morning besides me, exasperatedly hands off a customer to me, asking me to deal with this guy because he can't. I don't even know what's going on, but I tell him sure, don't worry about it. I yawn, important, and approach the customer asking what I can help them with. Point now, there are two dudes standing at the register. One sleepy looking dude in an orange shirt, and one asshole. The asshole starts going off about how my guy was refusing to clean an Adirondack chair he wants, and that it's dirty, and he wants it cleaned. We keep our Adirondack chairs outside in a locked cage. They're plastic, but sturdy and relatively comfortable, and cost a whopping $25. I'm like, okay, whatever. I was going to take some Windex to them and give them a wipe down. Even though they're cheap plastic chairs, it's not really that big of a deal. But he then proceeds to go off on me about how I'm also rude and unprofessional because I yawned, showing how I didn't take this seriously. I stop and look at him. No sir, I yawned because it's early in the morning and still tired. I didn't even know that this was about until I talked to you. He keeps verbally abusing me, my employee, and the store in general. It's way too early in the morning for this shit, so I just yell, nope, no sale. I take the chair, which he tries to snatch back saying, that's mine, it's mine until I agree to sell it to you. And I'm refusing you service. Now get the hell off my property. On top of this, homie in the orange shirt, who hadn't made a peep the entire time, was the one trying to pay. While the asshole is yelling something behind me, I hand the money back to the guy and tell him if he wants to come back later I'd be happy to sell him the chairs, but I'm not selling anything to this other guy. I then have to follow them out of the store, pointing and yelling for them to get off my property, and the asshole is banned from my store. You're not even the owner, it's not your property, get off my property. I'm calling the cops on you. Don't care what you do, get off my property. I'm going to stand here on the sidewalk and wait for the cops. That's not my property, but if you set foot on my lot I'm having you hauled off in cuffs. The kicker? He actually called the faking cops. They ended up showing up like 2 hours or so later, with the guy just waiting around on the sidewalk for them. They come in and ask me what happened, and I told them everything. They figured that's what went on, and to give credit, that's basically what the asshole had said too. They told him they couldn't do anything about it, but one of them went over and advised him that if he comes back he can be arrested for trespass. I stand on the porch with the others, joking about the whole thing, and talk to them about grills. Two tweakers came into my store around 10 to 15 minutes before closing, you know, as they do for prime stealing hours. The first one that walked in lingered around the front of the store for a while and asked a coworker and I a bunch of random questions about the miscellaneous items he was looking at. The other guy walked to the other side of the store where we keep all of our fishing equipment / supplies. It's worth mentioning that whenever my coworkers and I see anybody sketchy come in, we take mental notes on their appearances, shirts, pants, shoes, hats, and any items they may walk in with. These observations are made in the event that they try to walk out of our store wearing or holding anything that wasn't originally on their person, and we need to confront them or call the police. Anyways, after a while of needless questions, the first guy lingering at the front asking us questions finally left. Of course, he bought nothing. Then second homeboy makes his way to the front. With a return point, I shit you not, this man brings up an 8 feet tall fishing rod from our fishing department and asks to return it. He thought we wouldn't notice him walking in our store without a gigantic fishing rod. I don't quite know what was going through his mind at the time to make him think we wouldn't notice. Maybe because homeboy #1 was distracting us, but I digress. My closing manager and I both know he was full of shit and trying to scam us. I mean, how could we not? But we try to not make a huge scene out of it. My manager tells him that she is going to the computer in the office upstairs to find his receipt in our database, but what she was really going up there to do was grab the security footage of him taking the fishing rod from our display and bringing it to the register. After about 5 minutes of my manager being gone, this guy gets his slight look of oh shit on his face, but without trying to be too obvious about it, if that makes sense. He slowly leaves the rod on the counter and inches his way to the exit, but he's still not trying to be obvious about it. He doesn't just straight up leave to the store. He took his sweet time looking at items between the register and the exit, and each item he pretended to be interested in was closer to the exit than the last one. All until he just walked out, never to be seen by us again. I usually don't like dealing with sketchy people, but this encounter was rather interesting and humorous. I wouldn't say a desperate scam, but about 12 months ago I was scammed out of a £52,000 BMW M3. I work for a Fiat dealer in the UK. The BMW was a part exchange that we took in. We decided to retail it because it really was an impressive car. A gentleman called Roderick called up one morning, really keen, and asked a few of the standard questions regarding condition, mileage, and finance. The first red flag was when I offered to send him a video presentation of the car. He accepted but never actually watched the video. We can see how many times the vid is viewed. He paid a £500 deposit over the telephone to reserve the car. Typically I'll jot the car details on my pad and process it shortly after. Red flag #2 was when he insisted that I didn't do this and instead use the card machine. He could hear the buttons being pressed and beeping. We ran through the finance over the telephone, and he was accepted, which isn't uncommon. I asked for copies of his driving license, passport, proof of address and bank statement, which he promptly emailed across to me. I emailed him the finance documents. He signed and returned them, and just like that the finance was paid out. On the day he was due to collect the car, he called me in a panic, telling me that he couldn't make it and was going to arrange a delivery driver. They came and collected the car as normal, despite being a little bit shady and not being able to give me a business card for future use. About a week later the police visited to inform me that the BMW was found in a container at the docks waiting delivery to Thailand. The windscreen had been removed in an attempt to mask the VIN/chassis number. Upon further digging, Roderick turned out to be a major scam artist who did this for a living. He had simply hacked into a wealthy gentleman's Dropbox account and found copies of his passport, driving license and all other documents. We never found him. Funnily enough, because the finance company had already paid us, we only lost the £500 deposit. The credit card company took it back. Roderick had paid the full asking price and the car made a nice profit. 8/10 would do again. Some guy came into the shoe store I worked at and tried on a pair of slip-on Vans. We chatted a little bit. He said he was just looking and left. Happens all the time. He comes back 10 minutes later and asks to try them on again. He starts asking if I know how they are made. I said in a factory, probably by child slaves. Why? He says so if they're factory made they should all be the same. I said yeah. Well, I tried these same shoes on at a different store and these ones feel funny. I should get a discount. I said no, if they feel funny you should just not buy them. Now he's mad, but they're defective. You should discount them. I said first, they aren't defective just because they feel funny. Totally air quoted this still do. If you like the way the other ones feel then go buy those ones. Second, if these ones are defective I can't sell them to you. I have to send them back. We get reimbursed, not to mention Vans wouldn't want defective shoes being sold. The dude called me in his hole and threw the shoe at me. Not real hard, and it didn't hit me, but I called the other shoe store real quick and told them what happened. Here is the magical part. About 5 minutes later they called me back Told me the guy came in to buy the shoes, and they told me sorry, we had to send that shoe back. It was defective. Then I saw the dude walk past my store all mad while I was on the phone laughing, and he gave me the finger, so I pantomimed jerking off and throwing my jizz at him. All glory to the Hypnotoad. Mine wasn't a scam, but it definitely had us shaking our heads in disbelief. Back when I used to work in a bookstore, an elderly man came in with several bags full of something. He asked to speak to the manager, and when she came out, he explained that he wanted a refund for his bags of magazines. It was one of those magazine series where you collect a new part each issue, over 40 or so issues, and join them together to create Big Thing. In this case, the big thing was a remote controlled car. I don't recommend people buy these. The quality is usually average to terrible, and while the first issue is always insanely cheap to sucker you in, every other issue is hellishly expensive. In this man's case, he'd bought all of the issues in that series in order to put them together with his grandson, which would have been a great plan point, except that he'd bought them at a time when his grandson was a toddler, so had to wait a few years while the kid grew old enough to do it with him. So a long time later, they start to build it together and find quality issues with some of the parts. If he'd started to build it as he bought it, we could have refunded or replaced any issues that had broken/defective parts, but this was 4 years later. He wanted us to refund him about $1-2K worth of magazines that he'd purchased 4 years ago. He didn't go away happy. I definitely felt for him though. It must have been really disappointing to find the problems that they did, especially for something he'd taken the trouble to set up for his grandson. Once had a customer who had bought a slice of cake and proceeded to eat it, leaving the crumbs. He makes his way to the counter and exclaim that the cake did not taste right or something along those lines and wanted a refund. I looked at him in disbelief with the usual back quote, "But sir, you've eaten it," and let him down as politely as I could. He took a bite and said it was weird. Then no problem, I'll just give you another slice and throw the old one away. Shit happens. He got antsy about it, but my manager at the time stepped in and jogged him on point. Another time I was working in a phone shop and a customer comes in with a phone they bought online nearly 2 months previous. It was a Samsung with a glass back, which was working, but customer had clearly dropped the phone, so the back glass panel was spiderwebbed. So this customer tries to pull the back quote, "Oh, it's always been like that. I thought it was the design of the phone excuse. Rigged mate, and the dent marks on the metal edge of the phone right next to the cracked glass. That's part of the design too, yeah." After 10 minutes of trying to professionally say back quote, "You're a tool and you broke it yourself, stop wasting my time," this guy ain't backing down and is getting rude. So I do the only thing I can do and get it checked by an engineer. This involved sending the phone away, which inevitably came back with the same response that we gave him 2 weeks previous in store. He lost his sheet and launched his already broken but working phone. Now he has a broken and non-working phone. Lol. I managed at a pizza place where the policy was, if a customer complained about their pizza, the next one was free. We kept track of this in a customer service logbook. A woman caught onto our policy after having a pizza made wrong. She started ordering pizza, then calling after they ate it to complain, and her next one would be free. After I knew we had several free pizzas for her, I looked in the logbook and saw that she had 8 free in the last 2 months. Most of the complaints were variations on "we didn't like it." I let my boss know, and we came up with a plan. The next time she ordered pizza and repeated it back to her and made the pizza myself. Sure enough, about an hour after she picked it up, she calls back with a complaint. We didn't like it because something. I told her that because she had so many issues with our pizza, I had personally made this pizza. It had the correct amount of dough, sauce, cheese and each of the toppings she ordered. It was cooked for the correct amount of time and was boxed properly. I told her I had consulted with my boss, and based on the number of complaints she had, we determined that the issue was that she didn't like our pizza. I said she was welcome to continue ordering from us, but she was no longer entitled to a free pizza if she complained, and I encouraged her to try ordering from somewhere else in the future. She kept getting her pizza from us and never complained again. I was working at a concessions counter and a middle-aged to senior man tried to buy something with his credit card, and the error message said denied. So I tried again, got the same message, and politely informed him that his card didn't go through, and asked if he had an alternative form of payment. He immediately started getting offended and said, try again. I have thousands of dollars on that card. So I tried again, showed him the screen, and explained that on our system, denied meant that it wasn't being approved for a non-financial reason, and if there were insufficient funds the system would have read declined instead. Well, he was not having it. He insisted it was a perfectly good card and called for a manager. I had a feeling a manager would be required sooner or later, so I made the call, and while we were waiting for her to arrive, he had us try it on different registers with different cashiers, to no avail. In the meantime, I was very tactfully explaining to him that the bank may have put a hold on his card if he'd been traveling, made a large purchase, if he'd used it at a place like Home Depot, Target, or a gas station that had hackers stealing customers' credit card numbers, and he kept insisting it wasn't possible, and kept repeating that he had thousands of dollars on his card. It was hard not to launch, because not only did I personally have a credit card with a limit that technically went into thousands, because I'd got it back when lenders were less cautious, it was almost weekly that I'd encounter someone paying with a card that didn't even have a limit. I told him to call his bank, and he said, but it's after business hours, they'll be closed. So I flipped his card over and pointed out the service number on the back and where it indicated that it was 24 hours, but he didn't call right away. So the manager came over and went through the routine again and confirmed with him that nope, there was nothing that would get our system to accept the card as a form of payment. Then he asked, since this food is getting cold, can I just have it? The manager flatly informed him no and took it back as he sulked off to do I don't know what, and the manager damaged out the food and put it in the back for the employees. Now that I think about it, he paid for the movie ticket immediately before and with a credit card according to his receipt. Another lady asked that we give her child nachos instead of popcorn in her child's meal, claiming that she's allergic to corn. It makes her throat itch, while the child was drinking a bottle of Coke, which in the US is sweetened with corn syrup. So I informed the lady that, because the nachos were made of corn, I couldn't serve them to a child who I'd just been informed was dangerously allergic to corn, and I started asking her if she'd like a diet drink in the kid's cup and if she minded waiting so I could see what candies didn't have corn syrup. At the realization that her gambit meant that the only things we were coming up with so far that were safe were diet drinks and raisins, she insisted that we call a manager. The manager backed me up, then the woman backtracked and said the meal was for her. She didn't know if kids were only allowed to order kids meal. She wanted the kids drink and candy, and her daughter had her own snacks. So we just told her we had no limit for ordering a kids meal and lots of adults did it as a healthier choice, so in the end she got her kids meal with popcorn and that was it. Also, a guy tried to get a refund over the phone because according to him, he'd seen the Riddick movie the day before and it gave him nightmares. I had someone try to pull a quick change scam with the 20 and some $2 bills. It wasn't until he was done that I realized what he was trying. So I immediately informed my manager, who came over and counted my drawer, and it was perfect. A full $20 was in $2 bills. I had undiagnosed, untreated neurological problems at the time, so my memory wasn't the greatest, so I'd gotten into the habit of counting the money out loud and laying it on one side or the other when I was conducting transactions or making change. What saved me wasn't being untrusting of others, but untrusting of myself, lol. So not retail, but feel this counts. I work in motor reg, and one sticks out, little hazy on the details, but what I remember is I felt really bad for this girl. She told me this sob story and said she had called up our phone line and they told her she would be able to come in and renew her license or car with manager override. I forget now, this was wrong because she had blocks up preventing us from doing anything because of some outstanding stuff. So she agrees to wait while someone listens to the call, so at the least we can tell her that person will be reprimanded and retrained. No one said anything like that to her on the phone. They specifically told her what she had to do to clear things up, and never said a manager could override anything, which is what the lady was claiming. I was pissed, because like I said, I felt bad for her. She was upset, and going on about how she needed this for her kids. Went back and told her yeah, call was listened to and nothing like that was said. I wish I could say she admitted to bullshitting or anything like that. But she just turned and tried a different angle, still playing the victim. Now I just have very little sympathy for customers, because I can't help but think now, well, your props bullshitting me too. I don't know what this lady expected when she agreed to stay and wait while we listened to the call. It was so odd seeing someone so sure of themselves, only to find out they are lying out there as not necessarily desperate, but definitely stupid. I work at Walmart. So you already know there's plenty of theft and scams. Woman came through my line. I work self-checkout primarily, SCO, with a cart overflowing with bedding items, a bed in a bag, sheets, pillowcases, comforter for one price, several licensed body pillows, meaning the price goes up, and various other items. She starts scanning, and I'm seeing all these weird prices / descriptions on my command monitor that lets me see what all the SCO registers are doing. She scans the bed in the bag. It comes up as a plastic Easter egg for 98 cents. I'll let her scan a few items to make sure it's not a fluke. Maybe someone else was playing around. Nope. Paw Patrol body pillow comes up as a 98-cent Easter item too. So I know this is intentional. I make my approach. Ma'am, there seems to be something wrong. That bed in a bag came up as a 98 cents plastic Easter egg. It's clearly not an egg, and it's definitely not 98 cents. Let me fix that for you. Before I even start to try and fix it, she goes off about me targeting her for discrimination because she's black. I laugh and say no, of course that's not true. Someone else must have been messing around and now it's causing havoc for you. She switches tactics. I thought it was on sale. I won't take any of it. She then spits on me and storms out. At this point, I'm seething. I wait until she's gone. Print off a slip, not receipt. She hadn't bought anything, showing the original and a couple of the corrected prices and page management. I wound up getting a kudos from my front-end manager, our app associate, and the support manager who responded to my page. If by desperate you mean dumb, I got one for the ages. It was early morning the day after Christmas. I'm strolling into the Sears men's depot half awake when, a few minutes after opening, a man arrives with an empty garbage bag and begins to slide pairs of jeans into it. I send the coded call to loss prevention to keep an eye on this, since I can't do anything as a cashier, when a few minutes later, he arrives with the garbage bag full of high-priced Levi jeans. Jerksus, I need to make a return. Spills contents on the counter. Me, do you have a receipt? Doing my best to maintain my username's integrity. Jerkus, oh no, I got these as gifts yesterday. Fooling no one. Me, well, you'd only be able to get store credit. Jerkus, that's no problem. Huge smirk. 10 minutes of scanning. Shelves items as a return later. Me, since there's no receipt, I'm going to need a manager's approval. Absolutely true. There is no way it would be approved without management coming by to override something so ridiculous. Jerkus, no problem. I'll wait. You would think this is the part where the LP guy comes out to do the thing he's supposed to do. But haha, nope. He actually pulls it off 15 minutes of Christmas music later. Manager, how is the return? No problem. Swipes manager card. That's that. No real justice in the world. I have to hand him a gift card for nearly $1,000 because a manager said it was okay. I would lose my job 4 months later for not selling enough credit cards. TLDR guy stole stuff he was returning minutes later in front of my face and succeeded because none of the other staff could be hassled to do their job. I work for a large company that sells furniture and name brands for discounted prices. The plaza I work in has all 3 main stores the company owns spread out, with one store at the beginning of the strip, one in the middle, and another at the end. People love having all 3 stores in one area, because if one store doesn't have what they are looking for, there's a good chance one of the other 2 stores have what they want. That said, we get people trying to steal all the time. Pretty much daily, we have people who peel off clearance stickers and move them to other tags to make them way cheaper than they ever should be. People don't realize that we check clearance stickers to make sure the numbers match the original tag. People get so offended and throw fits when we start peeling the clearance tags back off and explain that it isn't the correct price. I've had people scream so loud that coworkers hear what's going on at the back of the store. 90% of the time people shove the item back over the counter and complain that the original price the company listed was far too high and I'm given very poor customer service for not selling it at the price of the wrong clearance tag. Point. We also have serial thieves that go to every store and attempt to steal clothes or makeup. One store caught the guy and called the police, but he pushed employees around and ran out of the store before police got there. You'd expect for him to leave the plaza, but he came to my store. The store that originally caught him called us before he got there to warn us of what happened. The police were already on their way to take a report from the other store, so when we saw a guy walk in with a matching description, we called the police and said we thought the guy was in our store now. Police walk in and guy freaks out and makes a run for it. I have to say it was quite the show watching the police tackle him to stop him. To flip this round the other way, on a shop that tried to con me, I bought a second-hand iPhone at Sex in the UK. The phone had a few scuffs on it and they were selling it back as new. I complained and got another bit of money off. The phone wouldn't turn on in the store, but the cashier said to charge it at home. When I got home and charged it, it still had all of the private info off the guy who used to own it, emails, pictures, etc. I brought it back to the store to complain. They checked the IMEI number and said that the phone I was returning was a different one to the one they had sold me. It was also coming up as stolen. They claimed I had swapped the phone and was trying to sell back a stolen one. After arguing for about 30 minutes that it was the one they gave me, they claimed they would call the police if I didn't leave. I did not leave and told every customer in the store what the shop had done and that they should buy elsewhere. This went on for 2 hours. They called the police, who I spoke to on the phone. They said I was doing nothing wrong and would not be coming to the store. I spoke to 2 other store managers on the phone, but held my ground. I was there for 4 hours until closing and bit the billet and went home to write the mother of all emails. After about a week of back and forth with the head office of Six, it turned out that this employee at Six was stealing phones, swapping them for back as new ones which he gave to the customer, and keeping the good ones and selling them on the sly. I wasn't the first person to complain that this had happened. I eventually got a new phone after all the crap customer service I got from Six, but I never received an apology. Do not buy from Six. But if you do, make sure the phone is on before you buy it and check the IMEI number against the one on your receipt. To that, all you need to do is type number 06 number onto your keypad. Customer emailed in saying she'd accidentally ordered her package to be delivered to her old address 2,000 miles away from where she now lives and would like to be refunded. Boss smelled a scam. It was a weird email and told me to hold off. After we don't immediately give her a refund, she claims in individual, page-long emails that she contacted her old neighbors who contacted the new residents. They didn't receive the package. Her post office had refused to reroute or hold on to any misaddressed packages of hers when she moved. Only her letters got a hold of the new residents themselves, all men, who wouldn't steal a package of women's clothes. We get a sob story email. She's a single mother and former model, recently lost over 150 pounds and feels disgusting in her excess skin, and allotted herself a mere $100 per year for clothes for herself, and would have to wear her old XXXL clothes because of our cruelty. And finally she told me that she had begun the legal process of suing us. At that point I was instructed to stop responding to her emails. All this was over the space of about a week. The next day this chick emails saying she had bought a $700 plane ticket and flew 2,000 miles just to physically check the front porch of her old address for the $100 package. Again, I don't respond. 1 day later she emails again saying that she now has the package, will not explain how that suddenly happened, and that one of the shirt sizes is wrong, and she would like to be refunded in full due to the mistake. Years ago I had someone want to pay for a piece of art that they had won in an auction while the auction was still active. I pointed back toward the area and told them that the auction is still in progress and that they had been outbid. I encouraged them to return to the floor and bid again, but they were insistent that they had won the piece. This person was drunk. I took a check from them and told them I would keep an eye out for the auction results. If they had won, I would have the piece delivered, and if they had lost, I would contact them to pick up their check. This seemed to help the situation. Later that night the person returned, even more drunk. I explained that the final auction results were in, and they did not win. I went to hand them their check when they tore it up and threw it at my wife, who was working at the time as well. She swept the pieces aside and continued dealing with the large crowd she had. The person then started yelling and picked up some cookies out of a jar at the end of the counter and threw them at me, missing and once again hitting my wife, who had no clue as to what was going on. Realizing she had just been rained on by a barrage of cookies from the heavens, she stopped mid-sentence with another person and says what the fuck, which is very unusual for her. Luckily a security guard and cop happened to be close by. I called for them and that person disappeared. I don't know if they were arrested or just thrown out, but I can tell you they did not get the painting. Once, at my old job, a guy walked in while I was at the front customer service desk. Now, when I was up there I paid attention to literally everything, because otherwise it was so damn boring. Haha. I saw him pushing an empty cart. He disappeared into an aisle. About 15 to 20 minutes pass, and homeboy comes rolling up with a Laura Ashley stroller and pack and play. Now for those of you who aren't familiar with the brand, Laura Ashley is pretty damn prissy. As a matter of fact, those were our most expensive baby gear items we sold. He came up to me trying to return them, not knowing that I knew damn well he didn't have them before. So I asked for a receipt. He said he didn't have it. His story was what made it even more ridiculous though, because he actually tried to say that the reason he didn't have the receipt was because his wife had it and she was out of town. Yeah, okay, buddy, I'm sure she was packing a travel bag, thinking, okay, I have clean undies, my toothbrush, and all my receipts. So I played dumb telling him I didn't know how to do a return without a receipt, and that I would have to go get a manger to help me do it. He bought that, so I went in the manager's office and filled the two on duty about what was going on and had them roll back the security footage just to make sure I wasn't going crazy. One of the managers came back out to the desk with me and I rolled the guy's cart behind the desk saying I needed to scan the items to do the return. Now that I had the items away from the dude in the door, I told him that we weren't that dumb and I saw him walk in without the items, so under no circumstances would he be getting anything from us. Without receipts it's just store credit, but still, and we were already on the phone with our other locations with his description, so that he shouldn't even waste time trying anything at any of them. At that same job, people would always pull the shoes, which other comments on here have already mentioned. Also they would stuff items in boxes and actually tape them back up, so they would actually buy one boxed item, like a toy, but get bonus clothes, bottles, etc. At my current job it's the run of the mill. My drink wasn't right / I didn't like it, even though I drank it all / etc. to try to get a free one. But the dumbest had to be the person who came in with a screenshot of a gift card barcode. We have a movie app that you can add cards to that supposedly some Instagram / YouTube / whatever famous person said that people could use, that they put money on it for everyone. Okay, that would have been just fine had the card had any money left on it. The person who had the screenshot kept arguing with me that it said there was a certain amount in it. Okay, yeah, I have W functional eyeballs and I can read, so I can see that the screenshot says that. So I explained to them the obvious problem with that. I should not have to tell someone that a screenshot doesn't change. They said that they knew it has money on it and that I should scan it again. I told them what it said, a $0 balance. The first time was correct. They then demanded that I should give them their order anyways, because I being rude, because I wasn't letting them use a gift card someone was nice enough to share with everyone. I actually laughed at them and then just said no. They left empty-handed. I was a cashier at a very busy grocery store. We were slammed, per usual, on a Sunday. Weekends are always nuts. It was holiday season. You almost become numb after working on a register, saying the same line and making the same robotic movement a million times for hours. It's easy to sort of get into a daze, unless you have really engaging customers. A couple comes up after acting weird while waiting in my line for the past few minutes. I can't even remember what they were trying to purchase, but it was a small order and they were already throwing off weird vibes and acting sketchy. As I cash them out, in the process of making change and money still in my hand, she asks to break a big bill. I agree to do it, but ask for her to wait a second. Some weird thing happens in the cash swap process. They pulled some weird tactic that would have easily confused anyone. She accuses me of giving wrong change. Meanwhile I know I counted it right and broke the bill right. Had to show her multiple times until she knew she wasn't going to get away with it. Defeated, they awkwardly scurried out. She was trying to scam me out of a bunch of money, which would have been easy if you weren't paying a ton of attention. Luckily, I was on top of things at this moment, otherwise there would have been a huge cash variance and I probably would have been fired. I just remember being like, did that actually just happen? This happened tonight. It made my blood boil. These two old turds come into my bookstore/coffee shop. Note the word store and not library. My first interaction with them is the woman almost coming behind the counter to tell me that the toilet is clogged. Note, our lounge is around the corner with a bathroom at the back. We can't see into that area unless we go around the corner from the coffee bar and go up a couple of steps. We were really busy, so I didn't get to it for a while. When I finally did, 30+ minutes later, I see her smile and head straight for it. Whatever, I didn't see them for a while. I thought maybe they'd left while I was turned the other way or something. No big deal. Lots of people just use our bathroom and leave. Oh no, not tonight. These fudged knockers come back from the lounge area where we can't see. And they each have at least 2 to 3 magazines which they then put back on the shelf after sitting and reading through them. We are a bookstore, not a faking library. That's theft, you damn savages. My coworker and I were just stunned. We didn't know what to say or do. They didn't buy anything at all. We wouldn't have been as upset if they'd even paid 3 cents for a mint or 25 cents for a water. At least contribute to the business if you're going to use our sheet. Another fun fact I learned when I came home, my fiancé had seen them in the shop before. Apparently they sneak in their own foods and thermoses full of drinks. I can't wait to tell them to buy their magazines or leave the next time they try that sheet with me. I work at a store that offers general purpose coupons in exchange for purchasing certain items, which vary from week to week. However, if you return these items, the coupons do not become void. They will still work. So we had a woman come in, buy the items, wait a few days, then return them, and keep the coupons. We all caught on, and were told not to allow returns from her anymore. So she started having kids, prepubescent, return the items for her. The kids were so confused, and were obviously just told to return the items with no further context. Eventually corporate LP had enough, and banned her from the stores. Like, all of them. Also had a kid. He's a regular from the local middle school. Try to get a $50 activity tracker for $10 for moving it on the shelf. We'll modify something that's a few dollars off, but no way was I gonna let him get away with that. I've encountered more standard stuff too. Because of the aforementioned coupons, we encounter many couponers. Some are great and get the right items for the right coupons and whatnot. Others try to scam us by using coupons for larger items on smaller items and get the coupons overridden. They could play the game fair and square like everyone else, but they don't. Unfortunately, most of my coworkers are older and don't have the best eyesight, so they just override the coupons without reading the fine print. When I'm working, however, every coupon gets double-triple checked for accuracy. Scammy couponers have learned to try to avoid our store if possible. There's some stupid stuff too. Trying to wire/receive money with an expired/void ID. Nope. Try to give me a fake coupon printed from the internet that's so blurry you can't read the fine print. Nope. Try to return an item without the receipt and get cash back. Nope. Try to return the same item or use the same coupon multiple times. Nope. Trying to return a gift card with some desperate sob story. Nope. Try to justify not paying for an item because your child grabbed/ate it without your knowledge. Nope. Won't do it. Good customers love me. Bad customers have learned not to try me. Did let a dude off the hook after he spilled his weed spice all over my counter. He may have looked like a junkie, but he was perfectly pleasant and didn't try to scam or steal. Edit. Just thought of another one. Lady came in trying to return a completely empty box of hair dye. Just the box. She had already used it and wasn't happy with the results. I was so confused I had a coworker handle it. She actually got mad we wouldn't give her money back for an empty cardboard box. Edit 2. Another one when a dude came up to buy some PlayStation cards. Dude, can I take a couple of these? Me, what, dude, like, can I just take a few? And when I need to reload I can come straight up here. The gift card rack was like 3 yards away. Me, no points dude, why not? Other stores let me do it. Me, trying to think of a logical answer that won't demean him, because they have to be available for other customers to purchase. If we sell out I can't justify to other customers that you have half a dozen unpaid cards. Dude, there are like 50 of them back there. You're not going to sell out of them. Me, yes, we will. We are right near the school and these are our most popular gift card. We sell out of them constantly. This is actually true. Just tonight I had an upset grandma because we didn't have any $25 PS cards. Dude, whatever, I have no idea if he was being genuine or was trying to sell/trade the unactivated cards for money and or drugs, but it was the first time I'd ever heard of such a thing and it utterly baffled me. Well, this isn't exactly retail, but it still was this woman trying to scam us. I worked at a campground and this woman made a reservation for 1 week. She called in later to extend it to 2 weeks to leave later, which we did. Well, she shows up a week early and then claims that we made a mistake and she wanted the extension to be a week earlier, not later. We moved a shit ton of stuff around, so now this woman has managed to get 3 weeks of camping during the height of busy summer season. Now we also have a rule at the campsite that if you have more than 2 adults on site, 18 and older, then it's an extra $10 a night. Well, this woman had a man with her. I honestly don't know how they were related, cause the story kept changing from son to husband to brother, etc. But anyway, she claimed that he was mentally disabled and thus should not be charged as an adult. We probably would not have made such a big deal, but 3 weeks of camping meant that would be around $200 of lost revenue for the campsite. Provincial parks also have deal that I believe allows for discounts if you have a certain disability, but since this was a privately managed park it didn't apply, and the woman was not happy. Then on top of all this, the woman came storming up to the gate house one day during a very busy time complaining that we had charged her too much. First off, she had somehow managed to confuse the system when she made the reservation, so she was already paying way less than she should have. So then she gets in my boss's face with her paperwork saying we had charged her too much and pointing at the balance from her original reservation confirmation. My boss kept trying to explain to her that because her reservation had changed, her paperwork was now invalid and she owed us more money. They ended up yelling at each other and causing quite a scene as my boss refused to back down. My favorite part was when my boss said to her face that they were causing issues and being a problem in the site. The woman never got her discount, but their group later caused drama that involved the police being called to the campsite twice. This resulted in them leaving a week early, but left all their shit there to come back for later. I later got a phone call from this lady with a sob story about how someone had to go to the hospital and she wanted a refund for the week that they wouldn't be there. Yeah, no. Glad my boss stood up for us, and I think they will now be banned from the campsite. This one goes back. I was working for a chain that sold games and consoles etc. in the UK. About half a year after the launch of the N64, a customer comes in saying her Super Mario 64 cartridge is faulty. Now, faulty PS1 and Sega Saturn discs were common because the public is shit and doesn't take care of things that need to be taken care of. But a faulty N64 cart? New one on me. So I ask, what's wrong with it? Customer tells me that Mario just runs in one direction without touching the controller. My naive self thought, fault found. If the N64 pad was left face down and the analog stick was pushed in one direction, then on boot up, what the customer described would happen. I explained this to the customer, but they don't seem to get it, but also say they leave the controller face up. Not to worry, the shop has an N64 demo unit running Super Mario 64. I power off the unit, hold the analog stick to the top left, and power up. Sure enough, I start a game and off Mario runs without me touching the controller. Customer still wants a refund and insists their cartridge is faulty. No worries, pass me your cartridge. Boot up with customer cartridge and the analog stick unto shade. Would you look at that? Mario doesn't run in one direction after all. Customer not having any of it, still insists it's faulty, wants a refund. Explain we don't do refunds on non-faulty goods and we also need a receipt. At this point, we are back at the till. Customer still wants a refund, and because the cartridge didn't have a fault, I dig my heels in. Checking the stock levels, I can see we haven't sold a Super Mario 64 for 3 months. I'll let them know this and ask them if they are sure they got it from our store. And now, we hit the desperation. This is the shopping equivalent of getting a high wanted rating in GTA and thinking you'll get away from the increasing number of coppers after you. No, I didn't buy it. You were running a competition. The 100th customer got it for free. Okay. Side note, this town has a notorious drug problem now. I know retail workers get a bad rep, but they do know what offers and promotions are being run, because head office / regional managers / store managers will push us to push them. Safe to say, our chain and store had never done a 100th person to buy Super Mario 64 gets it for free. Let the customer know this, and also take the opportunity to rub it in and point out that if it was free, why would a refund be offered? At this point, luckily for me, said customer didn't respond with aggression or abuse, rather a slump of the shoulders and a look of resignation on their face. Oh, maybe it was a different shop. Once they'd left, I got on the city radio to give similar retailers a heads up. Don't do drugs, people. I happened to be a director at a popular fast food chicken restaurant for a few years, one that happens to be closed on Sundays. One super busy summer evening, we are located right off the beach access in our town, so we get a lot of vacationers. Our drive-through line is literally wrapped around the building. Inside and outside, we are pumping orders out like no tomorrow. One of my team members is running window in drive-thru, and she calls me over to handle a complaint this woman has. I greet the woman, who, mind you, looks extremely trashy, and her female passenger, and ask what's wrong to see if there's an issue I can fix. Blah blah blah. They give me a runaround story about how an item got missed a few weeks ago on an order and they called and spoke to someone who wrote their name down in our customer cares log. I flipped through all pages in the book, furiously looking for her name and contact info to see if it's legit. Meanwhile, she's holding up the line in drive-thru, and I'm desperate to keep things properly flowing. I can't find the woman's name, so I resort to asking when she called. Well, it was the day after my mom died, so it was on a Sunday. Her passenger chimes in too, yes, on a Sunday. And I gave them the dumbest look ever for two idiots and say, sorry ma'am, but we are closed on Sundays. They eventually bumbled their way off, but gosh. Okay, this is a big one. I worked as an ASM for a well-known skate culture store. Our return policy was with the original receipt. You could get your money back with the method you had paid for them. So one day I'm working with a sales associate, and this couple with a young baby comes in and wants to return about $300 worth of clothing. They have the original receipt. It was from out of state, but that's not a total red flag, and they had paid cash. So I enter their info in the system. We require an ID for returns and create a customer profile with name, address, phone number, etc., and give them their money back. I staple their return receipt to the original receipt and send them on their way. The next day, I get a call from another ASM from a nearby store asking me about the return I took from yesterday. Turns out the same couple came in and returned the same exact items and got $300 in cash. Obviously, that's super weird, so I start calling other stores in the state asking about it. They've all taken returns from this customer. So finally, I decide to call the store that the original purchase was made from. It turns out, this couple bought the actual $300 of merchandise, but while the woman was completing the transaction, the husband would walk around the store stealing the same shirts in the same sizes, so they could continue running the scam. I felt like a detective trying to crack a shoplifting ring during this whole thing. One of my first jobs was as a cashier at a pharmacy/grocery store that also sold some clothes and other random things. One night I had a guy come through my line to buy a single Snickers bar. Immediately thought by his movements he was a bit edgy and for surely spun, but honestly wasn't too out of the ordinary for the customers at this location and time. He paid with a $20. I get his money together to give back to him, which was $19 and change. This is when you could still get a candy bar for less than a $1. As I'm turning to hand him the money and at the same time using my other hand to shut the cash register drawer, he does this crazy awkward half full, half whale dive across the very small counter and proceeds to desperately reach into the cash register while flopping around like a fish. Also should have mentioned the dude was probably 6 feet 4 plus and could have easily just reached directly over the entire counter. I watched for a moment in total surprise as he flailed around the countertop, then without really thinking I just reached out with one hand and easily pushed the register drawer closed, which locks it. He then goes running out of the store at full speed, knocking over displays and crashing into the metal detectors at the doors on the way out. No one was chasing him. I then proceed to call my manager to the front and let him know what just happened. He takes my drawer and counts it down to see how much he got away with. He got a single $20 bill. The best part, his change from the Snickers of $19 plus was still sitting on the countertop. He literally got away with less than $1. They caught him the very next day at a store 2 miles down the street doing the same exact thing. I worked as a bouncer at a nightclub, and one Halloween we had this corporate party that got all the employees and their guests in for free. This couple comes up with their daughter as I'm checking IDs, and they all say they don't have ID. Some manager from the company that rented the place out is up front and tries to vouch for them. I would let them in, but the daughter did not look of drinking age, 21 in the States. So I ask her, what year were you born? And she instinctively goes 1995. This was in 2015, and her mom elbows her, and she goes on 1994 point. So I say no dice, and they started getting pissy with me saying like no, she's just had some drinks and made a slip up, and I responded with, well, if she's too drunk to remember when she was born, she's too drunk to enter. And then they started screaming and yelling about how it's bullshit, and the mom gets in my face about how I'm an asshole and why I gotta be a dick, blah 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 point. So I was an even bigger dick and told them to get out of line. Before I forcibly removed them from line point, they proceeded to stand on the sidewalk and yell for another 20 minutes before an Uber came and got them. 2 stories, one from retail, one from fast food. Point retail. Sometimes large heavy items have tear off UPC codes, so that ringing them up is easier. Guy comes through with a 50-60-inch TV laid across his cart. He's super helpful in that he already has the UPC pulled off and is eager to remark about how great the sale price was. I scan the UPC and it rings up something like $120, and the description on the register says 21 inches. He tried to say that apparently the wrong UPC was attached. Not possible, they aren't sticky and they tear off with perforated sides, but that wouldn't explain his thinking it was on a great sale. He started getting nervous and walked out. Point fast food. Worked at a local burger restaurant that was drive-through only. We had a small staff and it was super slow, so my shift manager was doing inventory and a coworker was washing dishes so that it would be easier to get out at the end of the night. Chick comes through the drive-through and orders a dozen cheeseburgers. I took the order, took the money, and made the burgers myself. Regular cheeseburgers came all the way, mayo, ketchup, mustard, pickle, onion, tomato, lettuce, unless otherwise requested. I hand her the food and watch as she immediately circles back into the parking lot. She sits for a minute, then comes back to the window. She says the burgers weren't supposed to have mustard, obviously not realizing I took the other and made the food. I guess she somehow thought we were like McDonald's, where one person answers the drive-thru, another takes the money, and others make the food. I apologized and said I'm sorry I missed that. She says I said no mustard when I made the order. I repeated that I was sorry I missed that part, and it started to click for her. I offered to remake them and asked for the bag back. She seemed confused about why I wanted the bag back, since I couldn't sell them to someone else. I explained that the inventory for everything would be off by a dozen, so they have to be accounted for at the end of the day. She said, can't I just take them home and feed them to my dogs? I explained that no, my manager would need to account for them at the end of the day, and that's how we operated to track and minimize loss. I then remade a dozen cheeseburgers without mustard. Her ploy was to get a dozen free burgers, but in reality she made us waste food. A lady came to my register and bought just over $100 worth of items. As I rang her up, she kept complimenting me on random things. She was overly kind and seemed nervous. After I rang her up, I told her the total, and she said she had a coupon. She pulled out her iPhone and showed me the most grainy screenshot I had ever seen. It was supposed to be a barcode, but looked more like someone spilled ink. The store has a strict no screenshot coupons rule, because they're all scams. Her barcode didn't even say what it was for. I decided to entertain myself anyway. By scanning her coupon point, I grabbed the scanner and scanned her coupon. $25 came off her total. It didn't say what item or why. Just happened to take $25 off. Scan it 3 more times, she told me. I obliged and $100 came off until her total was less than $5. Before I hit total, I deleted the coupons from the system until the full $100 plus was due again. She pulled out a $5 bill and handed it to me. I held it and just waited a few seconds for her to notice. Oh, the coupons didn't work. She asked, we're not allowed to honor screenshot coupons, but if you'd like I can bring a manager over to get his opinion on the matter, I told her. She instantly refused and became much more nervous than before. She had me remove each item one by one until just some chocolate was left. She paid for the chocolate, and as soon as I handed her the bag, she was out the door. She didn't even say, have a good one, or, sorry for trying to scam you. SMH. I work at a shipping store. Previously, if it was super busy and a customer had an untaped drop-off and didn't want a receipt, we would set the box aside to save an extra 10 seconds and grab the next customer. Then when we had time, we would tape all the boxes at once. We felt like that cleared the room faster. One day I walk out of the bathroom and see a woman standing at the front counter and my manager at the back computer. I go to help the customers and my manager frantically gestures not to do that. I just shrug and go to the table where my lunch was, out of the customer's eyesight, and start eating. My manager walks back up front and starts talking to them. I hear the woman is angry, which I hear all the time. A package was lost, damaged, delivered to the wrong address, etc. I hear a lot of talking, can't really pick anything out. Finally I hear I know who it was. It's the girl who is hiding from me back there. My manager told her I'm just eating lunch and proceeded to call out boss at her other store. I hear her explain that the woman's Zappos package arrived missing a pair of shoes and they were denying a $75 refund. The woman says I didn't tape her package in front of her and took the shoes out after she left. Her proof was that on her receipt, the package weighed 9 pounds, and when Zappos received it, it showed it weighed 7. She wanted us to pay her the $75 there and then. The phone was passed over to the woman and she talked directly to my boss. At this point I had to go up front to help another customer and heard her saying to my boss that she was delusional for defending me and that she couldn't know for a fact that I didn't do it. My boss knows me and knows I would never do that. She kept refusing to agree with the woman or give her the money. The woman kept threatening to call the police and the local news station and ruin the boss' reputation in town. She would tell the whole city we were thieves and run us out of business. She then looked at my name tag for my name and stormed out. My boss later said if she published anything about us or me being thieves, her lawyer can serve a cease and desist letter, and if she continued, we could sue for libel. It never got to that. We never heard from her again. This isn't anything new for us. We get threats of lawsuits every year, all of them with zero ground. Last year I worked at a Halloween pop-up store as an assistant manager. In general these stores are chaotic and messy as hell, let alone the day before Halloween. All 4 of my registers are open. I've got associates on the floor and my manager in the back office. When this teenage girl tries to return a costume, like a monkey on Ishii point, these pop-ups do not accept returns. Generally, if someone buys a costume and says they are missing items or it's broken, then we would replace/return depending on the manager. This costume was obviously worn, inside out in the bag, rumpled, etc. The kid said she changed her mind and didn't want to be a monkey anymore. I'm on a register myself, dealing with the hordes of last-minute shoppers, and the cashier looks at me. Nope, sorry, do not have it in me to return your worn ones, $50 on Ishii. The girl says, well, the cashier I bought it from said you do returns, and I gesture to the bigger sign hanging behind me that says no returns or refunds. She leaves after repeating herself a few times and I get on with my life. Then the store phone rings and I pick up mid-transaction, and it's the girl's mother from the parking lot, yelling the same sheet. So and so said they could return costumes. How dare we not give her money back? She wants to talk to the manager. She's going to file a complaint against me with corporate point. Listen. Go ahead. This is a part-time gig that I have no intentions of returning to next year. Take your stinky costume and go home. Worked in a hardware store in the home decor department. Had a lady purchase 6 panels of curtains, got them hemmed, and when she got them home and hung them up, 3 were off color from the other 3. She wanted us to refund them because she didn't take them home and put them up first before hemming them, and get 3 more that were matching dye lot. Not only that, she also wanted us to pay for the new curtains that came in to be hemmed because she would have to spend $70 again. So if you're ever buying curtains, make sure the dye lots are matching before you hem them. As for what happened, I personally felt like it wasn't our fault as a store and she should have contacted the manufacturer because we don't physically make the curtains. Management was horrible with that company and would tend to give in to customers, even though we were often asked what would you do. I'd tell her to fuck off and call the manufacturer. Not my problem. Maybe I'm just rude, but after dealing with people in retail, sometimes she just sounds absolutely ridiculous. Another time a lady bought paintable wallpaper, had a contractor put up the wallpaper and paint it, and apparently the paint didn't stick, and it ruined her wall. She wanted the company to pay for a brand new wall. Like brand new to the studs. Whole wall taken out, and new drywall put in, and for us to install it. Not only was that absolutely insane, she lived 3 hours away from our store. I also don't know what happened to her. I don't think they would replace her wall, because even though they do give in to making the customer happy, they are too cheap to be doing things that big. This coming from a company who, when they would give out $10 bonuses, one time it was for McDonald's, they taxed US for it. Anyway, glad I got out of there when I did, because the place is a shit show. Mr. Irving is the cutest old man I have ever met in my life though. I feel bad for this one, but I used to work at a convenience store when I was 18 to 19. It was a pretty bad part of town, not too far from the projects, so we saw all kinds. Most desperate I saw was a homeless man trying to return an item we didn't even sell. Now, we had an old school register. It was still digital, but wasn't a glorified PC like you see nowadays. We didn't even have a barcode scanner. What we did have were item type codes. 1 would be for taxable items, 2 was untaxable foods. FL doesn't have taxes on most foods. 3 was beer and tobacco, and 4 was money orders. Anyway, this guy comes in with one of those ephedra pill bags you used to see all over the place in gas stations. The label read 99 cents, and this guy had a receipt. Well, for one, the brand of ephedra pill he was trying to return wasn't even sold at our store. For another, it was very clear this guy found it on the street somewhere. You could see the gravel indents where it had been run over or stepped on many times. Lastly, the receipt he had did have a 99-cent charge on it, but it was very clearly, to us, a money order purchase. The receipt read $0 for $128. Price of the money order, and $0 for $0.99. Cost of the money order fee. It was clear he was just trying to make a literal buck, and he tried arguing tooth and nail that it was legit, and he had bought it there. I didn't buy it, and eventually got him to move on. It was only $1, and I felt like shit for refusing him. I would just given it to him. But I was poor, young, and stupid at the time, and I wasn't going to set my register count off. 2 years ago I worked at a local fast food joint, mainly focused on fries. We had this crazy old lady come in every few days, and she was always complaining about her fries being undercooked or too crispy, or having too much ketchup in a cup, etc. She was probably trying to score some free fries or a refund, but we were all underpaid teens who couldn't care less about that job, so we just let her talk while doing other stuff. Since it was the beginning of a tourist season, the owner raised prices for 2 to 3 kn, which isn't that much really. The new prices were put on the main board and all the smaller menus that were lying around. This lady comes in and immediately notices that no one changed prices on a blackboard, which was there only for the aesthetics. Of course, she tried to force us to give her fries for the old price, and when we wouldn't she made us, specifically me, find some chalk, climb on top of the counter. This all happened in front of a large group of people waiting to be served, erase the old price, and write new one. Not only was this incredibly embarrassing, but this didn't even make her shut up. She started screaming and making a huge scene, threatening to call the health inspector, and we had to give her the owner's number. She also refused to take the fries we made for her, which means that we had to pay for them and throw them in the trash. The funniest thing about that is that 2 kn equals $0.31. Another story just made me laugh. There was a guy who'd show up every day, just when my shift began, and order a hot dog. One time he said he wanted it spicy. I know what spicy is, but most people complain when their food is actually, God forbid, spicy, so I put less hot sauce than I would for myself. He paid and drove off. About half an hour later he came back with same hot dog that had a single bite in it, and politely asked if I could put more hot sauce on it. It just blew my mind that he would drive all the way back for a squirt of hot sauce. I haven't worked retail for a while now, but one story comes to mind. I worked at a small boating supply store. We also sold propane tanks. The most common we sold were the 5 kilo ones. We only traded these tanks for the same tank, meaning if you got any other brand it would not be traded. It would cost us money if we did. We weren't the only ones that sold propane, and this is probably the most common brand in my country. All the others were pretty much small providers who did get their staff trained, and a special gas filling station. When the rules changed a couple of years ago, we didn't, so we only traded. Everyone understood this. It's not a difficult system. In comes this one guy, says he switched bottles. We stored them in front of the store for easy swapping, and wishes to pay. I look at my new coworker, and I told the guy sure, just got to check the dates on the tanks. This guy didn't know we have to register the dates on the tanks for the price. If something you trade in has a lower date than the new one, you gotta pay the difference. Their assessment years, or however you call them. So he says, before I get a chance to step away, yeah, it's 2028 for a 2029, which is impossible. Every new tank has 10 years, so 2029 won't be in until 2019. I go outside and see the new tank outside of the storage and a blue one with rust. I go back in and ask the guy, hey, is the blue one yours? He says yes. I tell him we can't switch those two. We don't sell those blue ones. He tells me, yes you did, before you worked here. I tell him I'll call up my boss. I call my boss and ask him on speakerphone about the blue tanks. Boss says that we never did sell them, and the guy's wrong. Guy says it was before my boss became the boss. Yeah, no, my boss is 73 years old and has been working in the company for 60 years. His dad pulled him out of school when he was 13. I tell the guy that we could always sell him a new tank, we just can't switch. He calls me a liar. I tell him to leave the store and I walk with him to get our new tank back. No harm done, right? This went on for months. Every other Saturday this guy would try to switch the same old tank and always come with the same story. At one point I was working out back on the diesel pump and my coworker calls me in my phone, big terrain, and asks me to come back in. I walk in the store and same guy with his wife. Guy is in the middle of telling my coworker that he was always allowed to do this and that the previous guy working there said so. I ask him, do you mean me? He looks up and he got this defeated look on his face. I tell him to leave the store right now. I'm done with this stuff. I told him this in a very calm manner. We are allowed to refuse service to pretty much anyone, and are allowed to remove thieves and other people with ill intent by force. His wife tries to smooth things over, tells me the same story about before my time. I tell her no, never did sell them, never will, and politely ask her to get her husband out of there. He turns to me and tells me to stop bothering his wife or he will punch me. He is getting angry. I'm a big guy, 6 feet 4 inches, 275 pounds. I get angry, but remain calm, and I tell him to leave, and if he doesn't I have to remove him by force. I also tell him he is banned. If he returns we will remove him from the premises. Guy leaves angry with his rusty as propane tank. I tell my boss the entire story and what I did. He agreed with me. Now this guy tried it again a few days later, but in the middle of the week on my off day. My coworker during the week did forcefully removed him. Guy never returned. When I was in high school, I worked as a cashier at Toys R Us. One day I was ringing up this family that was purchasing a bunch of toys for the kids. When I tried to swipe the credit card a few times it wouldn't go through. This would happen from time to time, so it wasn't necessarily a problem or abnormal. The policy was that one of the managers just had to call the bank to verify the card to make sure it wasn't declined or something. So I called the manager over, who then took the card and went to go call the bank. Meanwhile, the family, which included the 2 parents and 2 or 3 little kids, proceeded to pick up the several bags full of toys that I had just strung up. The children were trying to carry these massive bags that were about the same size as they were and attempted to walk out of the store. When I tried to tell them that they needed to wait until my manager came back with their card, one of the parents told me it's okay, like it was no problem, and they just kept going. Eventually one of the managers or other workers was able to stop them from leaving. But when the manager with the card came back, he showed me that the card they were trying to use had been a fake, and that the numbers on the card had been rubbed down and new ones had been imprinted over the old ones. I honestly felt bad for the kids who thought they were going to get a bunch of new toys, but most likely had no idea that their parents were trying to steal them. This one annoys me because the guy won in the end. Dude comes in with a discharged motorcycle battery, demanding a warranty. Before I can look up his info, he demands I watch a video on his phone. It shows disembodied hands and the voice of his mechanic. The voice on the video is claiming that hooking up an incandescent light bulb to the battery should only make it drop a volt. If it drops any more, the battery is bad. It drops from 9.6V to 8V, so obviously it's bad. Dude gives me a smug look, tells me he wants a warranty. I go around with him for a few minutes about how doing a load test on a discharged battery really doesn't prove anything, but whatever. Look it up in the system, and he's 18 months past the end of warranty on a 6-month warranty battery. He bought the cheapest battery possible, didn't take care of it, and then came in to complain. When I told him it wasn't covered any longer, he started in with the excuses. You sold it to me with a 2-year warranty. I didn't know it had to be charged. I feel like you should help me out, cause I'm in here all the time. He's made one purchase in 3 years. I tell him no, but I can at least make him a deal on a new battery, taking 25% off because he's broke. This escalates into him wanting it for free, or he's going to get a lawyer involved to compensate for his time, lost wages from missing work, and mechanics fees. I tell him to kick rocks. Later that day, I get a call from our corporate office. This dude managed to find the internal phone tree, rather than just the standard customer service line. He was blowing up the ladder until he reached the top. I explained the situation to the corporate person, and she said she agreed with my decision. Was surprised I offered as much of a discount as I had, but to just give him a new battery to make the headache go away. I was livid, not because of the dollar amount I was out. Cost was only about $17, but the fact that this douche was going to get away with it. I had to call and inform him that a new battery was waiting with his name on it. Not a scam, but it was certainly desperate. This guy calls up and wants to know why a laptop on our website is at one price, but when he sees it as a related item on a different product page or through Google, when he searches it, it's a lower price. I explain that it's probably an error by the content team, website updates, etc., and that the price on the actual page is the correct one. He asks me how it can be two different prices and I explain again. He demands to know how this can happen. I explain again that I would have to let the content team know, but it was just a mistake on their part and the price that shows when you go to actually purchase the product is correct. He tells me he wants to speak to a manager. I tell him I'm not doing that since there's nothing a manager can provide and I've explained everything he needs to know. He then demands a letter. I ask him why he wants a letter, what he wants it to explain, and who he wants it from. He just wants a letter from a manager to explain this. I point out that I have just explained it, and the fact that he doesn't like my explanation doesn't mean he gets a new one. He then says something like I'm a customer, and I demand a letter. I point out that he isn't a customer because he hasn't bought anything in this situation yet and I've answered his question. Eventually he hangs up threatening that he's going to take it further. Spoiler, it didn't go further. When I used to work at my local supermarket, customers would regularly return items and sometimes customers returned alcohol. This is completely fine as long as the seal has not been broken and they have a valid receipt to prove they purchased it from the store. This has happened to me a couple of times where a customer will purchase a bottle of whiskey or vodka only to come back later trying to return their purchase. So, maybe the second time that I was refunding a bottle of alcohol to a customer who bought the wrong brand, I noticed that the screw-on cap was slightly loose. Obviously this can't be refunded because the seal had been broken, so I informed the customer who quickly told me they had somewhere to be and proceeded to quickly leave the store. I found this to be very strange behavior, considering they just abandoned a £30 bottle of whiskey at the customer service desk. I took another look at the bottle and opened the unsealed lid. Everything seemed to be in order until I noticed that there was a lack of aroma from the bottle after it had been opened. I was expecting a strong smell of whiskey, obviously, but this liquid was odorless. After informing my line manager, he quickly found out that the liquid inside the bottle was not whiskey, but was colored water. What we imagined was the customer bought the whiskey, emptied the contents into a container at home, and filled the bottle with water that had been stained by tea bags to give a realistic whiskey look. TLDR, a customer tried to return a bottle of whiskey only it wasn't whiskey in the bottle, but it was tea-stained water to make it look like whiskey. For a while I worked at a major furniture store in the rug department. We sold some wonderful genuine Persian rugs, including some massive floor rugs that cost over £2,000. Now the store was really cool about returning things for change of mind, and generally you could return anything that has been used if you just said you didn't want it anymore. This didn't get abused too often, but there were some remarkable cases. My coworker and I one Saturday were tidying the department when two young men approached the Persian rug section, eyeing up one of the 2x3 meter carpets. This would be great for the party tonight, dude, it's £1,500. We can just bring it back. We couldn't do anything because technically there's nothing wrong with this. However, Persian rugs have to be checked over by a rug department employee if they are being returned. Part of what we were looking for was whether there was evidence of it coming from another store, as imitation rugs might have passed for one of ours to a returns worker. We also had to make sure the rug was in good condition so it could be resold. Tuesday evening rolls around and I'm doing the evening shift. I get a call from returns saying there's a rug to return. You can see where this is going. I arrived at returns to see the same kids from Saturday with their nice big expensive rug. I checked the rug over for marks, as if they are soiled then we can't take it back. Remarkably it looked in good condition, but the smell was like a club floor. There was a sweet, sickly alcohol smell if you put your head within a foot of it. I told the returns worker that it stank of alcohol and it wasn't in a state where it could be returned. Their faces turned white. Their plan of renting a rug to make their place look stylish for a party had backfired. They just had to take it home and live with it. A woman was trying to return a dress that was obviously worn and without a receipt. She laid the garment down on the counter, and as I began to examine it, she got out her cell phone. She starts doing some math on the calculator, adding and multiplying percentages off she received on said garment. When she finally reaches the total, she shoves her phone in my face and says, "This is how much you owe me." Now, this dress was covered in deodorant. I don't know when she bought it, much less how much she paid for it. I explained all of this to her in detail, but she insisted on continuing to shove her phone in my face with the random amount I owed her. After some more explaining and re-explaining in the exact same way, because customers never listen the first time, she shoved the phone in my face for the last time. Whatever, I said, just whatever. I'm done. The customer was flabbergasted at my reaction. I walked away and left her at the counter so I could get a manager. Said manager explained the same sheets to her, just slower and nicer, but the customer insisted on knowing my name so she could call corporate and tell on me. I looked her right in the eye, said my name, and spelled it out. Go right ahead. Call corporate. They're just going to tell you the exact same thing we did. I told her. At this point the customer was embarrassed and upset at the situation. She left the store almost in tears. Hey, you never know when someone is having a bad day, my manager said after the customer left. No excuse for that behavior. No excuse. My most satisfying moment as a fast food manager was saying no to a lady that had gotten 4 or 5 free orders in a month. She would call up on a Monday claiming that her daughter ordered a delivery the previous night and the order was wrong. She claimed to only know the address, but not the phone number the order was under. This meant most people couldn't verify her purchase, because when you put in the phone number, the order history will show up, and most people didn't know how to show orders to an address without putting in a phone number. Which meant every time she called, she got a credit filed under whatever phone number she chose to give. I covered the closing shift on a Sunday and was there the following Monday when she called. She feeds me the line and I tell her I don't need the phone number. I can find the address in the system to verify the way, but it will take a few minutes. She starts backpedaling, saying maybe was the other location down the street that delivered to her. I find the address and sure enough, there wasn't an order from the previous night, but I do see all of the free orders she's gotten. I don't immediately tell her. Instead I ask her to hold, because I need to change computers. In the meantime, I call my district manager to fill her in and let her know that we will probably get a BS complaint, but I don't want to continue to give this lady free food. She agrees and tells me to email her a copy of the orders so she can show corporate when the complaint goes through. I pick up the phone and let the customer know that she has gotten close to $100 in free food in the last month without paying for anything, so the only way I would be able to give her a credit would be for her to physically bring her receipt showing the total she paid and the correct date. She started yelling and swearing, saying she was going to get me fired. Since I was already dealing with this for too long and was now behind on my closing routine, I put the phone down on the counter and walked away. When I came back 30 minutes later, she had hung up and I never heard from her again. I worked at a small local hardware store for years. There are about 100 stores throughout New England. We had this one customer who always seemed to not have enough money. The first few times you feel bad, but after that I had no patience, especially because he was never buying stuff that was a necessity, that is batteries, plunger, mouse traps. He was buying Adirondack chairs, garden decorations, and a grill. My first encounter with him was the grill. He was trying to work out a deal with my boss on this grill. The price was already a discounted price. He told my boss that he had to give him a discount because he is an injured veteran. After some back and forth he started to cry in front of my boss. He wanted to pay something like $150 for a grill that was originally $300 and marked down to $250. He didn't buy the grill. The next day we get a phone call from corporate. We were to deliver the grill fully assembled at the price he wanted to pay and give him a $25 gift card for the troubles. Essentially we ended up paying him to take the grill because the profit on things like grills is not much point. Another time he came in during a snowstorm. We had lost power, no registers, no lights, no heat. It was 40 degrees in the store all day and I was the acting manager. We had a sign on the door that we were doing cash sales only and everyone was understanding and thankful that we were even open. In comes our friend crying guy. He's got his 2 nasty rat-like dogs with him. Immediately, he starts going off about how he doesn't have cash with him. He can come back tomorrow with the money. He has $10,000 cash at home 20 minutes away. He only lives 5 minutes away. I asked him what he needed. Flashlight, batteries, hand warmers, firewood, the standard snowstorm stuff. He said he needed treats for his dogs. I told him that the grocery store was open and taking credit cards right next door. He could get treats there. I offered him half of the bag of treats that we keep to give out for when dogs come into the store. This 60-year-old man started crying in front of a line of customers who were being patient while we hand wrote receipts in the freezing cold. I got so fed up I told him to take what he wanted and get out of the store. Point moral of the story: if you make a big enough stink to corporate, you'll get whatever you want, and a $25 gift card for the troubles from Orbitron Hardware. Oh man, there's a lot, but I'll give my favorite 2 stories. Worked at a large pet store. People would steal items, return them for a merchandise card. Most items we had to return even without receipt. Once they have the merchandise card, they'd usually go to a different location, buy items with the card, so that they now have a legit receipt. Point: we once had a customer come in with a receipt for about $200 in items, but the method of tender was ironically smudged out, so I couldn't tell how she had paid. She was very ignorant. Claimed her mom, that was in the car, paid cash. She wasn't happy when I informed her I can only give her merchandise credit. I called my manager over. He noticed the store number and transaction number was still visible. Called the other store, had them fax over a copy of the receipt, and lo and behold, she had paid with a merchandise card. He came out, and I now had a line of about 5 people after having to awkwardly standing with this woman clearly trying to scam us. My manager comes to inform her that it was only going to be able to give her merchandise credit. She proceeded to get loud about how it was cash and we didn't know what we were doing, and she was calling corporate and getting us fired right then right now. She pulls her phone out of her pocket, doesn't press a single button, and acts like the phone is ringing and she was calling corporate. My manager politely tells her you might want to dial the actual number, and she completely snaps. She starts screaming about how she saw his ad on Craigslist offering to perform gay sexual favors, called him practically everything she could think of. I was dying on the inside because it was pathetic, and I now had an amazing story to make fun of my boss about, but the look on the faces of the other customers in line were absolutely mortified, which kept me from laughing. For the next 3 months all the managers would heckle our boss by asking things like, "Have you taken your ad down yet? Any luck on Craigslist?" Story 2. Another common scam lately is someone will gather some basic information about who the district manager is in the area, maybe get some other names of people of similar status like LP management and the like. They'll call and make up a story, usually that there was an accident in the store and we are settling the matter with the customer outside of court, and that they need us to take some amount of money from the safe and deposits and go to a Western Union to send the money. Typically they are very stern, will threaten you job, and will pull out names to try to get you to believe them. One night we were open a few hours extra, but never had customers. I got this call and told my cashier to let me know if they needed anything, to let me know. I knew right away it was a sham, played like I was a complete incompetent idiot, and kept this guy on the phone for 2.5 hours before I finally broke, cursed him out, and let him know what I thought of him and how much I enjoyed wasting his time, and that he could call back anytime and do it all over again. I have 2. The first one, this guy grabbed a couple of hanging flower baskets that we have outside the store and brought them in, trying to return them, claiming that his wife had bought the same baskets earlier that day and he did too. He had no receipt or proof of purchase, and it had rained that evening and the flowers were soaking wet still from that rain. I told him I would have to get a manager approval because I knew he was full of shit. My manager came up. I explained to him what the guy was saying, and the manager told him that unless he had a receipt he wouldn't approve the return. The guy starts to grab the flowers and head out when my manager says that if he truly didn't pay for the flowers, that he would be shoplifting if he left the store with them. He left the flowers on the counter. The second story, this Middle Eastern woman who could barely speak English comes up to me holding out $200 in $50s. I asked her if she wanted me to break them, and she said yes. I told her that we could only break a maximum of $100 per customer per day. She tried to convince me to do more, but I stood my ground. She hands over $2.50s and says she wants $20s. I make the change for her and she tries to hand me the other $2.50s she had, and I told her I couldn't break them for her. She then said she wanted her original $50s back. So I ask her to give me the $20s before I hand her the $50s back. She only hands me $60 worth. I tell her to give me back the other $20s and she tries to claim I only gave her $60 worth. I give her this look of stop faking around look at her hand that I can see the $20s and say I won't be able to give her back the cash unless she gives me the rest of the money I gave her because I can see it in her hand. She relents and hands over the $20s that she was barely concealing in her hand. I throw the $50s back at her and tell her not to come back to the store. TLDR. Guy tries to refund items that we keep out on our curb with no proof of purchase, and woman fails miserably at shortchanging me. Late to the party on this one, but I have a couple of stories. I work at a hardware/farm supply store, selling toolkits, feed, some clothing. We are a smaller store, locally owned, so the owners tell us we can call out shoplifters. These aren't necessarily scams, rather just outright shoplifting. First story, shoes tend to get stolen often from us, because why buy a new pair of work boots when you can steal them? My boss is a shoe guy, so he notices what people are wearing. He had this guy walk in the store and go directly to shoes. Boss had to leave the store to help load a customer. As he was walking back in, shoe guy was trying to leave. Boss caught him with a new pair of shoes on. Scuffle ensues. He tells me to call the police. Has the thief in a headlock for a good 15 minutes before police came rolling in. Thief was on probation, so stealing shoes wasn't a great idea. Second story, we had this group of people come in. They looked sketchy as fuck. Boss is following them around as spidey sense is going off. Two women, a younger guy, and a toddler. The guy and the toddler come through the registers. Kid needs a nap and is distracting. Ladies take the opportunity to walk out with a $1,000 toolkit. Boss had gotten their plates and such, and highway patrol pulled them over shortly after they left. In addition to the theft from us, they got nailed with theft from another store, child endangerment since kiddo didn't have a car seat, and a slew of other charges. I worked in customer service at Walmart and good faking God. A lady comes up to the counter and tells us that she called about some missing items and they confirmed, so she just needs to sign for them. Well, we didn't do list items over the phone, so 90 was pretty obvious she was lying. She pitched a fit because we wouldn't just give her merchandise. When she finally just bought her sheet, she was acting like it was insane that we had so much security. Another brought all these food items up to the counter and started unloading them. We are talking over 24 jars here. Every single one of them had mold growing on them. She tried to claim she had bought them all last week. She also did not get her refund. A third had bought a microwave from a display about 10 minutes before she tried to tell me her microwave was $36 not $44. And she already took a picture of only the displayed price tag and not anything beneath it. So I didn't need to go check and I could just do the return. Right, as it turns out, the microwaves were on one side of the display for $59 and toaster ovens on the other for $36. So no price change. She sat there and argued with me about how I need to change the price because it was still wrong and she knows I'm paid hourly, but could I hurry? I told her I could raise the price to $59, but not lower it to $36. She called a manager. They told her the same sheet. She did not get her refund. A dude tried to get me to lower the price of his humidifier to the price of another humidifier. After a long, drawn out convo, he finally understood that no, he was not getting refunded. He was dead set on arguing it was the store's fault because the boxes had been switched and the store people shouldn't overstock. He claimed I smirked and said it was disrespectful. I didn't. A lady found a TV in the store with no spidder lock on it. She brought it to the customer service desk to return it knowing she would be denied and walk out of the store with the TV. Manager figured something was fishy because she was opening the box in line. Two dudes tried to exchange their shitty, broken, beat up controller that didn't match what was on the box. I'm talking the faking thing looked like it had been run over by a truck. They claimed they had bought the thing a week ago. I managed an athletic clothing and shoe store for 20 years. I have a book's worth of stories, but one that stands out happened on a Saturday night Sunday afternoon point. On the Saturday we were pretty slow in the afternoon, so I called off one of our night staff. It turned out to be a crazy busy night, so we were understaffed about 8 p.m. Two shabby looking guys, one on crutches, walking straight to the Jordan clothing. I knew something was up. All three of us working were tripled up and did our best to monitor them. 10 minutes later they were gone, and I knew they got us after close. I did a piece inventory on the Jordan clothing and knew what was missing. Got us for about $400. I was pissed. Fast forward to Sunday 2 p.m. The same two dudes walk in with a crinkled up shopping bag full of Jordan clothing. The guy says, "Hey, my girl bought me this stuff for my birthday and I want to exchange it for shoes cause I don't wear hoodies and sweats, but ain't got no receipt." I knew he was done at this point. Now we had no cameras. Just my willingness to be a prick bastard and my hatred of shoplifters. I say, "No problem. I know some of this stuff is on sale, but I can run it through the computer in back and see if I can get you a higher exchange price." The dude smirks like I'm a stupid bumpkin and hands me the bag. I say, "Check out shoes and I will be right back." I go back, check the merch to my list of missing items, and it was all there. I walk back out to the Sacker's floor and start waiting on people. 10 minutes later, guy walks up and says, "Yo, how much credit do I get?" I say, "What are you talking about? My sheet, man. You took my sheet back there to figure out my credit." Trying to get loud. I say, "Come back here, let's talk." I get him and his boy Crutchy alone in the back of the store and I say, and I will never forget the looks on their faces, "Fuck you, and fuck you. I have the sheet you faking stole from me last night locked up in my office. If you don't like it, you got 3 choices. Call the cops on me, leave like the pussies you are, or do something about it. 2 of these scenarios end with your dirty thief ass in jail. So do what you gotta do." They look at each other. One tells me to go fuck myself, and out they walk. A couple of years ago, I worked in the meat department of a bulk grocery store. Now a couple of things you need to know for this story. First, we get pallets of turkeys refrigerated. They never ever come in frozen, and we do not freeze them and store while selling them. Second, if you return any meat to the store, we throw it out, since it left the store. Third, we aren't stupid, and we remember everything. So it's the day before Thanksgiving and this woman comes in to return a fairly large turkey, about 19-ish pounds. She tells the front end people that she bought it frozen from us yesterday, but that it was too frozen to use for dinner tomorrow. Between our management being spineless and the front end fresh out of facts to give, they accepted the return and called us back to get it and throw it away, which I do. I put it in a box on a cart as we had other returns to grab as well, and went back on my merry way. On my way back, a woman stopped me. She needed a larger turkey than we had out. Our largest available was 13 pounds at this point. Unbeknownst to me, this is the same one who threw away the frozen, but otherwise perfectly fine turkey. I explain that it is the day before Thanksgiving and all the turkeys on the counter is what's left. She frowns and walks away. A few minutes later she approaches my awesome co-worker who we will call Guy. Guy was stopped by her and she wanted her turkey back. Apparently, after talking to me, she went back to the front and asked for her turkey back, and they told her we already got it. She demanded it back from him, so he told her one secretary and went to the back to talk to me. It turned out she was here weeks ago and that guy had fished out that really large turkey for her out of the middle of the pallet. Most likely, she forgot to thaw it early, and instead of trying to thaw it herself under running water in a sink, she returned it to get a thawed turkey fresh without any work. Now she was screwed and pissed off that all the turkeys we had left were too small, and we wouldn't give her old turkey back. I went out and told her it was trash, and that we couldn't sell it back. She asked for a manager and ours came and talked to her. When we showed our manager that her old turkey was with the other or spoiled trashed meat was in the trash, our manager shrugged and told the woman there was nothing we could do for her but sell her a smaller turkey. She left pissed with no turkey and she only had herself to blame. This isn't so much a scam as it is just funny as hell to me and kinda weird. Back when I worked at an electronics store, we would often get customers in from African countries due to the demographic of the city the store was in. A lot of people from African countries, specifically men, will go to amazing lengths to try and barter prices, which my store does not put up with, since our policy is the price you see is the price it is. One day this man from Ghana came in, and he couldn't have been taller than 5 feet 3 inches. He came in talking on his phone in his native tongue and was staring at laptops. He looked at me and made a hand gesture that was along the lines of, "Hey you, come here." I came over, asked how I can help, and he goes, "I will take this computer. I'm a man of business, and so if you could please discount the computer by $100. Disclaimer, I'm not crazy tall myself and I'm white, so I think he just thought I would be a pushover. I told him I can't just give him a discount like that, because that would be half the cost of the computer. He told me to get my manager. My manager at the time was a 6 feet 6 inches black man who had cousins and siblings in major sports leagues like the NFL. So not only was he tall, he was super jacked from growing up playing sports with his family. My boss comes over and stands behind the customer waiting for him to get off the phone. When the customer turned around, he just was straight up terrified of my manager. For a man from Ghana, he got about as pale as one could get. He could barely get his question out of asking for the discount he wanted, and when told no, he left wickedly fast. Turns out he had been to our store before with a friend, and his friend tried stealing from our store, but our manager caught them. So they both recognized each other. Our manager suspected he might have been trying to act as a distraction or something for someone to steal again, but nothing was stolen luckily that day. I've never seen a short man small leg speed walk so quickly before. An old Russian lady, about 65 to 70 years old, put 4 cartons of cigarettes in her purse while waiting in line at the back of our store to cash a check. This was in the 90s, when cigarettes didn't have to be locked away from customers. She then took a yoo-hoo out of the refrigerator and came to the register to pay for the drink. Both my mom and I saw her take the cigs in the mirror we had in the corner, and it was on camera as well. I rung her up for the yoo-hoo and also the 4 cartons of cigarettes in her purse. She asked why was the yoo-hoo so expensive. I explained the yoo-hoo was only $1, while the 4 cartons in her purse were $18.60 each. She tried to argue with me at first that she didn't take any cigarettes. When I asked her to please prove it and just open her purse to show me there weren't 4 cartons in there, she said these were cigarettes she bought at another store on the way to our store. She tried to bolt toward the exit, but my mom was already there waiting for her. Mom said, "You have 3 options. Hand me the cigarettes, hand me money for them, or we can wait for the police to arrive to take you and our security footage away," since it was all on camera. She dropped the cigarettes on the floor and left. I've got stories for days from the family business I grew up in. We lived in a very well mixed neighborhood which had people from all over the world. Some were real characters. The gypsy families really kept us on our toe. I once worked at a restaurant which had installed CCTV security cameras 2 months prior. I was the first person in the front to get everything ready for business, and as soon as we opened, a rather trashy lady comes along and sat herself down at one of our outside tables. Alrighty, happens all the time, no problem. I bring her the menu, and she orders a serve of spring rolls. Spring rolls come out, and she starts looking left and right, back and forth. I still have stuff to do at the cashier, so I return to my tasks. 5 minutes later she storms to the counter, and in a fit of what seems to be disgust, she demands a refund of $5 for her order. Keep in mind, we don't take payments for the food before, but after they are done eating. I tell her that she didn't pay for her spring rolls yet, and that we usually take payments after. She calls bullshit, said she paid me up front, and then sat herself down. She didn't even step foot in the restaurant when it opened, so how could she have paid? I ask her, is she dissatisfied with her meal? She says she found hair in her meal. Funny, I brought it out to her, and I was damn sure it was just 4 spring rolls and a ramekin of sauce. She starts making mocking statements about how our kitchen staff have no hygiene, and that none of them wash their hands etc. My manager comes out, and I explain what has happened thus far. Lady is now demanding a refund for what she paid for with her hand spread out, like she is ready to receive, and my manager pops up CCTV footage. The system is literally next to the counter, so we tilt the screen sideways for her to see, and shows the lady she never entered the restaurant, let alone pay for a meal beforehand. Lady curses and leaves the premise. I come out to where she sat soon after to find her hair tie with hair strands still stuck to it on the chair next to her. She tried really hard to make us look bad faking beach, all this over $5. This was 4 years ago, and I still remember every detail to this day. Coming in late, but here's mine. When I worked at a grocery store, we sold some product, chocolate milk, eggnog, etc. that came in glass bottles that you had to pay a $2 deposit on to influence people to return the bottles on their next visit in, which almost all did. This almost instantly became a hot commodity for thieves, since it was an easy $2-12 depending on how many bottles they could fit in a bag. We discovered that some would just swipe it off of our shelves, go into our single person bathroom, take the caps off, which we would find in the trash, and dump out the product into the sink, and then clean out the bottles and shove them in their backpack. They would return an hour later saying they were here to collect the deposits on the bottles they supposedly purchased, and of faking course the cashiers wouldn't bother asking for a receipt and just handed them their money. I fell for it once, when we first were dealing with the theft, but then I always just asked for receipts. The bottles alone cost $2, so to purchase 6 would be $12 in deposits alone, and would cost around $30 total. They wouldn't even bother to ask the homeless people for their receipts. Well, my manager hates thieves, and it got to the point to where we would just keep a single bottle of each kind of product on the shelf to cut down on theft. Heroin addicts for some reason love sweets, so by having less Chockstrawa milk on the shelf it actually helped cut down on the theft, since they never wanted to steal the regular milk. Well, one day I'm working the shelves near the dairy aisle and hear the glass bottles clanking, and I decide to check out whether it's a regular customer or another street dweller. It wasn't a regular. So I sit to watch what he does and see him put about 3 bottles in his handbasket and then walk into our bathroom. I call my manager and tell him what I just saw, knowing he's either gonna just shove them into his backpack or empty them out and put them in his coat or something. Lo and behold, he walks out a little while later, no handbasket in sight and no bottles, but he's still got his backpack, of course. My manager had just shown up right before he walked out with a crowbar, and all I say is, "What the hell are you planning, guy?" I ask the guy where the bottles are. He says, "What bottles?" And I go into the bathroom and see there are no bottle caps in the garbage, so that means the bottles are still unopened in his backpack. I tell my manager, and he runs to the guy. Just before he gets to the door, takes the crowbar and hits the guy's backpack, shattering one or more of the bottles in the backpack and getting chocolate milk every inside and then outside of his backpack, and then just says, "Get the fuck out to my store." I was in total shock and just staring. Then I started cracking up over how bizarre if a scenario it was. That was such a weird store. I worked at a shoe store, and we have a policy that shoes can be returned within 30 days. They just can't be worn outside and be in very clean condition, cause we will resell it. I had a lady come to my till and brought back Converse. Didn't think much of it. I talked to her. She seemed pretty nice. But when I went to go inspect these white Converse, they were so damaged that the white was yellowed. They stunk and just had dirt all over it. I looked at her and said that I wouldn't be able to return these. She looked so confused, then asked if we could compare a one from the store to this one she is trying to return. I grabbed a new white Converse off the shelf and showed her what a clean shoe looks like. She looked at the shoes, then she looked at me, then she looked at the shoes, then she looked at me, and finally said, "What the difference?" And then asked me, "Do I see a difference?" I looked at her and said, "Yeah, I do." At this point I started to not care too much about happy customer service. Then she went into her wallet, which now I'm thinking she's gonna pull out the receipt to go over return policy, but then grabs out $20 and puts it on the counter and asked me again, "Do I see a difference now?" I was shocked. Why would you try to bribe me with money to get money back? I just did not understand what she was thinking. I told her I still see a difference. She left with her shoes angry. I was so confused and can't believe someone would even try that to get money back. Like what the hell? I worked in a cell phone/electronics store. I had a rough looking guy come in one day and he tells me that he needed a SIM card for his phone. I'll let him know that I'd be happy to help him, and he hands me the phone. It's an old flip phone, one where you didn't need a SIM card because it was built into the phone. So I explained the situation to him and he says, well, maybe I'll get a new phone then. I reply with, great. I can definitely help you with that. So we go through the necessary paperwork to the final steps, and then I get a notification saying that he's got to pay a $500 deposit before we can get him fully set up. This step is where we would usually lose a customer, but this guy persisted. He asked me to get my manager. So I did. He then proceeded to tell my manager that how about instead of me paying this $500, I will trade in this. He picks up the old flip phone and then I can be on my way. My manager explains how our trade-in program works and that the phone he's trying to trade in would have no value, and even if it did, he would still have to pay the $500 deposit. This was an unacceptable answer to this man, and he begins pulling out several old phones from his pocket telling me that he'll trade me all of these cell phones for a new phone. Once again, we explain that is not how the system works and unfortunately we cannot help him further. He then leaves, and my manager, myself and all of my coworkers are so confused. I come back to work the next day to find out that he came back later that evening to try to get the same thing out of a different employee. On my very first day working at Smith's, I was the 4 to 10 PM courtesy clerk and my trainer courtesy clerk was the 4 midnight. We had shifts of going around the store and making sure all the aisles are clean and such. It was my turn at about 9:30 PM, so I'm close to getting off. As I get to the back of the store from check the first aisle, I notice the end of an aisle is covered, and I mean covered in laundry detergent. Luckily there was one wet spot sign right there, so I grabbed that one and another within about 20 feet, so I ran and grabbed that one. But now there's one issue. You can't leave a spill, but it's late at night, the other clerk is outside getting carts, and I'm trying to use the intercom and no one is coming to the back. So after about 8 or so minutes of me trying the intercom like 4 times and no one coming, I come up with an idea. No one has walked by and no one's coming to me, but the mop bucket is in the front. This Smith's wasn't particularly big, so I figured I've got 2 signs viewable from every angle of this pretty big blow liquid spill on white tile. So I make the quickest dash of my life to get the mop bucket and get it on the way back. I'm moving as quick as I can without spilling the water. Soon as I get back, what do I see? A lady who has apparently fallen just at the edge of laundry detergent point, so of course at this point I have to go get a manager and bring him back. This guy was a damn loser, come to find out, and of all the managers that night it had to be him. So we take the report and of course she's saying she's so hurt and she's going to sue and all this shit. So at this time I should say any sane person would have suspected foul play here. The amount of detergent that had fallen off its rack was ridiculous, as well as these things don't just fall. I'm sorry but they don't, that's caused by humans being assholes. And we're talking like 9 things of laundry detergent on the floor, while the shelf itself is still a perfectly normal shelf. Anyways, her husband comes and has being a dick and the other clerk and I are just cleaning this giant mess while being scolded by this beach. So now I'm for sure thinking I'm fired as all hell. So before I leave that night I tell my manager my statement of what happened, making sure to include that I sat there trying to page someone for almost 10 minutes and then left. My next work shift the store manager also brought me in for my statement and some guy from the Kroger's legal field, and I explained thoroughly what happened. Apparently come to find out the damn cameras in that corner either didn't work or are fake, I don't know. So this legal battle actually went on for a while in Vegas. I think you have 2 or 3 years to sue before it's out of the limitations, and about a month before I left Smith's my store manager told me that she's finally suing us after having racked up over $100K in medical expenses the past almost 2 years. So he told me it's gonna be hard to remember it, but I'll probably have to tell my information to the 2 lawyers and a court report present, the people who type stuff I don't know if that's their actual title, sorry. so that wasn't instant, and about 4 months after leaving Smith's I finally get the call to see if I can give me statement. I left Smith's on kind of bad terms, so I would come to find out they were pretty nervous about my statement. But I like to consider myself a fair person, and although I didn't leave on the best of terms I had no ill will, and this lady to me was a liar who had dropped the detergent herself, or with her husband, and was just trying to scam for money. So I remember the whole night to this day pretty perfectly, as it was my first ever job and my first ever night sheet was traumatizing to say the least, haha. But I gave my statement, and about a month or so after that I went to that Smith's to get something I don't recall, and my old store manager stopped me and actually thanked me. He was happy that I had stayed truthful and my story was like perfect as it was I said the night of the event, and I guess her story had changed multiple times about basically the whole situation. So we won the case and she actually owed Smiths all the money they had given to this woman for her fakers medical attention bills, which as I said earlier I guess was over 100k. Not really a moral needed for this story, but I guess just always try to be honest. There was no need for this lady to do this, and now she's in a horrible financial spot, assuming she didn't just file for bankruptcy or something after. Late to the party, but my favorite was in high school in civics class when we went to our state Supreme Court to observe some hearings or sentencing. Forget the right word. We got Lottery Man, apparently a frequent flyer on fraud charges who finally wound up at the Supreme Court level. Dude won $5 on a scratch-off ticket, but he used a pen to try to change it to $50,000 maximum prize and absolutely insisted he had earned $50,000. The judge was holding the ticket up for all to see and going as close as the law allowed to telling the guy outright, just take the $5 or I have to send you to prison, and finally emotionally said, sir, please don't do this. But Fraud Feud insisted I earned $50,000 and I want my money. I think the judge gave the guy the lightest possible prison sentence, but it was still 2 or 3 years of prison. Apparently he'd kitted some checks and the stuff before, but because it was an official government thing and the guy already had a couple chances, the judge had to give him time. Great example to all of us freshmen about the practical consequences of pushing your luck while acting entitled. The other case I remember from civics was we went to the municipal night court and the police had brought in a guy for trying to steal beer off a delivery truck, and one of the pupils says a bit too loudly that's not even good beer, so the judge told the teacher to take us to another courtroom while one of the officers took the kid aside. Student wound up in rehab within a few months himself, so that wasn't the lesson we were there to learn, but that was good education. What else not to do in life? Even if your school doesn't have civics, that was probably the most educational part of freshman year, so I highly recommend taking yourself if your school or your parents don't take you. Friend of mine is a courtesy desk clerk at Walmart. She has many, but this is the best. A lady in her 50s comes into the store with some nude colored shapewear. She claims it was accidentally the wrong size for her, and she hasn't worn it, and didn't notice until she got home. Hadn't had a chance to come back etc. So the policy is normally no returns on undergarments. But in cases with tags and a hygienic liner still on it, they can make exceptions. So the tags were not attached, and when my friend went to view the hygienic liner, she soon discovered it is in fact missing, and in its place are 3 gigantic skid marks. My friend politely and discreetly explains, as there is a linoop, that underwear are final sale and nothing can be done. She of course flips and says they are unworn, and she didn't mean to take the tags off. She explains again, no I can't, and she snatches them away. She goes to the undergarments section and brings back the department manager, who asks what the issue is. My friend takes her into the corner and slowly exposes the mess in the shapewear. She of course agrees and says no, they can't be returned. She again screams why not? So my friend takes them and opens them up and points, look, these are worn. She turns beet red and snatched them away, and out the door she went. How did she not know? Not retail, but I work at an international shipping company and used to handle claims. One has a guy try to file a claim on a $1,500 drone because the one he received was used and had been damaged, but the one he bought was new. Now, we don't sell anything, just act as a third party for international shipping. I looked over everything and our records and photos. We take photos of everything just so we can show what we received and shipped. Showed we shipped what looked like a new drone. At this point, I'm just thinking he worded it weird and that he is wanting to file a claim for damage, so I ask for photos. I get back photos, but the product box is different. Some research would confirm that the manufacturer redesigned their packaging about 3 months prior to the shipment, and the box he sent photos of was the old design, and the drone looks like it had been crashed into something because it had scuff marks and other scratches, but nothing that would have occurred because of shipping. It's at this point that the guy tells me that we shipped him a used drone and stole his new one. This makes no sense at all, because we don't carry a stock of drones. The idea that we could take his new drone and replace it with some used one of the same make and model is so hilariously implausible that I literally started laughing out loud when I read it. I explained this to him and start asking questions because it doesn't add up. I start asking about the box because it isn't the same. Customer then turns around and says if we didn't do it, his customs office must have. They must have stolen the drone and replaced it with this used, broken one. Again, the idea that customs would just happen to have a drone on hand of the same make and model, and that they would just turn around and swap it out just to steal a new drone. It just is a baffling leap of logic. If they are gonna steal something, the shipment is just gonna vanish. I've dealt with enough claims on shipments to third world countries to know that it is absolutely reasonable to assume that customs agents in some countries would steal something, especially if it's electronics. But this was a special kind of stupid. Needless to say, I eventually told him his claim was denied. I'm assuming he probably broke his drone in some kind of flight accident, bought a replacement, and then was trying to get us to pay out a claim with his whole convoluted story above. To his credit, he was polite about this. He said okay, and just let it go. This told me that I was almost certainly correct with my assumption that it was a false claim, as no person would ever drop a $1,500 claim so easily if it were valid. Worked at a well-known toy store. Yeah, obvious. I know. And once had a group of obvious drug addicts, obvious because of pockmarks, scabs, teeth, etc., come up to the counter with hundreds of dollars worth of expensive toys. This and including a power wheel, one of those mechanoid robots, Legos, etc. The kid was wearing soiled, torn clothing as well as a mom. I rang everything up, and total comes to roughly $500. I had that feeling that there was no way in hell they could afford this sheet, so when the mother pulls out a credit card I ask for an ID immediately. She stutters out that it's in her car and really doesn't want to go get it. I tell her I'll have to deny the purchase unless she presents valid ID matching the card. She leaves with her gang of druggies and the kid to get the ID. Surprise, they never return. Another time I had a middle-aged couple come up to the counter with a $300 mechanoid. Before I scanned the barcode on the box I noticed there was a price sticker stuck to the box for $40. Hell no. I tell them that the tag is describing a completely different item and the total cost is $300. They got their ass out of the store so fast. Point I have so many dumb instances of idiots trying to pull one over young cashiers. Rocks in Lego boxes, a Mickey D's burrito sitting in a flammable box, a broken pirate ship in a bucket for a return, and my manager made me put it through. The list goes on. The one time I really was scammed though was when we had about $3K worth of Legos stolen. We had shop cards sitting between the registers. One was full of Legos which was a little abnormal, but I didn't think anything of it. Next thing I know my coworker comes back in after helping a different customer with a carry out and asks me if I just rang up a sheet ton of Legos. I say no, and he tells me that we just got a sheet ton stolen. Not my best day. I used to work in a charity shop, and one day this guy and his wife comes into the shop. The wife is pottering around, and the husband asks for my help. He says he can't read and needs my help selecting a DVD, and he said he'd give a donation for my help. So me being a helpful little assistant, spent ages reading DVD summaries, and then he decided there wasn't anything there he liked the sound of, so I went around being a personal shopper, and in the end he and his wife just bought bed linen and we never got a donation. I was annoyed and tired, but went on putting stock away. Then an hour later the same man comes back in and goes over to the section where we kept the hats. He picks up a baseball cap and slaps it on his head and he says, "Hey, I had a cap when I came in. I put it down and you must have sold it. So I'll borrow this one until you get it back." I stood in a shocked what the fuck moment for a second as he tried to run out the door. I called him back. "Sorry sir, but you didn't have a hat on when you came in. You'll have to pay for that one." And he just laughs. "I did have one on." "Bye sir. I'm pretty sure you didn't have a hat, but if you come up to the computer with me, we can check the security feed just to make sure." And he suddenly went pale, and he looked around the room until he noticed the big white camera in the corner with the big sign saying CCTV. Suddenly he changed his tune and all of a sudden remembered that he didn't have a cap on. "Oh right, yeah, I had no hat on, but here, take this back." He threw the hat at me and legged it out of the shop. Then an hour later he came back in and tried to steal some bed sheets. I confronted him and he was like, "Oh shit, did I not pay for them?" "Oh yeah, I didn't, sorry, bye." He ran and never saw him again. Weirdest day ever. So a few months ago I just started my new job at a light shop where yes, we do light bulbs. Anyway, you can return or exchange bulbs with us as long as you have your receipt. That or we can understand your situation. Then we can also accept it. A week into my job a lady comes up to me and says she needs to return a light bulb. Says she's been very busy and her daughter's been sick, so she hasn't been able to come in, and now that she did, she's lost her receipt. I'm like, sure thing. I go test it out. Doesn't work, but I also notice it's not like any bulbs we actually sell. We have our own brands, and while it was in one of our boxes it wasn't actually our brand, but being new I thought maybe it was just an old product. So I smile and say I would be happy to help. Since I was new I couldn't actually do refunds or exchanges. So I tell her this and she started getting all angry. "You just said you could hurry up and just refund me at this point." One of the store managers comes over to check up on me and the lady has a go at him about me being incompetent because I can't refund her. I explain that the bulb itself isn't even one of our current ones and I couldn't do refunds anyway without a manager. She throws the box at me and we are only like a meter away and says she bought it here like a few weeks ago. My manager calmly picks up the box and pulls out the light bulb and goes, "This is from the other lighting shop down the road. We're a completely different store, sorry." Well, it's clearly in your box. I'm just standing there like, what the fuck do I even do? But he straight up says to her, "If you don't have proof of purchase, I'm sorry, but I can't refund you, even if it's in our box. Maybe try the store down the road. Just take out of the box first." As she angrily leaves, I was like, what the fuck? And he just turns to me and goes, "You get to know your customers, the good ones and the bad ones. You just run into your first bad one." She never did come back. I wonder if she ever got her fake refund, haha. I don't know about most desperate, but this was recent. I had just started working morning shifts and I'm barely functional at faking early in the day. I'm completely without tact or sensitivity. An elderly woman came in and bought 2 bottles of soda. I bagged them, went through the whole customer service script. She came back and started yelling while I was with another customer how I charged her for 2 bottles and she only got 1. I basically told her, "No, you bought 2 bottles." This lady was so hell-bent on making a scene that my boss came over and asked what was going on. This lady called me every name she could think of and basically threatened to sue because of how villainous I apparently was to her. Then I remembered something. Aren't there like 40 cameras in this store? I know there's at least 3 on me at all times. Go check them out. Manager did, and the lady for some reason was set on making me suffer. I ignored her weak insults while I helped everyone in my line. Manager came out and told this woman to get the fuck out of the store with her bullshit. I know it isn't exactly the dramatic tale people really enjoy, but I don't work in a folksy place. I work in a shitty place that is turning into a ghetto. Work in cosmetics in a large department store. I honestly do not know why she does it, but there is a woman who comes in at least once a week to do a return and everybody on the entire lower level recognizes her and immediately finds a way To pretend to be really busy. She shops online and buys the most random things and then comes in and returns every single item she buys, but like one at a time. Like she'll return one thing from each different order and then come back a different day and return something else from the same order and continues to do it until she's returned everything she bought on that receipt. Maybe so we don't realize that she's returning everything, but like by the time she's done with one order there's like 10 return receipts stapled to the back, so I honestly do not know. And it is literally the most random things, like she buys makeup from our counter all the time, but not once have I ever seen her come in wearing makeup. One time she bought every single shade of red that we make, tried all of them on once at home, and then came in and returned them all because she didn't like any of them. What? She never even buys stuff in store, it's all online, which is super confusing because, like, it's not like she can't just come into the store to shop. She comes in once a week to return everything. It's so infuriating when she buys from my counter and then returns it too, because not only can we not resell any of the product that she's returned, even if she didn't open it, but it fucks over my sales goals for the day, because once she returns $200 plus of product, I have to make that up in my sales. So instead of needing to make $300 for the day, now I have to make $500 because this crazy old lady returned 10 lipsticks. We have all offered to just exchange her product for her and help her find something she'll like instead of whatever she bought, but she always flat out refuses. I have no fucking clue why she does it either, because it doesn't save/make her money. Any points she gets on her store loyalty card get taken off when the returns are processed. The entire department has tried to think of any possible reason why she does it, but we cannot come up with something that's plausible past she just has nothing better to do. We had a couple who used to call maybe every 2 to 3 weeks and make a complaint into our restaurant that the food favor served was less than adequate, and they would always threaten to go to head office. The fact of the matter is that they would call every 2 to 3 weeks, but they would leave a number for a hotel. They would leave their name, a different name every time, mind you, and what would happen is they would state their name and what they got, and then you could never get a hold of them again to confirm it. The reason why this became a big issue is because it was both a male and a female doing this, and you would get a new waitress and they would call different days, which it worked for, I don't know, maybe the first 1 or 2 times, until I realized, since I was working throughout the week, that the same people were calling from the same hotel because I had answered the phone twice in a row, luckily for me. So I wrote down their order and what they got, and our list at that point was getting kind of big, and finally I went and said that we have a delivery service that will drop it off for them, and they said, oh no, that's not necessary. But no, I insisted and said that we'll have somebody drive down to the X hotel in a few minutes to drop off the fresh food. At that point they hung up the phone, and then they tried to call back the next day, and guess what I told everybody to look at for this particular hotel, and if it was a male or a female, to not write that, write it down. And so every time they call back we'd say that we'd have their fresh food for them in 15 to 20 minutes, and all they would have to pay is a $5 delivery charge. Which you think at the end of the day would be a lot easier than just going through and lying about it, but at that point it was basically a bluff for a bluff, and it worked once or twice, but then it eventually failed, just because a bunch of stupid meth heads couldn't scrounge up $5 or a good enough excuse. I think they were using the hotel's phone because they didn't have a place to live. I worked at Walmart. Walmart has a very lenient return policy, so a lot people will come in scamming things like merchandise from other chains or claiming that containers of whatever were empty when they got them home. I worked in the pets department and had people return bags of dead rotting fish. They got their money back because Walmart has no appreciation for life. A customer came in returning a printer. It was in a new HP printer box. He had his receipt, but it was obviously not the same printer. This guy was trying to pass off that when he got home and opened his brand new HP inkjet, that what was inside was a busted up dot matrix printer from the 90s. The kind that uses reams of paper stuck together with tracking holes on the side that you need to tear off. This thing was so old that it had gone from off-white to old electronic yellow. It was easily twice the size of whatever came in that box. To begin with, it was so big that the box couldn't close and had bowed out on the side. It was so heavy that when the CSM, customer service manager, asked to see it, the guy couldn't even lift it onto the counter. She refused to return it, which sent this guy into a tirade. I've seen this before. A customer will try to make a huge stink in the hopes that the workers will be so appalled they just let them get away with things. A woman was once caught stealing and started screaming bloody murder that she was being attacked. When I got there and saw it was asset protection, I realized what was up. In this case, the guy was making it into a racial issue. He was black, and the thesis of his argument was that Walmart doesn't care about black people because they won't return his printer. I couldn't hear everything, but when I was near enough to see what was going on, I heard him ask, "What is this? Slavery times?" His voice cracked as he screamed at point. The CSM was a rotund, red-headed, overly made up white woman, whose name I won't repeat because I'm terrified Walmart will sue me for typing this. They took me to court after I filed for unemployment. Once I mentioned that there were demonstrations at European stores to unionize. They took me aside to lecture me for an hour about how bad unions are and how they hurt America. Truly a terrifying company. But she and many of the CSMs at my store were good people. Point even as this guy was swearing, calling her a racist and everything but white to her face, she still calmly asked the man to tone down his voice. Calmly walked over to her purse behind the register station. Calmly reached in and pulled out her wallet to show him the picture of her family. "Sir, this is my black husband. These are my black children. Just because I'm from the ghetto does not mean I'm ghetto. Unlike you, you can leave." He shut up mid-sentence, did an about face, and trudged out without a word. He left the printer. I asked if she needed me to throw it away, and she remarked that she was gonna go office space on it later. So, no, other than meeting my best friend there, that is the only good memory I have of that place. I literally have nightmares that I still work there. TL. Dr. Fuck Walmart. I work at a music store, and we carry a bunch of guitars anyway. This woman and her daughter come up to the counter with an acoustic guitar and say they'd like to buy it, so me and my buddy Tyler are like, "Sure, no problem that is," until she goes, "Oh, and the guy I was speaking to earlier said you guys would take $150 off of the price for me." So Tyler looks at me and says, "Did you tell her that?" And I said no. He then asked Kyle, another employee, and again Kyle says that no, he didn't say anything. So Tyler turns back to the customer and says, "Ma'am, I don't think anybody told you that. There's only 3 of us working here right now." But the customer insisted she was told that we'd take $150 off of this $300 guitar. So Tyler asked, "Well, what his name? Did you get his name?" The customer stuttered and said no. Tyler asks, "What did he look like?" And again this causes the customer to stammer and stutter, and she claimed that she didn't remember because she can't remember things easily. So Tyler simply told it straight and told her that we are not giving her $150 off the guitar without any proof of an actual employee telling her that. And even then, our manager, who wasn't there on that day, would have to approve of it. The customer side stood there defeated for a second, then hastily threw her grubby hands on it saying, "Well, what about this? Let me see. There was a scratch on it. Can I get a discount for that?" To which Tyler replied, "Sure, if you can show us where the scratch is." So the customer looks literally all over the guitar for a good 15 seconds before finally pointing at a spot on the back of the body saying, "There it is." We take a look at it, and she's pointing at a finger smudge, not a scratch. The smudge can very easily be dealt with using pretty much any cloth. So Tyler says that's not a scratch, that's just a smudge. It can be removed with a cloth. And the customer asks, "That's not a scratch?" And Tyler said, "Correct. There is no damage on this guitar. Even if it was a scratch, the best I'm allowed to do is a 10% discount, which essentially takes off tax." One final time, the customer asks, "So I can't get any kind of discount on this?" And Tyler says, "No, ma'am. $299 is the lowest we can go." She just kinda sighed and says, "Alright, well, I'll just look elsewhere, thanks," and leaves the store. TLDR. I work in a music store. Customer tried to convince me and a coworker that a non-existent employee told her that we'd give her a $300 guitar for 50% off. We denied her. She then tried to ask us for a 10% discount on the guitar because there was a scratch on it. There were no scratches. Only a finger smudge. She left the store empty-handed. Franchisee/partner at a Sonic. Lend me your ears lol. People claiming they gave the car hopper $20. She only gave me change for a $10. Camera clearly shows $10 bill on the tray as they entered. My personal policy is that hops must bring back money visible on trays when making change. For reasons just like this. They're super common. I came yesterday and y'all put X on my burger and I asked for it not on there. But for some reason you couldn't call yesterday when it happened. Just threw it away and need it replaced now. Oh, I need that receipt. The kicker is when something goofy was bad and then it turns to them needing whole orders replaced. Like, I do this. Well, I know what times we were busy 4 weeks back. I can check to see how many tickets we ran at 11:10 on Tuesday. If you're telling me your fries were cold and we had 20 tickets from 11-11:15. Then I know for sure that they weren't. Or they got food poisoning and the food replaced. Me personally, if I got food poisoning, I'm not going back. There's so many nonsense excuses as to why we owe people food. I get mistakes are made, and if I honestly believe you, I'll go above and beyond to make it right. My spiel usually goes along as I'm sorry you had to come here twice to get it right once. So next time come back. The third time's on me. People came earlier and asked for a drink with easy ice. We gave them extra ice and they just want the drink replaced. Like damn, you got a steak $1 drink. Remember that coupon couple years back with that free large blast? That thing came to my store like 10 times before corporate even got wind of it and sent out the memo that they weren't real. I denied every single one of them from the beginning. I'd tell them prices and participation may vary. We don't participate in this because it's not real. We are not just gonna give out a $7 item for nothing. People would go on about how they got it in an official Sonic email. No, you didn't. Point coupons in general. Before the whole app wave, you would sign up for an email coupon service. You'd get a coupon for a free item sent once a month, birthdays, etc. People would make copies of the coupon then act like it's cool. Nope. Sorry, I'm not giving you 3 free birthday combos. You see this email address they print here in the corner? They're the same. That means you copied this coupon. There was an app that just took pictures of coupons and put them in the vendor section in the app. People would come up, order stuff, then go, I have a coupon for that. I'm cheap. I work for P&Ls. I make my hops collect coupons. I don't care. And I'm sorry, a pic of a coupon isn't a coupon. If we can't physically retrieve it, you don't have it. Full price bro. People running into stalls and wanting us to pay for the damage. Okay, give me your insurance and I'll get in contact with them. We need their insurance so we can file a claim on them. Point and the worst. Lady would come up every lunch with like 3 or 4 free wacky pack coupons. We'd give them to her. Then she would come a couple hours later with like 3 or 4 more. Then later kids would come up with some. After a couple days we started limiting her use of them, but not the kids. Then we noticed the kids were hers, and she's just has an unreasonable amount of them. Obviously she knows someone that's giving her bundles of them. And if that's what they want to do, she can take them to that person's store, since they're fine giving free stuff away. She got at minimum 2 meals a day for her family, for about 2 weeks, before I confronted her. I got up to her, tell her I'm not accepting any more of the coupons. Why? Because we've been giving these to you for a couple weeks. I don't know where you're getting them from, but you can take them to their store, since they're wanting to give free stuff away. You don't know where I got them. Okay, where'd you get them? About to catch some pilferers lol. That's none of your business. Okay, why do I need to tell you where I got them? You don't, you're just being racist right now in my head. Holy fuck, from around the corner. Old man pops out, what the fuck is going on here? He's not letting me use my coupons, what the fuck, why? All these other fees using coupons, you got a problem with them using them? No, but they haven't been here with 50 coupons the last week for nothing but free food. It goes hard left with them being blackers. Why I'm saying anything. He gets all in my face, screaming, spitting, yelling, and I'm laughing about it. All this for free kids meals. I had like 3 regulars on the lot at the time. They all called corporate to tell them I wasn't in the wrong. They saw everything. Turns out the customers tried to call the news on me. They called to get a statement. We gave them a super brief rundown, and they were like, oh, never mind. TLDR, fake coupon, fake excuses, not even logical. People go ham for free stuff. A customer was hovering around self-checkout with a storm door. They weren't in line, but were clearly waiting for an opportunity to buy the door without help from the cashier. Management noticed and sent her to the CS desk to ring up because there was something off about the door. It was tagged as special order, which meant it was already purchased. I look into the order. It's the exact door I had returned earlier that day due to an install issue. I think the wrong color was ordered. Anyways, it now had a clearance sticker for a different door on it for a fraction of what the special order door was worth. The scam became clear. Customer had pulled a clearance sticker from another door and stuck it on this one. They were going to purchase it for cheap, take the tag off, then return it for the full amount. It's a common scam, but it doesn't work on special orders because the barcode isn't in the system. Special orders need to be returned through a different system and customer info is attached. I tell her that sticker isn't for that door and I can't sell it to her. She insists that it is. I can clearly see the corner of the tag has been previously peeled up and demands to speak to a manager. I call one over who immediately sees the scam. He offers to sell her the door, but the sale is final, no returns. The customer enthusiastically agrees, thinking she pulled her scam off. The manager has me write up the order in our special order system, but marked as special order clearance. This meant it could only be returned to our store, and we can note the order that the sale is final. The customer pays and leaves, and we have a record of the customer's into for asset protection. So, while we took a hit on the sale, we got rid of a special order storm door that would have been difficult to sell. It was a weird size. A few days later I get a call, and I recognize the name and number on the caller ID as this same scammer. She's calling about having trouble returning something at another store because it doesn't fit. I play along, pulling her order up using her number on caller ID. I asked her for the SKU on the door. Stock have a 6-digit SKU, special order have a 5-digit number. Of course it won't come up in the system. I ask for other info, color, size, etc. Everything she tells me points to that special order door. I tell her that's a special order and can only be returned to the store it was purchased at, and I was the one who wrote up her order. I tell her that sale is final. She hangs up on me, and I never hear from her again. I have loads of these Mayo point to name one. My most recent retail job was in an electronics store. Customer bought a portable hard drive. Came into the store a few months later with it. She had used it to store photos and videos of her newborn baby. The hard drive got dropped and became unreadable/corrupted. Despite the hard drive costing £50. She wanted a £500 refund due to loss of sentimental value. Warranties don't cover sentimental/personal value of a product or what's on them. She bloody drove it into us across several visits that we are giving her a £500 refund. It didn't help that when we asked if we can open the hard drive on the store's PC to see if we could look at what was there, she refused. Also, the return policy on data holding devices is a bit blurry. We couldn't resell it since it was a data holding device. For this reason we usually have to decline a refund unless there is still the manufacturer's seal on the packaging. The best we could do, after faking hours of debating it, was give her a refund to the value of the hard drive and point her in the direction of a hard drive recovery specialist. Since data protection is a thing, when the hard drive was handed over in the return, we had to dispose of it subtly back into the hands of the woman for the data recovery. So in the end, she either lied to us about the damage and wanted £500 and ended up with £50 back and a free hard drive, or she genuinely lost a lot of memories due to a simple drop. I hope it was the latter, but her attitude towards us during the whole ordeal said otherwise. I'd like to think it was just the stress of the thought she lost all her baby photos. coming in right before close with his wife and autistic son, checking out 2 minutes before close with 30 or 40 items, forming a line of 4 or 5 people with just 1 or 2 items each behind him, letting his son go completely uncontrolled, refusing to hand over items to be scanned, letting him run behind the counter to grab items that they decided they didn't want. At first I thought the kid was going to run out the door with them. But the father said he had to put them back because he was autistic and that he didn't need any help whatsoever because he was a genius and knew exactly where the items came from. Meanwhile the kid was running around the store screaming at the top of his lungs, "Where does this go? Where does this go?" So the father waited until they got to about $30 to point out that they had a $25 gift card and wanted to stay under that. He was looking at the screen saying to get rid of the most expensive items, and as I was doing that he was trying to say that cheaper items were actually the inexpensive ones on the monitor. The father was extremely rude, and like I said before, his son was making the process of ringing them in almost impossible. All I did was ask the father if he could guide/assist/get under control his kid while we were ringing him in, and maybe go help him put things away instead of swearing at me and telling me to go fuck myself. The moment he started swearing at me, I told him he had to leave, and he wouldn't, so I went for the phone. But it was not my normal store and the phone was all worn out. I never really use the phone at my store, so I had no idea which buttons were which. He kept looking like he was going to leave, and then coming back inside, he pulled out a really dirty folded piece of paper which apparently had his son's autism diagnosis. He was throwing this paper at me, acting like it was a get out of jail free card, like him and his son could do or say anything, and I would legally have to just stand there and endure it. I took the paper that he threw at me and put it in the garbage, and he got upset and demanded it back. I told him he could have it back if he would leave. He agreed. I handed him back the paper and he went to open it up to shove it in my face, so I tried to rip it out of his hands again, and I told him, "You said you were going to leave, you're not leaving." Also, when mentioning the cops, he said he knew cops. I said, "So they are going to give you special treatment?" And he said no, but they wouldn't give me any. I'm not sure what that was supposed to mean. Special treatment would be required to not have endure his belligerent attitude. I feel so bad for the kid being used like that. One of my co-workers has a bachelor's in psychology. Apparently the printout he had proving his son had autism doesn't exist as official documents. As her professionally educated opinion, that kid is not receiving the help he needs and is going to have severe problems for the rest of his life, just so that his father could try and steal from a business and make himself feel good by treating lowly cashiers like shit. Guy can't get to his post office to get his 2-year-old's box fixed for free because he's disabled. Okay, no worries, can you take it to your local store? No, it's too heavy and he's disabled. Okay, so as a goodwill gesture I can arrange for a gift card to be loaded in his local store to the current value so he can buy the same model. Nope, he can't get to that store, only a different store which is the same umbrella company but different brand. This is where I draw the line. I can't do that point, so I offer to post an equivalent box to him, and he says no. During these 2-hour conversations he's telling me he's best friends with the store manager of the store he wants to go to. He's also telling me that he has applied for a job in a store in the next town over. Now let me pause here. Anyone that works in retail knows it's a pretty physical job. Lots of walking round. And let me remind you that he can't get to the store in his current town, but wants a job in the town over. It also turns out he is practically stalking the store manager that he is best friends with, to the point where all of the staff know not to give out any personal information to him. Oh, and this guy has me on the phone for 2 hours at a time, way past the time we should have closed point, so I put my foot down now. And what happens is I ended up speaking to the company lawyers as he is claiming I'm discriminating against him for being disabled. He never did get that gift card for the other store though. Late to the party, but I had a guy try to commit insurance fraud once with me. I was working at a big box hardware store and we sell bags of concrete. I was working in the lumber/building materials department that night and someone said that they wanted 20 pallets of 80-pound concrete. I had to confirm that they said pallets, not bags. Just for a quick sense of the weight of these things, 18 pallets is the maximum load for a full-size semi-truck, and that's with special overweight licenses and a purpose-built flatbed. The typical load of concrete we would get would be 12 or 13 pallets at a time, and there would be a noticeable change in the shape of the trailer as we unloaded it. I asked if he wanted them delivered. No, I need them tonight. At 8 p.m. on a Friday. In the middle of winter. In western New York. And in a quantity that any sane person would just order multiple concrete trucks for a hell of a lot cheaper and easier and better quality for pretty much anything you would want to do with over 30 dry tons of concrete. And he's not purchasing any of the additives that would be required to set in this temperature, which would also be an insane price point. Okay, maybe he's making multiple trips? Hell no, I live 2 hours away. All in one go. Okay, there are stores identical to ours, in all directions, that would be closer to you, and unless you have a semi-watting outside, there's no way your vehicle can handle that weight. Even then, there's no way. Maybe he's just trying to avoid the delivery charge. He says no to free delivery on the off chance he has a semi. I asked to look at his vehicle. It's a Ford F250, and a dump trailer with an 1/8 inch steel floor. I can maybe get 1 pallet in the bed of his truck, and 2 in his trailer. Maybe. He says that's unacceptable, and goes off on me. He says I do this all the time at competitor, and they have no problem with it. Whatever. Let's see his reaction when I get 1 pallet in his bed. I put 1 pallet in. His wheel wells are almost touching the tops of his tires. The bottoms of his tires have maybe 1/4 inches between the rim and rubber. He says alright, now 3 more in there. At this point, my coworker and I point out his rear wheels. Nah, they're fine. I got airbags to lift up the shocks. Yeah, that won't matter when your tires are torn to shreds and your axles snap. I refuse to load him any further. The guy gets absolutely furious at me. Demands to see manager. Manager agrees with me. Offers free next day delivery again. Guy isn't having it. Demands to see his manager. His manager comes out. Same thing. Demands to see his manager. Tells him to call corporate and complain. Guy still going off on him for easily 10 minutes. Trying to convince manager to force me to load him. Manager informs guy that I'm allowed to refuse to load if it would obviously cause damage to the vehicle. Guy says, again, that he does this all the time. Manager says straight to his face that he obviously never has done this in this vehicle before because there wouldn't be a vehicle anymore. When the guy finally stormed off, the top manager that was called over called loss prevention about attempted insurance fraud. It was a fun night. This is super late, but one of the reasons I'll never work in retail again. I had a brief part-time experience at Best Buy through the holidays working for Geek Squad. Woman buys a cheap $99 compact netbook on Black Friday and brings it in post-New Year stating that the screen was broken out of the box. That has such an extremely rare occurrence, and also we can tell how the screens are damaged by looking at them. She demands warranty repair. I told her it's not covered. We go back and forth. She wants to send it out for a repair quote. I do. Tell her it'll be better to buy a new netbook. She still demands warranty repair. I told her it's just not covered. Netbook comes back. $230 for screen replacement. Call her. She comes in screaming at me again how it was broken out of the box. Called my manager because Wayne Brady was about to choke a beach. Then she pulls the race card, which is something I hate because I'm a giant bald/bearded white tattooed man. He tells her the same thing. She demands the computer back, and I told her I needed to collect payment for shipping the computer out and the estimate, which was $30. She blew up again. Race card again. Warranty again. So I asked her one last time, you're telling me this computer was broken out of the box, so there's no way you could have set it up, right? Yes, you asshole. Plugged it into a VGA port to a monitor we had at the counter. Booted to her login screen, not the setup screen. Told her that's crazy. Of all the hundreds of computers we got in, you happened to buy the one set up with your exact name. She paid the $30. Screamed that we were crooks. Left. Called corporate and told her that my manager and I called her the N-word until she cried. A few years ago, I was a customer service manager at Walmart. What a wild ride that was. We had one customer that loved to weave elaborate stories for his returns. One day, I see him standing off to the side at the customer service desk. I approach him and quickly see he is holding a biohazard bag with a receipt inside. In his basket is a very expensive set of pots and pans and a set of dishes. We blow through pleasantries and he begins telling me this story about his sister. Apparently his sister is an irresponsible mother, her children are wild, and then suddenly in his story his sister is dead. The receipt inside the bag is covered in baby sheet and blood. He claims the receipt was in the car with his sister when she was in a car accident and that's how the blood got there. And I'm like, what about the sheet though? Anyway, a few confusing minutes later, I explained to him that there is no way I'm having my girls touch even the biohazard bag. In any case, the ink is almost completely smudged off and it cannot be read. He slinked away eventually, but he always came back with another sob story, and usually with a biohazard bag. It never worked on me. I'm not sure if he pulled one over on any other managers, believe it or not. A lot of people tried to get sympathy by using a death in their family to try and bend the return policies. I also had a gentleman get downright belligerent during Christmas time because I refused to exchange his filthy used Christmas lights for brand new ones. He wanted to return a small string for a rather large one and also wanted me to waive the price difference. When I refused, he screamed in my face, paced around the customer service area yelling at me, and then proceeded to loudly call home office at the corner of my desk to file a complaint. I explained everything to my direct supervisor and then I went home. He was my last customer of the day. Apparently he hung around for an hour or two waiting for me to do something. When he asked where I was, they informed him I had gone home for the day and he lost it all over again. I guess because I didn't consult him before closing out my 14-hour holiday sheet. I don't know you guys. Walmart is downright wild. Point please. Please. Be kind to the people you encounter this holiday season. I was always more willing to help if my customers weren't lunatics. Edit. Words. Used to work at a video store years ago. Yes, when video stores existed. Point I lived in a small town, about 100,000 people. In the news the day before, there was a big story about someone who crashed their car into a house and died. It was big news in our town, and big news for me, because it happened very close to where I live. I was able to see the damage this car did, half of it sticking out of the house. The paper hasn't announced who the person was that died in the accident yet, barring next of kin and more info. Point I had a customer come in the next day. A man in his late 30s returned some movies to us. He asked me if there were any late fees on them. I scanned them in, and they were 3 days late each. We charged $2 a day for late fees. We were a small independent store, not a blockbuster, so it came to $12. Then the guy started to cry and told me that his girlfriend was the person who was in the car and he was dealing with all of that and didn't have time to return the movies. I felt bad for him and gave him my condolences. Remember, they hadn't given any info on who it was in the car that died, and I wiped off his $12 late fees. The customer left, and I felt I had done a good deed for this man in pain. The next day, I found out that the person in the car who died in the accident was a 17-year-old boy, not a girl. Apparently drugs and alcohol were involved. Point this guy scammed me big time, complete with real tears and the sob story, just to get out of $12 late fees. I used to work for a big mall retailer, one of the biggest ones in the US. Once we had a tall black guy come in with a buddy and say he was a pro basketball player and wanted to buy our entire shoe department to donate the shoes to kids in need. He also went to every shoe store in the mall. I was working the men's suits and shoes department alone when he came in, and when he said what he wanted to do, my bullshit alarm was blaring so loudly my ears were ringing. But of course I called the store manager from the stockroom, thinking we'd have a good laugh, and when I told him, I could actually hear the Mr. Krabs catching sound effect before he told me he was sending the entire management team to assist me in packaging the shoes. We spent the next 2 hours ringing and stacking shoe boxes on rolling trucks, while the security manager, the only other person with half a brain, tried to figure out if he was who he said he was. 2 hours later, and he and his buddy were gone, not to return, presumably to get the cash for the sale. Not only did we spend hours on this, but our jewelry and a few high-end clothing departments were ripped off for thousands during the distraction. Finish Line and Payless in the mall shuttered their stores for hours to prepare their sales. 5 other stores in the mall were robbed, while mall security was busy with the shoe debacle, and our security manager actually managed to get a hold of the basketball player's actual manager, who confirmed that the man we saw wasn't really him. Overall, that's probably my favorite. Worked in a mobile phone shop. Guy comes in saying he opened the box for the first time the night before, and it had a crack in the screen. Unlikely, but possible. Looked at his phone. He had a custom theme on it and all his data. Thought if you opened your phone and saw it was damaged, why would you even use it? Before taking it back, had a look over the phone, call logs and messages dating back a few weeks. Asked when he first got the phone, says 2 weeks ago, but when only opened it last night. He was adamant about this, too adamant. Went upstairs to see if my manager could get any evidence that he opened the phone when he first got it. Got CCTV of him in the shop, but didn't open the box. So on my way back down to the shop floor, thought to check the uptime of the phone. Android, so you can check when it was last turned on. Got him. It was last turned on 4 days prior. So talked to him again and made sure he opened the box for the very first time last night. He confirmed and said no one else had touched it. Then I showed him the uptime. He went on the defensive. You saying I'm lying? No, I'm not. Your phone is. He was still sticking to his story, despite evidence of the uptime and calls made on the phone after he got it 2 weeks before, but nothing beyond that date. Had him dead to rights, but he still denied it. Went back to my manager and asked for some advice. She told me to tell him we are going to ask our fraud and security department to check serial number of the phone attached to his SIM card for the last few weeks, because if he claims it wasn't him, then someone else was using his phone and we need to know who. That's he sheets a brick. Starts saying stuff like, you just don't want to give me a new phone, fuck you guys, and storms out. Back when I worked at a popular Midwestern hardware and home goods chain, the name sounds like a joke about testicles, there was the birdseed lady. My department handled freight and pallets and stuff. We were the only ones allowed to have forklift licenses, so we'd get called to load up large orders as well. This lady tried to scam us out of, well, birdseed. But not a bag or two. No, she tried to scam us out of full pallets of the stuff. She'd make 2 orders, a smaller one and a larger one. She'd get herself let into the yard with the smaller one, present the larger one to the people filling the order, and then show the smaller one to the gate guard on the way out. Once she had her ill-gotten grains, she'd refund the larger one and walk away with a difference of about 20 bags of bad seed. The funny part is she tried doing it multiple times. Even after we found out, she'd still have us load up 40 or 50 bags, which were 45 pounds each, into her shitty sedan, and then the gate guard would count them, and she'd insist the gate guard was wrong, or racist, or something. The store never banned her, but we found out what she was doing with all that birdseed. Her husband came in and explained that she and her mother were wasting thousands of dollars feeding birds by driving to parking lots, opening up the bags, and leaving them there. He pleaded with the manager not to sell her any more birdseed, but the GM just kind of shrugged and said there was nothing he could do. I don't work there anymore, but when I chat with some friends who still do, they say she still come back occasionally. This guy comes in about 10 minutes before close. I ask him if I can help him find anything / what he's shopping for. He tells me he's shopping for his mom's birthday and continues to tell me how much of a money-loving cunt she is and saying she didn't used to be that way, blah blah blah. He's circling the store for a good 20 minutes or so, and the other associates have checked on him. He gets up to the registers with 12 sets of 10-pack hangers and some other oddball items. So I ask if he just didn't find anything his mom would like, and he got in a rage about how she's such a bitch and nothing would be good enough, and then apologized for being in the store past closing time. I ring all his items up, and my manager is helping me bag. She's down there because she's suspicious. He says he forgot his wallet in the car and needs to go get it. Meanwhile there's a car circling the parking lot. So I have to walk him to the door to unlock it, and as we're walking he set off the security alarm, so I stop, and my manager comes over and asks him what is setting the alarm off. He gets extremely frantic. "Are you saying I'm stealing? Why would I know what's setting that off?" She asks him to empty his pockets. He proceeded to empty one pocket. What he pulled out was his wallet and a huge wad of money. We are both trying to calmly talk to him and get him to give us whatever is in his pocket, and he proceeds to push past me, unlock the door himself, and get at the car that was circling the lot. He looked back at us and yelled, "I'm sorry, my girlfriend said we have to go, dumbass." We got his and her description, make and model of the car as well as a plate number.